Hello, Kieran.
Martin, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir, yes.
How are things?
Gremlins in the machine, my friend. What is it? Yeah. Ghost in the machine.
So where the world works, isn't it?
Yes. It seems to be the sort of new, the new way of things. Everybody seems to have these technical issues just exactly when they don't need them.
I know, but sure. It makes life more interesting.
This is it. So how are we keeping, sir?
I'm grand now, to be honest with you. You know, this is going to be an interesting experience. I've never done anything like this on a
I've done something similar to this.
In this way.
Not for a 7-hour session. No, this is a new one on me.
You doing this for 7 hours, Martin?
It's running all day.
You're kidding, for 7 hours? Oh my goodness!
Yes. So 15 distilleries, 18 whiskies, and it's starting at 12 o'clock.
Oh, that's rough, man.
And you get to open it.
Yeah, well, that's good now, you know. I'm glad I'm not in your shoes, I'll tell you that for nothing.
Well, there's no finer man to open it. Guys, for anyone who's listening, I want to welcome you to the introduction to Irish whiskey, which is day 4 of Belfast Whiskey Week. We are today, you just may have heard there, obviously, if you've bought the box, you'll know you have 2 packs. You know, we have 2 packs of whiskey and miniatures, and we get to start off with one of the finest people in Irish whiskey, and that's Mr. Kieran Mulgrew. So we're starting with the Quiet Man. Now, tell us a little bit about the Quiet Man. Tell us the story of it, the history of it, briefly, and let people know what it's all about.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank Paul for organising the event. It's strange that it takes a Scottish fella to come over here and give us a kick up the backside in Belfast to get our own whiskey festival going. So it's always great to have that. And I enjoyed last year's, although we were down in a bar in the centre of town last year, which was a bit more fun than being stuck in your own house, but such is life. So just to put it into perspective, Martin, like you, I mean, I have been in this business my whole life. I grew up, my father was a barman, had a bar in the Grosvenor Road in Belfast, and I grew up working in that. And then when I left left university, I worked for Guinness as a trainee sales rep in the mid-80s, and then have always been involved in this industry. And at Niche Drinks, we have always manufactured Irish cream liqueurs. The business started in 1983, although I didn't arrive in it until 1998, so 22 years ago. And at that stage, we produced Irish cream liqueur, and one of the key ingredients was Bushmills whiskey. So Bushmills wasn't as successful in the late 90s as it is now. At one stage, we were taking 3% of their annual output just to put into our Irish cream liqueur. And we were exporting that all over the world. And eventually I began to think, look, why couldn't we keep some of this whiskey that we're buying from different people and mature it and see what happens? So at that stage, the business was owned by Kerry Group, who are a huge Irish PLC. I think after the power company, they must be the next biggest Irish PLC after the electricity company down south. And they were really a food ingredients business, and they decided to sell it. And myself and 2 other guys who worked there at the time bought it. And the world is very different now than it was then, because you could borrow money a whole lot easier then, you know. So once we borrowed, that was 2006, and we decided that we would try and get ourselves into the whiskey business. But first we had to pay back a lot of debt, and that took us a long time. So it wasn't until really early 2008 we began buying whiskey deliberately to cask and keep for ourselves. So we don't distill any whiskey, Martin.
No.
You know, and that's one of the things I've been nervous with Paul about. You don't want to give the wrong impression to people and mislead people into thinking that you distill things, because the guys who've invested in the distilleries deserve the kudos for that. You know, we went down that road in Derry actually, but I'll come to that part of the story if anybody's interested in it later, but we didn't proceed. But so all the whiskey that we have, we would buy in 19,000 litre tankers straight from the stills in one of 4 different distilleries that we buy from. And what we do then is we cask it, we mature it, we blend it, and we bottle it. So it's the old-fashioned bonder is what we would do.
And nothing wrong with this.
So when I decided 15, and we had at that stage whiskey that was mature enough for 8-year-old, and we also had whiskey which was 4-year-old, which we used as a blend. Yeah. And so we started the Quiet Man. This is our 8-year-old single malt. And the first thing is, why did I call it the Quiet Man? Well, on the back of it here, I'll just read out what it says. My father was a bartender. We had to say that for American purposes. Yeah. Over here, he'd be a barman for over 50 years. And sometimes he'd bring me in to work with him. And I grew up loving the sounds of laughter and the crack and the smell of the beer and the whiskey, especially the whiskey. And now that I'm blending and bottling my own whiskey, I'm naming it after my father. And 50 years as a bartender, he saw a lot of things and he heard a lot of stories. But like all good bartenders, he was good to his code and he told no tales. John McGrew, the Quiet Man, or as they say in the Irish, Anfiar Ciúin.
Now, quick interjection here. How often are you asked, is it named after the film?
Actually, to be honest with you, it's guys your age and mine who ask that question.
Showing our age.
People younger than us don't tend to know what the film is, you know. Although I grew up, like everybody in Ireland, I grew up watching it, you know.
I loved it.
And so whenever it came to registering the name, I was very surprised that the name was available, you know. But anyway, we registered it. I think we registered it something around 2014, just to get ourselves ready. And so we kicked off then, and we did our first bottlings in 2015, and they were of the blend and the 8-year-old. And then after that, we added a 12-year-old and then a 12-year-old sherry. And we have done for different markets sherry finishes and some wine finishes and some stout finishes. Yeah. But from a business point of view, they are difficult things to do. From a whiskey connoisseur's point of view, it's great because you get something that's very unusual. But if you're in manufacturing, Martin, as you will know, what you want is to produce the same thing, to produce as much of it as possible and not to change the production line. Consistency. So consistency is what is important, because otherwise you produce one single cask worth of something. The labels cost you 5 times as much as an ordinary label. Yeah. You know, you only manage to get 180 cases out of it. And no matter who says they're going to take all 180, you always end up with 11 or 12 that you're stuck with. For whiskey connoisseurs, it's great. For a producer, it's a pain in the ass.
Absolutely. Customers just don't know what they're going to get. And for a connoisseur, that's a great thing. For the guy who's walking into the supermarket to pick it up, it's absolutely the wrong thing, you know.
It is. But by the same token, sometimes it's nice that it's interesting. You know, whenever we're bottling things that are different, there's always a bit of an excitement about it. I always love it when we bottle the sherry finish. You know, you go down and you take the first release of the smell, when you take the bung out, and all of a sudden that smell and aroma is everywhere. It's fantastic. You know, it's my favorite day, or when we do that.
And I think You're a Quiet Man, it's got that very sort of light, typical Irish feel to it. So I still have some of the sherry cask 12-year-old here, and it really takes it on board. It really it makes it zing. There's lots of sherry cask. I tried obviously a totally different Lefroy, and it just didn't work for me. That sort of light sweetness that comes through on your 12-year-old is really, really good, really good.
Yeah, I think that's a good point on the Lefroy. I'm not sure anything that's got any kind of peated quality translates into sherry. You know, you're going with 2 different taste sensations there, which I wouldn't be madly keen on, you know.
No, I don't. As I say, because the Quiet Man is very light, it's very approachable. And to be fair, the likes of the the 8-year-old, the single malt, I mean, it's very reasonably priced, at its price point,
It is, and when you're starting out and you don't have any distribution, and you obviously, if you don't have distribution, you don't have sales. And the first thing that you want to do is to become sustainable. That's your first priority, because if you don't become sustainable, nothing else matters. And so before we bottled any whiskey, the economics of it meant that we had 8-year-old, 7-year-old, 6, 5, 4, all the way down to new fill already in cask. So before we bottled anything, we had over £2 million worth of whiskey maturing, and that just kicked off, and that's a huge commitment, for a couple of individuals. That's a big commitment, and that's why I would have great admiration for everybody who's gone and has built facilities. It's tremendous to see it, and they've taken enormous risk, and they deserve to do well at it. And I think it's why people like ourselves who bond have to be clear that that's what they do, rather than try and pretend that they're something that they're not.
There is an element of this happening in the industry. We'll not dwell on that too much. But you did mention there about building a distillery. Now, you mentioned earlier on that you were going to touch on this. I know there was plans to build a distillery, and then they were taken back. And why did that happen?
Well, it's an unfortunate story where real life intersects with what you want to do. So, we found a site in Ebrington Square in Derry, which was fantastic.
Beautiful place.
We had the full design done. We got full planning permission. We bought the stills. The stills were actually from Frilly in Germany, and they were in Derry, ready for installation. And I wasn't feeling terribly well. And between the swings and the roundabouts, I found out I had cancer, and I had quite severe cancer. And it was very difficult for us to secure funding on the basis that banks will lend you money, but they want it back. And if your prognosis isn't good, they get a little nervy. That's natural. That's the fact of life. So we had to stop that project, and it was very unfortunate. But on the plus side, I'm actually still here a couple of years later, and that bit's going well.
But I guess all the rest of it peels an insignificance.
It kind of does, to be honest with you. So we didn't proceed with building the distillery, and we sold the stills to someone else here in Ireland who had been a friend for a long time. And from that point of view, at least the equipment didn't go to fall into rack and ruin. However, the site which we had and all the plans which we had just didn't come to fruition. And it cost a lot of money for us at the time, but real life, as I say, just interfered, and we weren't able to do it.
With circumstances like that, it's perfectly. That is life, and your health is much more important than that project.
So maybe at some point in the future, we might go back to that. But not at the minute. If you look at the amount of people who have built facilities here in Ireland, and particularly, I would tend to distinguish between the PLCs who are well funded and have done brilliantly in terms of moving the category forward and are fantastic for that. But if you take the guys who've come in and who have been entrepreneurial and who have built facilities, people like Shane down in Ecklandville, who has fantastic facilities, or at Short Cross, or Gareth and Copeland's, and all people like that, they have taken a big risk, and you have to admire them for it. But it must be difficult now for people with no income from visitor centres and things like that. And I think pricing is going to get harder to sustain for independent distillers. Whenever there's a crisis, people tend to fall back on brands that they know. So it makes things a little harder from a couple of perspectives,
Yeah. Now, we'll go on to a bit more fun, because the guys will be wondering where this is coming in. So what is it we have in the bottle?
Well, the first one I was going to go with is the blend. Now, this is a blend of 80% Irish grain whiskey, with 20% Irish malt. And the whiskey is 4 years old by the time we bottle it. Now, the first thing to look at is the colour.
Yep.
Now, we would chill filter our whiskey. For those who maybe don't know what that is, it's just a process whereby we take impurities out of the liquid and try and give the liquid that kind of brightness that you would associate with most whiskies. And there are an awful lot of fabulous whiskies which don't chill filter, and the whiskey just looks a little duller, but on the palate, they're fantastic. And I really don't feel that there's a difference on the palate between chill filtered whiskey and non-chill filtered whiskey, to be honest with you. So the first thing I would say is the color. Hopefully you'll get a nice kind of bright gold color, but it is going to be light. Now on the nose, it's very subjective. Every time I do tastings, my opinion is no more valid than the next person's. And the last time I was tasting down at the airport, some lady told me that it smelled of toast. And if it smells of toast to her, that I don't mind. But to me, it doesn't. To me,
No.
I get kind of spicy notes and a little bit of citrus underneath that.
I always get with this a very light, almost like a marmalade, like a very light
I think
marmalade.
that's citrus, to be honest with you. The marmalade note I think comes through more on our 12 than on our blend. Then if you go to the taste, now the first thing I hope you notice is that it's not harsh.
No.
If you're drinking whiskey or any kind of alcohol and you're drinking it at 40% ABV, quite often all you get is a dose of ethanol, and it's hard to taste anything from that. We, as I say, don't distill the whiskey, but we blended it, and we brought in a good blender who had worked in Glenmorangie specifically to get something that was light. And we wanted to have a profile that was something which was an easy introduction to Irish whiskey and to the quiet man.
And for the purposes of today, an introduction to Irish whiskey, this is really very much a signature of Irish whiskey, that light, fresh, easy drinking, clean, very approachable whiskey. And that's what the typical Irish whiskey is. That's what they were always known for. I mean, Derry has a wonderful tradition of distilling and whiskey. I mean, the Watt distillery down there was absolutely enormous. They have 2 distilleries and a fantastic heritage, which I think Derry, I know the plans you had was to have for the centenary of the closing of the Watt distillery was, I know that was the sort of lead up where you were hoping to open, and unfortunately it didn't come to that tradition. But I mean, it's great that you have this tradition, this story of in the city, and you're bringing it back again, and keeping it that traditional sort of Irish taste,
Yeah, I mean, before the advent of prohibition and the difficulties that the Irish whiskey category got into, at the end of the 19th century, Derry was the biggest whiskey producing city in the world. It's hard to believe that, but the volume was enormous.
And the plans that Watt had for the whole thing were enormous too. I mean, he was a true visionary. Unfortunately, whenever things got sorry, he basically up sticks and went to England and closed the distilleries. But
there's a great story about that, Martin.
Oh yes, I know the story, but if you would care to tell it, be free.
The distillery employees, the men in the distillery, because it was all men in those days in the distillery, and they went on strike, and they wanted an extra 3D. This is in the old money. Now, they wanted an extra 3D, not per hour, not even per day. They wanted it per week, and he refused to give it to them. And they went on a lockout. And so the distillery went dark, and the workers were outside the gates protesting. And he came along, Watts came along in a Rolls Royce, no less, to rub everybody's noses in it. And he got out of it, and he stood on the back of a trailer. And he said, "Will you go back? Will you open the gates?" And the workers said no. And he said, "Closed it is, and closed it shall remain." And he got down, he got into his car, drove away, and never came back. And
And I heard that it wasn't just a Rolls Royce. I've heard a story that it was actually a gold painted Rolls Royce.
Well, now that may be an embellishment. The next time I tell it, it'll be a gold painted Rolls Royce. So.
It's not what you would call.
But if you compare, the distillery at that stage covered 7 acres of the water side. That's an enormous amount of territory.
The only real remnant of it is the white building on Distillery Lane, just as we would be coming into the city on the left hand side. That's really all that's left. But I mean, it was such a huge operation that when it all closed, I mean, these workers being put out obviously had a huge impact on the city at the time. And I love the story of the fire that they had.
Between those who were growing barley for it, those who were coopering the wood, those who had facilities rented out for the maturation, let alone those who, in a very manual process in those days, the hundreds who worked at the facility. Nowadays, you can run a distillery with 2 or 3 people and good computer PLC control systems. But in those days, it was much, much more manual, and people were crawling in underneath the stills to light fires every morning to heat the stills. It was very, very different process than is the case now, so it was a big blow.
It was a huge blow to the city. I think a lot of people don't realise that, in 1900, nearly 2/3 of whiskey being exported from Ireland was coming out of Belfast. And all of that was coming down from Derry, from Belfast distilleries, and obviously the surrounding area. But I think it was a huge, when they talk of all the great industries of Belfast and Derry and so on having disappeared, they always talked about shipbuilding and the tobacco works and stuff, but very rarely they ever mentioned whiskey, and it was a huge trade, huge industry.
No, there's no question about that at all. And also there was a very incestuous relationship. A lot of the Belfast distilleries had most of their liquid produced in Derry as well, So from that point of view, there was always big links between the companies.
Yeah, and I know what tried to sort of marry them up and have like a federation, and it all sort of went a bit pear-shaped for him, and for many reasons. But there's no doubting his ambition. But no
question now.
You could and then some of the Belfast, you could doubt his taste in a gold Rolls Royce, but sure. So I want to ask you, what's in the pipeline? What can we expect from Quiet Man? Is there anything new coming, or are we just staying sort of where we are?
There are, as I said earlier, 2 ways to look at it. The connoisseur's point of view is you want as many new and limited editions as you're after. Mm-hmm. I'm in the business end of things, and from my point of view, we have settled on 4 SKUs which we want to have permanently, and then we will do. And those SKUs are the blend, which we've just been tasting, the 8-year-old, which we'll move on to, our 12-year-old, and our 12-year-old sherry. And then for different markets, we will do special finishes on the basis that the distributor in those markets takes it all. So we have beer finishes, which we have sent to the Far East, and we have wine finishes, which we have sent to different markets in Europe, and we will continue to repeat those things. But I do think from a management point of view, it's very easy to let your portfolio extend and extend and extend, and there's nothing more exciting than producing a new product. But you've got to try and remember that you have a lot of people employed that you need to keep employed, which means you need to keep a sustainability about things. So we would be focusing on trying to be sustainable in the 4 main SKUs, and then doing things, specials aside from those. So big consumer shows that we would go to, for instance, we would do a special cask bottling for it, the likes of the BBC Good Food shows in the UK, or some of the trade shows in the US, or the Dublin Whiskey Show, for instance. But the core will always be within the blend, the 8-year-old, the 12, and the 12 sherry.
Do you want to go and taste the next one?
Yep. The next one now is our Whoops, I've just been given a questionnaire there.
No, it's number 19. So it's number 1 and number 19. And I've been given a questionnaire. So do it later.
I'm going to click do it later.
Do it later. So for anybody in the box, it's number 19. Okay.
Now, number 19 is our 8-year-old single malt, which hopefully you can see. Now, this is matured in ex-bourbon casks. All of the 8-year-old that we are going through at the moment has been matured in casks which we have got from Sazerac, from the Buffalo Trace distillery. We had produced cream liqueur for Sazerac for many, many years, and we had taken the empty casks in return. Now, again, the colour, it's chill filtered, so the colour should be bright gold.
Yep.
But because it's single malt, as opposed to a mixture of grain and malt, you're going to get a big difference on the nose and on the flavour profile on the palate. Now, I get, again, a kind of fruitiness with this.
Yep. Again.
And spicy notes, almost vanilla for me.
I get lots of vanilla off this. I've always have done. It's got a more of a jammy type note rather than the citrus necessarily. It's a sort of richer flavour to it.
Yeah, I think that's just a function of the liquid being in contact with the wood for twice as long, to be honest. Yeah. Now, on the palate, I get almost a creaminess there, a creamy, sweet vanilla taste.
Yeah.
This product has done really well for us, and double gold at the San Francisco Whiskey Awards and the China Whiskey Awards, Irish Whiskey of the Year when we first bottled it in 2015.
Well,
and it always wins awards for us.
Well, I really like the 8-year-old because if I'm being totally blunt, I think the blend is really approachable, really easy drinking, but your single malt, 8 years old single malt, it's not much more expensive than the blend, and yet I find it much more complex, obviously. So if I was buying another two, I would put the extra couple of pounds, which is really all the difference is in pricing, and buy the 8-year-old. This would be it's light. This is more complex, and for that complexity, for really not much more. And price-wise, I think that's the option to go with.
We've a nice story about that one. We were at the Edinburgh Whiskey Show. It's 3 or 4 years ago now, and one of the things that they do at Edinburgh is they do a blind tasting, and everybody puts up a liquid and they taste it and they give out dram of the day, and it's one of the Whiskey Live events. And so anyway, we submitted the 8-year-old single malt, and lo and behold, whenever the judges did the voting, and they had all those fabulous Scottish malts, it was the Quiet Man 8-year-old single malt was the dram of the day. So it was an Irish whiskey one, the dram of the day in the Edinburgh Whiskey Show, which I took great relish in rubbing into all those Scottish guys.
I can't imagine. I can see you smiling. Which I often see.
Pleased,
But I often see you smiling because I said this at the start. You're one of the nicest guys in Irish whiskey, and that's not to disparage anybody else, but you're one of the most friendly, approachable, nice guys. Certainly, whenever I first came down to meet you a few years ago now, you couldn't have been nicer, and I want to thank you for that because it meant a lot.
Not at all.
I'm going to have to say bye-bye.
Okay. Well, look, you deserve some sort of medal for endurance now. I'm glad I'm talking to you now.
We haven't finished. We've started, but we haven't finished. But thanks for joining us, Kieran, and
all the best.
Wonderful day, and hope continued success. Okay.
Thank you very much. Carry on now, Martin. All the best. Bye.
Aye, I hope everybody enjoyed that. That's our first tasting. Now, are we going over to Glendalough, guys?
Yes. So we have Sean. Sean is trying to get set up at the moment.
Ah, right. On my screen here, I can't see the comments coming in. So I can't see if anybody has any questions.
Oh, okay. So are you looking at it on an iPad or something?
I'm looking at it on my phone. I just have the phone screen up.
Okay. I don't know how best to get the chat up on the phone. Tell you what, I can keep you informed of any questions coming in.
Okay, thanks. So if we go over to Sheehan.
How's it going?
Sorry.
You're all right. How's things?
Thanks. We're getting used to the technology.
Yeah, same.
Everything just seems to be just slightly disjointed, you know.
Yeah, no, it's good. Get it worked out early in the day and progress nicely then.
Yeah. So how are things?
Very good, very good. Thanks for having us and thanks for organising. I can't imagine the logistics behind getting so many distilleries involved and people involved.
Well, thankfully, I haven't had to do very much of that. That's all been left to Paul, who seems about 3 stone lighter and has an awful lot less hair, you know. But the whole team have been working really hard behind the scenes, getting everything, getting the boxes and all sorted. If anybody hasn't seen these, the branding and stuff is fabulous. It's really good. Brilliant. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about Glendalough.
Glendalough, yes, absolutely.
Number 2.
Number 2, brilliant. So, yeah, for anyone who's maybe not as familiar with ourselves as others, we're a craft distillery from, as the name suggests, in Glendalough in County Wicklow. Founded back in 2011, before the lads set it up. We're here for the double barrel. It's really nice liquid, great introduction to our range.
So this is the double barrel?
Yeah, double barrel. Yeah, so it's a single grain whiskey. As with kind of all the whiskies we like to do, it's at least 2, sometimes 3 casks. So this one is a perfect introduction to our range. Yeah, that's the bottle on screen there. So that man on screen, St. Kevin, he's our kind of Bear Grylls from the 6th century. He moved out to the Wicklow countryside, kind of founded Glendalough itself, and that's why he ties in with the brand nicely. Our lads who kind of left their city jobs and went to start up a craft distillery. Well,
for anyone who's never been to Glendalough, and I'm sure there's probably not that many, but for anyone who's never actually been, it's known as the Glen of the Two Lakes, and it's just the most beautiful place. It's an absolutely stunning area, the whole place. And St. Kevin came and founded 7 churches, am I correct?
That's it.
7 churches, most of which are still pretty much intact.
Some of them are incredible. The roof and everything is still on them.
It's amazing, absolutely amazing. It's called the religious city, and you can sort of see why. But it's an amazing setting. Can I just say, the advert you did with St. Kevin, you know the one? It's like a mini. It's like a mini episode of Game of Thrones. It's absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it reminded me of, or a Viking series as well.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was funny. It was it was really dramatic and fun, and yeah, it was really good. I loved it. Now, as a craft distillery, you're obviously now bringing out different products of your own, to put your own stamp on things. Could you tell? I mean, we've got the double barrel here, but could you tell a little bit more about what else you have or what else you've been doing?
Yeah, well, our double barrel would be alongside our pot still as kind of our 2 core whiskies. The pot still was just released in October alongside our connoisseur collection. So those are kind of limited releases, 17 and 25-year-old. But the pot still, to put our own stamp on things, we've finished it in Irish oak from actually just down the road from the distillery.
Yeah.
And that's kind of linking back with the double barrel, the way we like to put our stamp on things. We got the sherry casks from Montilla in Spain. So it's kind of up the mountains, kind of out of the way, which is right on brand with us. We like to stand apart. So going and having to test them out and find them. And then coming out of date, those would be the most recent releases, Pot Still, and then the Connoisseur collection. And then I already saw in one of the comments there about the Mizunara finished Glendalough. So that's our 13-year-old.
Yep.
Which would be kind of one of our very well-known whiskies. And the 17-year-old from the Connoisseur collection I just mentioned, that's Mizunara finish as well. So
yeah, I think it's where you are with the likes of this. It's this craft and its location and that sort of the whole area that really you've stumped. And it's nice that you've sort of called it after the place you're coming from.
Absolutely.
Because it's such a beautiful area, and I think the branding with the sort of St. Kevin and the cross type thing really ties in. It's really well done, you know.
Yeah, or even the blackbird is actually on his hand in the picture there, and that's the story that a blackbird nested in his hand when he was out praying in the lake.
Finish the story. I know the story. He that nested and he what did he do?
So he was out praying in the lake, and the blackbird landed in his hand, and St. Kevin took that as a test from God to see how committed he was to the cause. So he stood there for 7 days, 7 nights with the blackbird, the arms outstretched, holding this bird up as it nested, and waited for them to hatch.
St. Kevin does sound a bit OTT.
Oh yeah, very committed man. We always say the Bear Grylls of the 6th century.
Yeah, he's a character. The stories about him are all legendary. Now, so I want to pour myself out little bits of these, because if I go through 18, by the time I get to the very end of this, the first one might be a little bit more coherent than the last one. So I'm only pouring out little bits. So talk us through the double barrel. Talk us through what you...
Yeah, so it's a 4-year-old whiskey. It's 3 years bourbon oak casks, and then a year in Spanish Oloroso sherry. And on the nose straight away, you kind of notice dark fruits.
Yep.
Or certainly I do. I know everyone has a different palate and nose, but things like raisins, fig, or even Christmas cake notes.
Yeah, I get it as that sort of a quite light sort of baked raisins and sultanas, that kind of like a sultana cake, you know.
Yeah, or even just the slight hints of vanilla will naturally come through from the American bourbon.
Yeah, there's almost that. I always call it a sort of fresh tobacco note. You know, it's that kind of almost peppery spice note that comes through.
There, yeah. But I think it's the taste really where this whiskey comes alive. So I'm gonna try it. And it straight away, the work from the sherry Oloroso casks. Smooth, sweet, that kind of chewy feel. It's one of my favorites from our entire range, and it's one of our core ones. So that's great that it's going to be around for so long. As a craft, obviously you move on with different things. But I don't know yourself, any particular notes from the cake?
I think that it's certainly got a very approachable flavour to it, and for quite a young whiskey, it's got quite a decent body to it. You know, it's 4 years old and it's quite young, but having that sherry cask finish brings out some jammy notes, some of the continues on with the fruit.
The honey and caramel comes through for me quite nicely. That gives it that sweet kick.
Yeah, there's a. I often get that note where it's nearly like opening a fresh box of clothes. You know, it's that kind of fresh, unscented type smell.
It's interesting you mentioned cloves there. Just one of the comments I noticed came up saying festive. So they tie in quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think it's a very approachable, and it has got good depth coming from the sherry for quite a young whiskey, you know.
Yeah, and like for a 4-year-old, we had entered it into San Francisco, and it won Best Irish Whiskey under 7 years, and also won a double gold. So the age for what it's doing is really impressive, and that's why we're so proud of it, particularly.
Yeah.
And then the finish, I even just still having the hints of it here. Well, you mentioned spices earlier. That's really where I see them coming through.
Yeah. And the finish, the finish is not huge on it, but it won't be for a young whiskey. But it's very pleasant, very sweet, very again, still some hints of spice on it, and again the vanilla. I think it works really well. Do you want me to tell you the truth? I actually had a couple of them last night.
Very good.
My bottle's just sitting just up here. So I had a couple of them last night because it's really easy to drink, really approachable, really easy.
Yeah, and that's, as I say, why it's such a really nice introductory one to our range.
Mm-hmm.
Delighted to be here because it is like we are distiller, and if anyone's going to have a good note and be able to tell you something about our whiskey, he used to call it his everyday whiskey that he could pour it on cornflakes. It's just that easy to go down.
Yeah. Maybe we'd skip putting on the cornflakes. But,
no, I'd hold off. I'd probably hold the cornflakes myself.
I mean, holding off to noon was about as good as I can do these days, you know.
Yeah.
But no, it's very approachable. Now, I'm going to be asking this question pretty much of everybody. What's happening in the future? What's going to be happening in the next 12 months, 2 years?
12 months, 2 years. So the release of our connoisseur collection before Christmas 2019, that's kind of made sure nothing's over the horizon too soon. Let them settle, and the pot still's out in market now alongside Double Barrel and some of our other range. I know distillery talk is always a big one with us because we're working out of a very small working distillery at the moment, so we're not open to tours, no visitor centre unfortunately at the moment, but potentially down the line. I know with everything that's just happened in the world, these things can get pushed back. Haven't heard too many updates or changes of plan.
No.
But I'd be hopeful because obviously you've already touched on Glendalough itself is so beautiful.
Yeah.
To have a visitor centre or anything down there would be really nice and be another excuse to get out to such a beautiful part of the island.
Yeah, I was down your neck of the woods in January, and it's just a stunning location, absolutely stunning. And in January it was really good because at the time I thought it's really good because there's not too many tourists about.
Okay.
Which was kind of ironic, really, you know. But it's an absolutely magnificent part of the world. Again, we're rushing through these, and I don't have a huge amount of time to talk to anybody. But is there anything you'd like to say to the people watching about anything? Maybe, I don't know, a suggestion of if they've tried the Doublewood now, like it, what's the next step, or what they want, what you recommend?
So Double Barrel is our introductory. The pot still would definitely be the next step. Obviously, such a different type of whiskey. This being smooth and sweet, pot still having a natural spice throughout, which you can then check out. We have the neck tag on our pot still and telling the story of how we sustainably felled our own Irish oak and replanted 7 saplings in place each time. So that's the next step. And then after that, if you're feeling brave enough, there's the connoisseur collection going up.
And just keep progressing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and again, I love the fact that you're this sort of very small craft distillery. You're not independent, you know, etc., etc. I think what you do is lovely. I still love the marketing, and if anybody hasn't seen the St. Kevin advert, go and watch it. It is fabulous. It's like a mini Game of Thrones.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll throw my email like Colin did in if anyone thinks of any questions retrospectively if they want to come back.
Please do. And I'm going to let you go and move on to the next one.
That's brilliant. Thanks a lot, Martin. Thanks everyone for having me.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure, my friend. Take care.
Thanks.
Now we have that's us 3 whiskies and 2 distilleries in. Now we are going to have our next guest coming up is from Powers, if they are ready, which we do hope. All of these sort of timing issues and gremlins in the machine. We have to do the survey. Do it later.
Hey, Martin.
Have to do. And if he's not struggling with the gremlins, the illustriously bearded Joe McGowan's coming to join us. Joe, how are you?
Can you see me okay, Martin?
I can sort of see half of your face, but I've seen your face before, Joe.
That's a good half.
Quite a nice face it is, but what you can see of your face with your magnificent beard.
There's not much left. So.
How are you, Mike?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm very good, Martin. Glad to be back to talk about whiskey again for Belfast Whiskey Week. Been on quite a bit over the last few days.
I'm sure you have been. I've seen you. This is bottle number 3. This is Powers.
Yeah.
Give us a quick run through. As I say, this is an introduction. So we kind of want the basics of the story of the brand, because this is designed really for people who maybe aren't that familiar with Irish whiskey. Maybe they are a little bit, and maybe want a bit more of the story. So tell us the story of Powers.
Yeah, well, Powers is one of the kind of longest continually produced Irish whiskey. So in terms of history, it actually dates all the way back to 1791. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody in Ireland who isn't familiar with the brand. But really, for a long time, more recently, it's been a domestic brand. But actually, before that, Powers would have been available pretty much all over the world. But I'll give you a kind of condensed history of it. So the brand itself dates back to 1791, and it was started in Dublin by James Power, who was an innkeeper. He had a small stagecoach inn in the Liberties area of Dublin. If anyone's not familiar with the Liberties, it's a great area of Dublin, but it would have been called the Liberties because they would have been at liberty from the laws of Dublin. So you're able to open up pubs, you're able to open up distilleries. But James had an inn, and eventually he decided to open up his distillery. So he started John's Lane Distillery on Thomas Street in Dublin, and that would have been the home for producing Powers whiskey right up until the 70s. And now, unfortunately, the distillery closed in the 70s, around the time that Irish whiskey was in a bit of an uncertain state, and the decision was made to move production to a new purpose-built facility in Middleton, and that's where we've been producing Powers ever since. Now, if anyone is keen to visit the site, you actually can go see the original site of the distillery. It's now an art college, but if you walk into the courtyard at the National College of Art and Design in Dublin, you can see a lot of the remnants from the old distillery. So the actual original pot stills are still there, and it really is pretty breathtaking to walk into that courtyard and see them. And then aside from the pot stills, you'd have little bits of history, like the old grain mills, some of the old machinery. You would see the Powers insignia, the diamond P, still very visible everywhere. So it's still an important site for us. But Powers was a pot still whiskey. It was known for producing a pot still, and actually a very heavy style of pot still. So if anyone's not familiar, I think you've probably touched on pot still a bit over the last hour or so, but it's a style of whiskey that's only made in Ireland. And what makes it unique is we actually combine malted and unmalted barley together in our mash bill. And our whiskey is triple distilled. So we triple distill our pot still. And pot still whiskey is really characterized by being quite full bodied, quite creamy, quite spicy. And even in terms of pot still whiskey, Powers would be considered to be like one of the more spicy styles. Quite a heavy style of pot still. To give you a bit of a run through of Gold Label itself, because that is just one of the whiskies available in the range. Powers made the decision in 1886 to actually begin bottling their own whiskey. So right up until the 60s, Irish whiskey would have been traded in bond. So what would have happened is, in our case, we would supply our whiskey by the barrel to publicans and bonders who would then label it, bottle it and label it themselves, and we would have provided the labels for them. But the only problem with that is you don't have the final control over the product.
Yes, people were regulating it.
Yeah, so there are some. Now, for the most part, publicans were grand and they did a great job, but there were some people who were trying to get a little bit more out of the liquid. They would have added a bit of excess water. They would have colored it a bit excessively. So Powers weren't particularly fond of this happening and wanted to take a little bit more control over the product. So the decision was made to actually begin bottling their own whiskey, and they were the first distillery in Dublin to do this and one of the first distilleries in Ireland. And if you ever bought Powers under a white label, it meant it would have been bottled in bond by somebody else. Whereas if you bought it with the gold label, it meant it was bottled at the distillery, and we could tell you, it's exactly the way it's supposed to be, and therefore it kind of became customary to call for a gold label, if you're out in the pub.
Yeah. I remember reading about the World's Fair in Chicago, about the gold label. The gold label that you have today, back in the day, it was actually, well, I'll let you tell, because you tell the tale better than I would.
Yeah. I think what you're maybe going to mention how they coloured the labels.
Yeah, and just what they did back in the day.
I think I kind of touched a little bit on this yesterday, but now in Ireland, certainly Powers is seen as a little bit of a dated brand. Mostly our own fault, because nothing was done with for years. But actually, they were really one of the most kind of innovative distilleries, and they would have done a lot of quite new and quite experimental things. And one of the things that they did was they actually used to grind up copper to color the labels, because you couldn't get this color of gold that they wanted. So at the time, it was hugely expensive to produce. Sorry, I'm just going to mute my computer. Hugely expensive to produce. But again, Powers was a real luxury brand. This was a very premium whiskey. And a perfect example of that was the SS Mauritania, which was a luxury cruise liner. Would have sold Powers Gold Label. It would have been the whiskey of choice on ship. There's a great bar in Dublin called the Oak, and it's actually got the original section of the bar from the boat. You can go in there and you can see some of the kind of Powers history and have a glass of Gold Label. But yeah, they were a very innovative distillery, whether it was grinding up the copper to color their labels, bottling their own whiskey, and even creating the miniature. A lot of people don't realize that the miniature bottle was actually invented by Powers.
The baby Powers.
The baby Powers, yeah. And it was it's quite funny as well. They didn't have the technology to have screw caps at the time. So whenever you bought a baby Powers, as it was called, it would come with its own little miniature corkscrew so you could open your bottle.
Powers, as you say, it's seen as being a sort of old-fashioned brand, but that's not the worst thing in the world to have. But in some ways, Powers is nearly standing out from the new crowd, as so many new brands are being released and so many different versions. It's maybe not the worst thing in the world to have this heritage, the actual heritage, and keep to that kind of style. I don't see any real problem with having that sort of standard and having that.
Yeah, no, it's something that we really want to embrace, and we do want to talk about our history and our heritage. It is important. And I mean, when you think about it being old-fashioned, it's been around so long for a good reason. It's a good whiskey. It's a very good whiskey.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people say to me, like, oh yes, that's the whiskey my granddad used to drink, or my dad used to drink that. And I say, do you know what? Then he had very good taste.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, as you say, it's been around for a very long time with very good reason. Now, what we'll do is we'll just pour it, because I always like to pour a whiskey and let it sit for a little minute before we take a sip of it. Now, you did mention it's a pot still whiskey.
So it's actually a blend now. So just to clarify that for everyone. So the decision was made in the 60s to go from a pure pot still, as it would have been called, to a blended whiskey, as that was kind of the global demand at the time, and the same would have been done with Jameson. So it's been a blend since the 60s. Now, what I will say, for a blended whiskey, it's quite unusual in that it's still almost made up entirely of pot still. It's a very heavy pot still blend. So it's actually about 70% pot still in there, and then 30% grain whiskey.
And pot still, again, I'm doing this as an introduction, because I think sometimes it's very easy to get caught up and tell people a lot more about something, or forgetting the basics of this. So pot still whiskey is, as Joe said, unique to Ireland. It came about after the introduction of that malt tax, and it's this blend of malted and unmalted barley, which gives whiskey a real spicy new make feel to it when it's made. It's got that sort of peppery note at the end. Now, Powers being a blend with a very heavy blend pot still, it's got 70% pot still. What can we expect from this, Joe? What are we getting from it?
So I would describe Pars as a distillate-driven whiskey. So it's aged entirely in American ex-bourbon barrels and quite a few refill casks. And the reason that is because we want to showcase the spirit. So when I say distillate style, what I mean is you really want to taste the spirit forward quality of this whiskey. You know, there are other whiskeys in our portfolio which are going to be more wood driven, where it's really all about the different types of casks. But for Pars, it's about that pot still influence, and we really want to showcase the kind of spirit notes. So what I would get for me on the distillate really is, as you say, there's a rich pepperiness. You know, you get it very immediately on the nose. And when we say pot still spice, generally what we're talking about is like freshly cracked black pepper. Sometimes you get a little bit of a clove quality coming across as well. And then that's just kind of balanced with the wood. So like I said, it's American ex-bourbon barrels. So you're going to get your kind of honey notes, you know, your typical American ex-bourbon flavor profile. I always get quite a lot of cereal on the nose as well. My taste of notes sometimes would be, people would laugh at them, but sugar puffs, you know, I'd probably get quite a few people here who maybe don't know what sugar puffs are. I don't know if they're available all over the world, but you get this sweet cereal note coming across on the nose.
Yeah, it's got that sweet cereal. There's I sort of pick up that almost like a cinnamon note to it. Which is sometimes I get that whenever people talk about a spice that seems to be a sort of lend itself a bit more to that sort of fresh cinnamon. It's
I always feel like I should say, you know, when you're nosing and tasting a whiskey, and I'm sure you know this yourself, Martin, like it's so subjective. You know, I can only give you guidelines and what I expect.
Well, I always find if you don't hydrate properly, it totally skews everything. If you're thirsty, things taste a lot different than they do just sitting in the evening after you've maybe had a pint of stout or something, you know, and everything just changes. I always tell people there is no right or wrong. It's basically just down to yourself. I remember one time this girl, she was doing a tasting and she couldn't say what it was she was nosing. And I said, no, come on. And she said, it smells exactly the same as a cupboard that my grandmother had. And I said, well, that's perfect. You know, she was sort of scared and intimidated to say this because she thought she was wrong. And I had to explain to her, you can't be wrong with an opinion. You know,
and those kind of taste notes are the best. Like I love to hear when people say, you know, oh, it reminds me of my dad's workshop or an old pair of leather boots or something. You know, that's where whiskey tasting gets fun.
Absolutely, and I talk all the time about whiskey should be an experience, and you get to buy into a story, and I don't think there's probably too many stories in Irish whiskey that rival Pars. So when you're tasting a whiskey like Pars, you're buying into that heritage, you're buying into that authenticity, that story, and a heritage that you can go and spend time reading about and finding out about as well. But it appeals to the nerd in me, Joe, you know?
Yeah. And one of the things that's great about Pars is the guys at John's Lane were so meticulous with their record keeping that we actually have a lot of the history there. If you ever visit Middleton, we have an archive. Now it would rival most museums. Well, that's where we would keep all of our kind of historical documents. And for Pars, we just have this massive wealth of materials. Like they've got pay slips, they've got ledgers, they've got the names of the employees, they've got photographs. There's a great photograph of the football team, the John's Lane football team with all the guys' names below it. And then there's some fantastic videos online. If you're ever bored and you want to Google Pars Whiskey RTE, there's some great videos of the guys actually at the distillery and working there. So yeah, no, it's a massive wealth of history. And if you're into that and you're a bit of a history nerd, then definitely do a bit of exploring.
It's fascinating and fabulous too. Now we're going to do a little taste. Again, that spice, the creamy. I'm a big fan of mouthfeel, and I think Pars was a really good mouthfeel. The vanilla. Again, it's very distillate driven, as you say. It's very much the spirit coming through. A little bit of heat. And again, that peppery, the spice, vanilla, the wood, there's oak, and definitely the cereal coming through there as well. I love it. I'm a big fan of Pars.
Yeah, I mean, I working for Dylan Bass, Irish Distillers, like I have a massive portfolio of whiskies to play with. You know, we've got Jameson and Pars and Redbreast and the Spots and Middleton. But Pars Goat Label is the whiskey that I find myself coming back to more often than not. You know, it's my bread and butter. Like if I'm out in the weekend and I'm just having a whiskey, or if I'm just sitting at night and I just want a whiskey to drink, just to enjoy. I'm not trying to delve really deeply into it and make loads of taste notes. I just want a nice whiskey to enjoy. This is what I generally go for.
Well, I would go between sort of Pars and Black Bush. That would be my sort of two go-to whiskies, which are both very different. You know, one's a single malt sherry cask finish and the sweetness, and then the Pars is very much the sort of pot still. Again, like most of these whiskies today, because they're they are the sort of entry level whiskies, if you like. This is the introduction. What else is there in the Pars range for people who don't know?
Yeah, so for a long time, Goat Label was really the only one that was available. Goat Label, and then there was also a 12-year-old variant, which is no longer available. But over the last few years, we've been releasing a number of different single pot stills. Mm-hmm. So the next step up, I guess, if you want to call it that, from the Goat Label would be Pars 3 Swallow release. Yeah. And 3 Swallow is a single pot still. The name itself, 3 Swallow, comes again back to history. So when John's Lane was in operation, everything being transported in by horse and cart, there would have been 3 men who would have worked the cart, 2 at the front to steer, and then 1 for balance. And the story goes, in winter, it was a little bit cold. They would carry a flask of whiskey with enough to have a drink or a swallow each. And eventually we started to put swallows on the bottles as a way to show people the age of the whiskey. So this would have been what a lot of distilleries did when the adult literacy rate in Ireland would have been particularly high. A lot of people couldn't read or write. Yeah. But if you put symbols in a bottle, it would then tell you how old the whiskey was. So that's what we actually did. Now, the whiskey itself, 3 Swallow, the symbols on the bottle are no longer anything to do with the age. It's really just about, paying homage to that wee bit of history. But 3 Swallow would be the next step up. It also includes a little bit of Spanish oaks. We do use a small inclusion of sherry casks on it. And then there would have been another whiskey, which was Pars Signature release, which is still available. It's still in the market at the moment, but unfortunately it will slowly be delisted. But then the next step up, which is one that we spent a good bit of time talking about yesterday, and one of my all-time favorites, is the John's Lane release, which is a 12-year-old version of Pars, and it's really the super pot still heavy, very rich, very creamy, very waxy, very old school Dublin style of whiskey.
Yeah, it's got a fantastic oily mouthfeel. I'm a big fan of John's Lane and the cask strength yesterday, which was exclusive to the Whiskey Festival.
Very special treat.
I think Paul was rather excited by this. he seemed happy with it, shall we say?
Giddy. Very giddy.
He was like a kid on Christmas morning. So I'm asking everybody: what plans? Is there anything new on the pipeline, or are you sticking with your tradition and your heritage, or what?
It's a bit of both. So Pars finally is getting the attention that it deserves. So for a long time, we really were investing heavily in Jameson, and I think that was the right decision, absolutely, because now Jameson is a household brand. It's available everywhere. But we now have time to kind of revisit some of our older whiskies, and Pars is actually beginning to get a bit of attention. So it's getting a rebrand, and the rebrand is live at the moment. So this is the kind of the new look for it now. So it's just a bit of an updated packaging, and so a new bottle and a new label design, which is hopefully going to be able to introduce some more people to the whiskey, so make it stand out a wee bit more. We also recently launched Pars Old Fashioned, which is actually a old-fashioned cocktail in a bottle. So again, really kind of innovative and experimental, but really for me, it's just getting a bit of a new lease of life and a bit more attention. So it's one that I'm a Pars lover, so I'm always happy to talk about it. But I think now we have a reason to give it a little bit more attention. So the bottle itself is it's going to be available in Ireland kind of over the next few months, and then the premiums are actually already available down south. They won't be hitting Northern Ireland for a little bit longer, but they will be available over the next few months.
Excellent stuff. As I say, the Pars is probably the one that you find in most pubs, certainly in Ireland. It has. I remember, and then it was the go-to drink for the whiskey drinker a lot of the time. People they would have had Bushmills, Jameson, and Powers, and a lot of the old guys. That's what they would have reached for. They'd give me a gold label, and normally drunk with a stout and a pipe or a cigarette. But
Yeah.
now it's there's a reason why they drunk it. These were guys that had drunk their lives, and that was the one they had settled on. So it's a fantastic whiskey, and I know you make a mean old fashioned yourself. I've had a couple of those before.
I do, yeah. It's the old fashioned is that's the cocktail that got me into whiskey. You know, I think I was probably watching a bit of Mad Men and saw Don Draper drink it and go, oh, he looks pretty cool. I drink one of those. But it's the cocktail. It was my kind of gateway into whiskey, and I think a lot of people get into whiskey through cocktails and through drinking it mixed, and then gradually end up to where we are now, where you just want to drink it straight.
Well, I think flavour of the month for a lot of people was JMO and ginger. I mean, that pushed them to say redbreasts and all this kind of stuff as well. You know.
Yeah, well, and the one thing I would say is, like, you know, when you get a whiskey like Powers Gold Label, where it's sitting at its price point, it's a whiskey that you don't have to feel guilty about mixing. You know, you can drink it neat, you can drink it with soda, you can have it in an old fashioned, makes a fantastic Irish coffee. You know, it's a very versatile whiskey. It
is, because it's not too heavy, and it's got a really nice flavour to it, but it's not dominant in any way. So it lends itself quite well to cocktails, you know. I'm a fan of Powers. I like Powers.
Good man. No, it's one, like I said, it's for me, it's the one. And when I work with a lot of brands now, but when I first started this job, I was the brand ambassador for Powers. It's the only brand I work with. So I'm always a wee bit, you know, I won't say defensive, but I certainly it's one that I hold it close to my heart.
Yeah, it's I think I see a brighter future for it as well. I see it being as a sort of flagship for a lot of pot still whiskies to sort of come behind. I know it's a blend, but it's very heavy pot still, and it's very traditional Irish, and I can see owing to Irish distillers, and well, there's no point hiding behind the bush, you know, the power of Irish distillers to push it and really getting people signed up to pot still, and just how good and different it is from your cigarettes and all of that, you know.
Yeah, well, it's a whiskey that doesn't pretend to be something else. You know, it is a pot still heavy blend, and it's a whiskey for whiskey drinkers. You know, it's something that if you like whiskey, you'll like it. You know, because it is rich, it is spicy, it is intense. There is that little bit of heat from the pot still. So, you know, if somebody had never tried whiskey before, it's probably a little bit more of a heavy style. But it's the sort of thing, once you've got your head around whiskey and got your head around pot still, it's a whiskey that you'll enjoy.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's something that we'll have for a very, very long time, and rightly so. Joe, I'm going to have to go. I have to rattle through these people. I'd love to stay and talk to you, but I shall send you on your merry way, and take care, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
All right, Martin. Thanks very much. See you all later. Bye.
Take care. Bye. So that's Powers. Again, fabulous history. If you're a history buff and don't know maybe a huge amount about Irish whiskey, Powers, if you investigate and have a read through the story of Powers, it's one that really is the history of Irish whiskey. And it's a huge brand in Ireland, and has always been associated with Irish whiskey. And I hope you enjoyed it, because it's a fairly typical style. Now, we're going all the way down to Dingle, and Graham is going to join us. Hello, sir.
Hello, good afternoon from Dingle.
How are you?
I'm good. The sun is shining. It was
well,
raining about 10 minutes ago, but the sun is shining now, so it's all good. Dingle.
I'm on the Northumberland coast, and the sunshine hasn't reached us yet. You know,
but we'll send it on its way.
Good man. So everything going well?
Everything's going well, considering. Yeah, we're kind of back to a degree of normality. The distillery tours started up probably 4 weeks ago now, and we're getting a steady footfall through the door. Reduced numbers on the tours just to ensure the distancing, but we're still we're still able to at least get some people in and experience Dingle.
It's good. After the sort of devastation of COVID, I know you were going to launch your batch number 5. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. I know the whole launch and everything had to be cancelled, and everything kind of got sent back for the distillery. and I know you're not terribly long in the job that you're in just at the minute, so you've really had to sort of hit the ground running in some ways after an initial start,
Yeah, it's been an interesting start. I arrived in Dingle mid-October last year, so I haven't even done 12 months here. So in whiskey terms, that's nothing. It's just.
So, do you want to give a bit of your background? Tell everybody, because they'll have picked up that you're possibly from Scotland, not Ireland.
Yeah, definitely no Irish. I don't think there's any Irish blood in me at all. I haven't looked that far back, but certainly I don't think so. No, purebred Scot. I started working in the whiskey industry back in 1994 with Glenfiddich and Balvenie. I was initially started working in the bottling side of things at Glenfiddich, and then moved into distillation and looked after Glenfiddich, Balvenie, Kinninvie, and the four things that was on site there. So I spent 11 good years there. Then I moved to become distillery manager at Glenmurray Distillery in Elgin, and I was there 14 years.
I'll just say I'm a huge fan of Balvenie. I think Balvenie is one of the just fabulous whiskey. It was probably, in fact, it probably was the first quality whiskey, I feel like, that I really sort of decided to take time with, and that is perfect for that. But you moved over to Dingle, so this is our number 4. And how have you found all the way down in the southwest?
It's a lovely part of the world, and I think if you're going to have to experience lockdown anywhere, then the Dingle Peninsula is certainly one of the nicest places to be. We were so fortunate with the weather that we got in kind of March, April, early May. It was outstanding. So yeah, it's been as painless as it can be to be here. Just enjoying, getting to know the whiskey stock that's maturing at Dingle. The Dingle started life at the end of 2012, so the whiskey, the oldest whiskey now, is just creeping into its 8th year. So there's a good range of whiskey there, both single malt and pot still as well. So
when Dingle first came onto the market, it came on with a massive bang. It was huge, and I think in many ways it became the first collectible Irish whiskey, if you know what I mean. The first new release collectible Irish whiskey, and it came on with just a huge presence, and it has maintained that since. I mean, I know the gin, we're doing the whiskey, but I know the gin has been just a huge success.
Yeah, the gin was very helpful. There was no grand plan at the beginning for the gin to be so successful. It was just fortunate that there was such an upsurge in gin across the world, and Dingle was able to get on that and ride with it. And that certainly helped the distilleries, the whiskey side of things, because whiskey making is an expensive business, especially when you're not, you're producing a lot more spirit than you're actually selling at the other end. So any cash coming in is very, very useful.
I think people sometimes don't appreciate just how important a cash flow is, and with whiskey, no matter what you do, you can't sell it for 3 years. So minimum.
No, you can't, and because we're in single malt territory and pot still, we're maturing for longer, and the aim is that you'll see Dingle in double figures, not too far away. So your average age of stock is probably more, when we get to maturity, it'll probably be more around 7, 8, 9 years old average age. So it's a long time to
it wait. Is a long. Now, what we'll do is we'll pour what do we have actually in the bottle?
Okay, so what you've got today is the latest release from Dingle, which is the Batch 5 single malt. And as you said, it was released just at the time of lockdown. We were going to do a bit of a launch on it up in Dublin, but that was swiftly cancelled. So it's been a bit more of a softer launch, but we have got the whiskey out there to markets, so it's it's good to see it being received.
So what is the Batch 5? What does it consist of? Because I know Dingle like to do normally fairly complex bottlings.
Yeah, I think if you look at the history of the batches, the previous batches, there's generally always been a combination of cask types mixed together, and I've said before that I think that helps with the younger age of whiskey, that you're getting different flavour profiles from those different casks, and then they all help one another in the final composition. So this one is no different. The cask components are ex-bourbon, Pedro Jimenez, sweet cherry, and also Madeira casks, which are a bit more rarer to come across.
Yeah.
The composition is 45% bourbon, 45% Pedro Jimenez, and 10% of the Madeira.
Yeah, and it on the nose, it's very complex.
There's a lot going on there, and I like to think that the bourbon cask is contributing a lot there with the sweet spicy notes and the vanilla. You get your kind of honeycomb character coming through. It's I think it's nice to see the bourbon casks come to the fore, because they sometimes get a little bit forgotten when everybody's looking for exotic cask types and things. But the bourbon, without the bourbon barrel, the whiskey industry would be a much smaller place. And
I think in terms of cost of barrels, without bourbon barrels, that would be the cost of the things would be absolutely enormous. But
yeah, definitely.
Your cask selection, where you're getting your casks from, is real quality. I mean, the quality of your casks just shines through. It really does.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, most common question I'm asked is why did you move to Dingle? Why would you leave Scotland after so many years and come to Dingle and make Irish whiskey? But I think the thing that swung it for me was walking into the warehouse and just casting my eye around and seeing such a good quality casks. All first fill, obviously. So we're not buying in any second-hand casks. They're all brand new to us, and there's a high percentage of sherry casks, and within that, a very high percentage of Pedro Jimenez casks, which is unique. Really, I haven't come across that quantity of Pedro Jimenez being filled. So we have there's lots of things for me to play with and work with. the batch.
Yeah, like I can just picture you like a kid in a candy store,
Well, it's you just walk in and you're just mesmerised by casks, and you don't need to say anything or ask anything. You just absorb it and look, and you can tell good casks from bad, even almost from the outside as well. You know how they've been looked after, and that's one thing. The Paddy who runs the warehouse for Dingle, he's meticulous in what he does and what he fills, and any sign of slight leakage, he's on it in a flash. And that's the kind of care that you need, because investing lots of money in the wood, you do need to get the best out of it and the most out of it.
I see that when you talk about the casks, I see there's a big grin appearing on your face. It's just shining through.
The casks, I have a history of using lots of different casks, especially at Glenbury. I had a free hand to experiment, and we used lots of different casks and wine casks and did different things. So it's nice to be able to again be given pretty much a free hand at Dingle to widen the portfolio, really. As I say, we've probably got 4 main cask types: the bourbon, the 2 sherries, and port, and then we've got smaller quantities of other things. So I'm really just trying to work on that and just widen the portfolio a little bit without going daft and losing direction of where we need to go as well.
Well, I do think all the batches are distinct and of their, that they have their own presence. But your new make spirit at Dingle, quality of it is fabulous. It's when it starts off with a good life, ends up in good casks. You in some ways you kind of think that it's going to be easy then because you've got these wonderful ingredients, but there must be a lot of trepidation about how you put these together, because sometimes a lot of people don't understand that certainly the blending, you're trying to get more than the sum of its parts. So there must be almost a fear that this isn't going to be, you're going to mess it up some way,
It is, because coming from Scotland, where the distilleries I've worked for have obviously been there a long, long time. They've got firm foundations, and you've got stock that you kind of know. You know it's going to turn out, because you can compare 15-year-old whiskey with 5-year-old whiskey, and you know the journey it will go on. But at Dingle, where every year is a new year as the whiskey matured, so you're seeing them develop, and combining casks together is not. It's not the most common thing to do. Bourbon and sherry, maybe, yes, that happens quite a lot. But when you start adding in things like port or Madeira into, a bourbon and sherry mix, then you've got to be careful that you get the best out of each one. Because in this one, the batch 5, I started in my head with a higher Pedro Jimenez percentage, and thinking, that would be the way forward. But I did different samples at different compositions, and eventually took the Pedro Jimenez percentage down a bit because it just didn't work as well. There wasn't the balance there. So, you're always learning. There's not, and that's the great thing about whiskey. There's nobody knows everything about it, and we're at Dingle. Obviously, we're heading a journey that we definitely don't know. I don't know what Dingle tastes like at 12 years old. You can only guess,
That there's a real nuttiness to that, a real like hazelnut. Obviously the sherry and the Madeira is coming through.
The Madeira Madeira for me is that nutty character is very, very common in the Madeira cask, and almost you get also like a burnt sugar type flavor as well. So it's quite a heavy. It's quite a heavy flavor. Madeira doesn't, takes time to work. I've used Madeira casks at Glenmurray, and they were always quite a slow burner. Really, you needed time to get that Madeira flavor and get a balance. So that's why I went lightly on the Madeira. I wanted some of the character, but if you go too far with Madeira, you can get a dryness, which is not always to everybody's taste.
No. You have this lovely range of casks, and you have your pot stills and your single malt and so on and so forth. Are we just going to keep seeing batch 6, batch 7, or is there different things in the pipeline, or where's Dingle going? I know you've just released batch 5, but I'm kind of asking everybody today, what is there? Is there some diversion from this, or are you sticking with what you're doing, or what's new for Dingle?
I think probably for the next year or two, the batch release system will continue with the single malt and the pot still, but then I think we'll move to what I would call more a core expression, or expressions which are available all year round. The whiskey will be of an age where we can do that and offer it might be a 10-year-old, it might be before that, but it can stand on its own, and hopefully we can release a whiskey that's consistent, and it's a taste that people recognize as Dingle, because we want to have followers. You know, we need repeat purchases as well as new people wanting to try something different all the time. So you've got to cater for for all needs. But I think we'll move towards core expressions with more limited releases on top of that, which may only be a few thousand bottles, or even single cask releases as well. So I think you'll see us evolving into that over the next few years.
Good. I was down with you in January, and the place it's kind of deceiving because on the outside, it looks like a farm building. You walk in and it's just this fabulous little distillery, and you can basically see the entire distillery whenever you walk in the door. It's got a big brand, it's like a big brand presence in Irish whiskey now that came from very small. And whenever you go down, it's kind of like it's just surprising that it's such a big hitter from such small origins.
It is, it's unique. And again, when I came to Dingle the first time, it's lovely. We've got the wooden washbacks, and right beside them you've got the copper stills. So everything is in the same room. We've even got a wooden mash tun, which is unique. It's not something you would really go out and choose, maybe, but it's part of the history, and and it's worked hard over the last few years. It's just a 1 ton mash, and you can imagine the lads have to jump in and dig out the mash every 2 mashes a day. So it's definitely a hands-on process, and you see what you see is what you get with Dingle. That's kind of the whole thing about the brand that I would hope to try and continue is that there is this kind of transparency of what we do and what we don't. It's just it's nice to be able just to keep people involved.
It is, and the fact that you've now opened up again for tours is great. Anyone wanting to go and see a sort of I wouldn't say you're particularly a small craft study, because you're not really. It's quite because it's quite big what you do in some ways. But it's well worth making the journey down, and the drive down alone's worth doing. Never mind going and seeing the distillery. Graham, I'd love to stay and talk to you for longer, but I have to sort of rattle through as many of these guys as possible. Again, give my love to everybody down there. You're a wonderful place. I love it. More batches. We'll
keep them coming. There should be this isn't a plug, but there'll be a pot still released before the end of the year. Pot still. Excellent. So that's something to look forward to.
I can look forward to that. As I say, give my love to everybody down there. Lovely to carry.
To speak to you again.
Okay, take care. Bye, man. Now I have to go through and do the rankings. We'll do that later. Same as we've been doing. I'm only taking tiny little measures of this. I hope that people watching this are drinking the full bottles, because by the time we get to bottle 19 later on, we will it'll probably get a bit messy. So the next up, number 5, will be the Liberties, which Joe McGowan touched on a little while ago with the Pars. And if we can get a representative from the Liberties distillery down in Dublin. Now, Joe gave a little bit of the history of the Liberties. It was this area just outside the wall of Dublin, where the laws didn't extend just the same as the rest of the city. So people were freer to do more stuff. So there was more breweries, distilleries, this kind of thing was set up there. And it really was sort of the brewing heartland, if you like, of Dublin. Now, if you're not familiar with where that is, it's on the south side of the river, really just tucked in behind Guinness. It's just tucked in where the massive Guinness brewery is tucked in behind that. And obviously, when the big Irish distilleries in Dublin closed, of course they're Irish, when they closed in the 1970s and moved everything all production of pretty much all production of Irish whiskey, barring Bushmills, moved out to Middleton. That all disappeared. Now there is distilleries opening up in Liberties, and this is the one that they've sent up to us. Now they are open.
Whenever you're ready, boys.
They do have a fairly large cask finish. If you go down into the distillery, you will find that they have a fair number of different versions up for release. Again, they have some entry levels, all the way up to really quite premium ones. They would have quite a lot, quite a range for a new whiskey distillery, new brand. They have a fairly large range. Now, I think do we have anybody from the Liberties?
Yes, we have Stephanie here. We're just trying to get her set up with the camera.
Okay. No. So what we could do is, just while Stephanie is getting her camera set up, we can just pour a little bit out. I'm sort of dribbling a little bit. And we can let it sort of decant. I often like letting a whiskey sit for a while before I ever drink it. It lets the oxygen react to it and does develop flavors. More so that the sort of more premium whiskies you have, really the more you'd want it to sit. And again, whiskey should always be about an experience, especially if you're buying something that's a bit more premium, because it's designed to last. That's really what you're going to be paying for, and that's all about the experience. Now, the Liberties will be coming on when, and you probably will go down to the Liberties. It's when you go down, the distillery sits right on the street, and it's easy to sort of miss where it is. It's a fairly narrow road, but then it's big building inside. It's really, really well kitted out. The branding of it's really quite in your face. It stands out. Dublin Liberties Distillery. As I say, they have, I think, probably about 7 or 8 different bottlings out that are they do range from the sort of introductory level, all the way up to Murder Lane, it's called, which is maybe a strange name for it, but it actually refers to a little sort of hidden alley that was down in the Liberties. As you can imagine, the Liberties back in the day would have been, because it was a little bit lawless. That was the appeal of it. It had that reputation as well. Back in the 1880s, there was a fire down there at a bonded warehouse, and it was a great whiskey fire of Dublin. And unfortunately, 13 people lost their lives in that fire. All of them from alcohol poisoning, because what they did was they smashed some of the casks to stop the spread of the fire, and people were running around filling their boots. They were filling mop buckets and drinking basically new make spirit. And unfortunately, some people didn't realise this, and well, it proved fatal for them. But it set fire to the whole Liberties area. But unfortunately, it was saved by a guy who served in the New York Fire Department. He put it out. He managed to. He realised that pouring water on it wasn't going to do any good, so he put cement and various other things onto it to put it out. So we shall have a little nosing while we're overcoming the technical difficulties. We've had nothing but problems with the gremlins and the machines over all morning. It has been a bit strange. It's almost as if they don't want us to broadcast, but we're getting there. Stick with us. Stick with us. Oh, that's very fresh.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, do we have?
Can you hear me?
Is Stephanie going
Yes,
to
Stephanie. Yes, Stephanie, we hear you.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. It was really trying to keep me out. But hi.
Hello.
I was able to hear you while I was frequently just button bashing, and I heard you talk about the Great Whiskey Fire. I mean, that's one of my favorite stories about Dublin whiskey history. It's just
terrific.
hilarious.
It's hilarious. Not for the people who passed away tragically, but it's hilarious for the rest.
But it's just so nonsensical. Did you know that actually at the Roe & Co distillery, if you guys haven't checked it out, that's also really cool, but they have a mural on the wall right outside the distillery, and it actually depicts lots of different scenes of the Roe & Co brand through history, but one of those little items is that they actually reference the Liberties fire. I've just realised that my introduction is me being really excited about a mass fire in Dublin. So well, what an introduction. Hi guys.
Well, at least we're getting an introduction. At least you've finally got here. So tell us about the Dublin Liberties distillery. Tell us the story. Tell us some of the
So I should probably tell you who I am, so I'm not just a crazy person who hijacked their way into Belfast Whiskey Week. So my name is Stephanie Shen, and I am actually the global brand ambassador for the Dead Rabbit Irish Whiskey. So the Dead Rabbit Irish Whiskey is a part of, it's under the umbrella of the Dublin Liberties Distillery. So yeah, I mean, you kind of covered the kind of main key points of what you need to know about Liberties and that area, and, the fact that it was a massive focal point for distillation and brewing and lots of other very questionable activities in the mid 1800s. So, I mean, it's really exciting that obviously we're in this time period where Irish whiskey is on the rise, and there's so many things happening, and it's really, really nice to see this rejuvenation of the Liberties area. We have essentially 4 different whiskey hotspots within, I think it's a 15-minute walk. So you've got the Roe & Co Distillery, Teeling's Distillery, Dublin Liberties Distillery, and then the Jameson Experience on Bow Street. So we've got we're reviving the Liberties. So it's really, really exciting. But about the actual distillery, I mean, we're pretty new. So we only celebrated our birthday in February. So we've been making whiskey, and Darrell McAuley is our master distiller. And if you don't know him, then you should get to know him, because not only is he a wonderful human being, but he also makes delicious whiskey. So anyone who's a fan of Bushmills, Darrell has over 20 years experience, where he would have been up on Bushmills. When he left, he was the distillery manager, and now he is our master distiller. So, I mean, I guess for me, I'm a part of the Liberties family, but I think I was brought on to talk about Dead Rabbit. And if not, then we can talk more about whiskey fires and questionable activities in the Liberties.
This is the bottle we have with the Liberties on it. Bottle number 5. What's in the glass? What's in the bottle?
So it's Dead Rabbit Irish Whiskey. This is something that I'm really, really excited about. So a bit of background, I actually was a bartender for about 10 years in Dublin City. So obsessed with cocktails. And if you know anything about cocktails, then you must have heard about this bar called the Dead Rabbit Bar in New York. Now, that was set up by 2 guys from Northern Ireland. You've got Jack McGarry and Sean Muldoon. And they are, I would consider them very key people to help bring rejuvenation back into the Irish whiskey industry, for sure. So they decided they were responsible for what was considered the world's best cocktail bar that was up in Belfast, which was the Merchant Hotel. And then they got nabbed, brought over to New York, and that's where they opened the Dead Rabbit Grocery and Grog. Now, in this bar, they wanted to bring Irish hospitality to America, and they did really, really well. So, like, they're pretty famous, but they had a massive emphasis on Irish whiskey.
Yeah.
And they really, really pushed the category in a way that, you know, when I first became a bartender 10 years ago, Irish whiskey did not go in cocktails. You know, it was, you know, there's no ice, there's no water, there's two fingers, that's it. You don't even look in the direction of the tap. That's how you drink Irish whiskey. So the idea of putting it into a cocktail was alien to everyone. So so I think that they did a lot to transform the reputation of Irish whiskey within the world of cocktails, which is where I'm from, but it also did a lot to help bring Irish whiskey to you know, to the forefront of their service, and to help bring new people to grow to love the spirit. Yeah. So, you know, you've got these really like New York is kind of, I don't want to say it's the center of the world, but it's definitely at the forefront of like Western culture.
It's not far away. If it's not at the center, it's not far away from the center.
Exactly, you know. So if you've got a bar that's considered, and you know, for those of you who don't know, it actually won almost every conceivable award that you can win for best cocktail bar, you know, best cocktail team, best cocktail menu. So they were considered to be the best cocktail bar in the world by almost anybody who has any kind of cocktail awards. That was it. They were just they did such a fantastic job. But they're in New York, and you know, they're teaching people in New York about Irish whiskey and why it isn't just regulated to, you know, you've got one of two brands essentially. Once you get across the water, it was kind of Jameson or it was Bushmills, and they were able to showcase that there's a lot more variety, and they were also able to showcase the versatility of Irish whiskey. So you know, it would be nonsense to have a whiskey named Dead Rabbit Irish Whiskey and not have it in any way associated with the bar. So the story is that Jack and Sean, who are the owners of the bar and the drivers of this phenomenal bar, what they decided to do is they were like, well, if we're an Irish whiskey bar, we probably should have an Irish whiskey. So they decided that they were going to make an Irish whiskey to celebrate their 5th birthday. So they opened the bar in 2013, and they wanted to have something ready to go for 2018. And Darren McNally is also from Northern Ireland, so they decided to kind of, you know, work with Daryl on this project.
Yeah.
And they wanted to make something that I think is it's quite it's unique from the kind of the idea forward. So I think there's been a boom of cocktails, I think, everywhere you go, especially in Ireland. You can see it a lot more tangibly. When I first was a bartender, there was like maybe 3 cocktail bars in Dublin City, and now it's like 3 on every street, you know.
I think people they're drinking less but drinking better quality, drinking better flavors, and that the cocktail and the whiskey market is essentially go hand in hand from my point of view, because they've moved away from white spirits. It used to be people come in and vodka and coke, or you know, rum and coke, and you know, that kind of thing. But now they want actual flavour from the spirit, and well, there is no flavour from vodka essentially, you know. So that whole cocktail, the whiskey by itself, and all that kind of stuff, it goes hand in hand. And now I want to do a little bit of a tasting, because I know those guys, but that's what they want to do. There's a floral quality to that, a little bit of mint coming in there. It's coming up through. So what is the Dead Rabbit? What's in it?
So it's a blended Irish whiskey. It is a blend of malt and grain. And then it's aged exclusively in ex-bourbon barrels for at least 5 years. And then about the 5-year mark, that's when we take it out and we actually finish it off in custom-made 90-liter hogsheads. So they're virgin American oak with a medium char. So the idea behind all of this was you've got Jack and Sean who are essentially saying we want to create a whiskey that will work really well in cocktails. And then you've got Daryl who says that's amazing, but I still want to make sure that the whiskey is really good to drink on its own. And they built this story of like how they were going to do this whiskey. So they were like, right, the whiskey needs to fit both of these categories. And you essentially have one of the pioneers of the cocktail world at that time, which would have been Jack and Sean. And then you've got Darren McNally, who has this wealth of experience. So the two of them came together, but they also really wanted to tell the story of the Dead Rabbit Bar and how Jack and Sean had this journey where, you know, they were born and raised in Ireland. They are Irish through and through. However, they did move to New York. They did open one of the best bars in the world in New York, and they've been living there for 5 years or more at that stage. I think it was about 6. But so what they wanted to do was essentially create an Irish whiskey, but with an American accent.
In America. Yes. Mid-Atlantic is what we talk about. People being mid-Atlantic, like Graham McDowell, like the golfer. he's from Port Rush.
Sports. Oh no. I did not expect golf to be a topic today. No. But
it's that sort of we'll say mid-Atlantic whiskey. Would that be okay?
Yeah. I don't know if Daryl will approve of that. I hope he's not watching and won't give out to me after this. But so the idea was that, you know, it has to work within a cocktail, it has to work well on its own. So the ABV is 44% alcohol by volume or 88 proof. And that's because, you know, when they kind of finalized how they were, the flavors that they wanted. So because it's finished in that virgin medium char hogshead, there's a massive amount of wood influence in there. So you've got a lot of pencil shavings and fresh wood notes, but there's also a lot of spice, a lot of coffee, a lot of dark chocolate. So I think initially you get the kind of classic Irish whiskey that's been aged in an ex-bourbon barrel, where you get all the vanilla and the toffee and the caramel. But once you get really into it, you start to get a lot more of the punchier notes that you'd get from a bourbon. So they also wanted to increase the ABV because it just works better with cocktails. Like if you're putting a 40% whiskey into a cocktail, you are losing quite a lot of the flavor. So bumping up that ABV helps it to really stand strong within cocktails. And it's also, you know, it's at that point where it's 44%. So it is a little bit stronger. It works in cocktails, but not too strong. So that when you're drinking it on its own, it's not overpowering.
It's got very gingery. Very woody, very gingery, quite floral nose. Got that bourbon char flavour to it. It's nice. Yeah, good. Stephanie, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say bye-bye. I know this is short and sweet and very condensed and a little bit manic, but I'm going to have to say bye-bye because I have to keep everything moving along. And if I start being late now, I'm going to be very late later on.
No problem. Well, thank you for having me. Sorry that I just like booped in with a fire and all of that.
I do like your introduction. It's like the crazy word of Arthur Brown. Fire.
All right. Well, it was lovely to chat. I hope you enjoy the whiskey and best of luck with the rest of the festival.
Definitely take care and hopefully I'll see you soon. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Now, so the Dead Rabbit Bar won all these awards, and two guys used to run the merchant. They were the guys who came up with the most expensive cocktail in the world back in the day. A mojito made with Ray and Nephew rum from the 1930s. Now, we are going to go a little bit further north and up to the River Boyne, and we are going to be joined by someone from the Boyne Distillery. And this will be number 6. Okay. So do we have anyone coming in?
I wish I knew. I don't know. Like I haven't been given the name of the rep from Boann Distillery, so If they want to make themselves known, we can get them sorted out.
Yeah, make yourself known, and we can then have a little chat. But to be fair, how do you follow up Stephanie? I know she sort of came in like a storm there, you know. Right, I'm just going to rinse out my palette.
Michael, thank you. Okay, if you can get your camera on. Yep, that'd be good.
I love it whenever someone says, "I wish I knew" when you ask a question. it's always good. So we're going to be joined by Michael Walsh. As I think owing to COVID, all of these remote access to meetings and stuff, this is the future. This is how it's all going to be from now on. Now, lots of things are going to be, but hopefully the Belfast Whisky Festival will resume normal service next year, and we can all meet up for a drink rather than waiting on the gremlins to be sorted out. As I say, the software works really well most of the time, but I think there's nothing beats sort of gauging reaction from people live and letting people interact. That's probably the best way of doing it. Now, so hopefully we get Michael to come in, and he can talk about the Boann distillery. They've recently released one that I haven't actually got to try. It's a single malt. I want to talk to him about it. It's PX I Love You, which is quite funny. The distillery, I've never actually managed to get down. I will have to make that trip some one of these days. But again, the Boann River, full of history, full of charm, etc., etc. Now, if you go onto the Boann Distillery website, you'll be introduced to the Cooney family. I do love this. They put up these little facts about the members of the family and what they're doing and so on and so forth. And Pat is the head of the family, and it says that he is a renowned whistler. So I just did this vision of the CEO of the company walking about all day. You know, I don't know the lost art of whistling. It seems a little bit strange. But there seems to be a real emphasis on environmental stuff.
Gary, can you hear me?
The point of bringing this.
Hello?
Hello, Michael.
Yes, apologies now for the camera facing the other way. It doesn't seem to want to face. It's probably a blessing in disguise. You might not have to look at my ugly mug.
If you can see some of the things that was happening just before 12 o'clock before this started, this is not a problem.
I put the whiskey there.
The whiskey down. Now, hello, Michael. How are you?
I was very good about 3 or 4 minutes ago. I'm sweating now after struggling with my technology for the last couple of minutes, but all good.
You just have to be serene like the Buddha. This is how I'm taking these things. Just take it in your stride. If it all goes sort of pear-shaped, everybody understands, because this is how technology seems to want to work for us.
Yeah, the testing went a lot too smoothly earlier. No issues at all. So when they rose, I did not.
This is the problem. Everything works on the test. So how are we? How's things going in the Boann Distillery?
Things are going very well, for the most part anyway. Yeah, up and running now. My main role will be in and around in production, really. I'm the head distiller here. So yeah, we're in the middle of production now as we speak. So I snuck away to the boardroom to join yourselves. We're getting back down. All's going well in Boann.
Now, give us a little bit of the history, a little bit of the story, the origins, etc., etc. Now, I touched a little bit on the family, but if you care to elaborate on that.
Yeah, so it's founded by the Cooney family. So it'll be mainly Pat Cooney Senior, and then his children Peter, James, Sally Ann, and Paddy that would be involved in the company. They would be involved in the alcohol industry to make cream liqueurs, beer, cider, that kind of a thing. And in the past few years have decided to get involved in the whiskey industry as well. So they founded the Boann distillery. Initially started with the Whistler range, which I heard you touch on there a couple of minutes ago. So the Whistler does pay homage to Pat himself, who's a renowned Whistler himself. So they would be sourced whiskeys, blends, single malts, and so on. There's a fairly broad range now of whiskies available within the Whistler range, and in the background, then we're distilling our own at the moment pot still, but single malt distillers to come. Yeah,
I said that you've brought out a new one, PX I Love You. I think it's quite nice, the branding on it. It's quite, the whole thing.
The PX is a single malt, and as the name suggests, matured in PX sherry casks. The whiskey we have here for you today is a blend of 65% grain and 35% malt, and mature are finished then in Oloroso sherry casks.
We will just give this a little nosing. It's quite rich. There's a again, there's a floral note, but it's like scented flowers. That'll be coming through from the grain. Again, I've nosed so many that it's quite confusing a little bit. Again, I'm getting a certain sweetness coming.
Oh, and there he is. He's gone.
There he is. He's gone.
Okay.
So, what's anybody getting from this? If anybody is commenting on it, let me know. As I say, I can't actually read the comments, but it definitely is quite floral. As it's sitting a little bit longer, a lot more woody notes pronounced in it. On the palate, again, quite not fruity. Much less of that sort of fruit that you get on the nose. The nose and the palate's quite distinct. On the nose, it's quite estery, quite light, and on the palate, it's nearly more woody and more. There is some fruit, but not as much spice either, as I was expecting a little bit more spice of it. I think my palate is a little bit confused by having all of these.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough session. Like, there's 19 whiskies to get through.
By the time when you get to the end, I rather suggest that I not bother tasting some of them, because I think it's just I'd be sitting here just mumbling and not really being able to appreciate them.
That's fair. Okay, so Martin, we have Jarlath from Glendalough Distillery, and hopefully he can get his camera set up, and if we get Boann back, like, we could possibly jump back to them, but I think we should start to queue up Jarlath here.
Yeah, we'll bring up Jarlath, top man that he is. Now,
hopefully he doesn't have bother as well. We had a bit of a problem with his microphone yesterday. It was
echoing back, I heard yesterday.
Yeah.
Hello.
Now, thankfully, Jarlath has no problem talking, so he was able to fill stuff out. But
hey lads, am I coming through?
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can see you. And you can hear me. I can also hear myself.
Right, hold on. We had this problem yesterday, so I'm going to put in earphones.
Excellent. As long as it's not earplugs.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello, is that? Yeah, Marty?
I can hear you loud and clear, my friend.
And I hope the reverb is now gone, is it?
It's gone. Everything is A-OK. You look very red. You look very red.
I've been running about for the last 10 minutes, and it must be that red sign behind me reflecting off me, or it's the 7 whiskies that I've tasted to date. I'm noticing that. I don't know why that is. I must have high blood pressure from Shane. I don't know.
That could be. For anyone who doesn't know about the magnificent Dunville's whiskey, give us a little bit of a run of the story of the whole, because it is quite interesting.
Yeah, where do you start? Do you want to start in 1808 or 2012?
Start in 2012 and then do a little bit of reference point.
Yeah, so I guess we've been in the whiskey business from 2005. We started off taking American Irish whiskey into the States, and we were doing that quite well for probably 4 or 5 years until the whole distribution agreement fell apart whenever the Cooley situation happened.
Yeah.
At that point, we didn't want to go out of the whiskey industry, but it was put up or shut up, you know. So we decided to build our own distillery down the Ards Peninsula. We had recently purchased Glendalough House. It's an 18th century manor house, and it was a perfect location for what is now Glendalough Distillery. We've been distilling there, as you know, Marty, from 2013. So our first malt and pot stills were 7 years old. My sister Anne-Marie phoning me. Our first malt is 7 years old next week, and the pot still 7 years old in November. But we're sort of keeping that in the back burner for a while. In 2012, we were offered the Dunville's brand. I've been aware of Dunville's and just a massive history of Dunville's. We jumped at the idea, you know, and what it allowed us to do was probably keep that third-party spirit brand separate from the Glendalough own liquid. Yeah. Because what we grow our own barley on the home farm. We malt our own barley. We're one of probably the only guys in Ireland to grow and malt their own barley. And then we distill that as Glendalough spirit. And Dunville's is a separate bonding and finishing house, effectively. Yeah. And yeah, we've been doing Dunville since 2012. Started off with the PX10. Brought the Three Crowns in a couple of years later, followed by the Three Crowns Peanut Expression. Moved on to PX12, and then this year we've done a few actually really well received single cast strength expressions. You know, yeah. So the 18-year-old Powder Hurtados and the Dunville's 12 PXs. You'll probably see more about Dunville's 12 PX cast strength this week. There might be one coming out on Saturday. I'm not too sure. Couldn't possibly say.
No, thankfully you've kept that secret quiet, you know.
Yeah. I've been in trouble now, but sure, what the hell.
Sure. Dunville's, as you say, you touched on it there. Dunville's was a huge brand in Belfast. The story of the old distillery as such is really important to the sort of whole history of Belfast. I mean, it's huge, and I'll let you explain more about that.
Do you know what is funny it is? And with something in the pipeline, I'll have to, the next time you're down, I'll take you through it. It's going to tell that story. It's going to tell the story of how Belfast was built by heavy industry. Belfast was built by all those industries, by linen, by shipbuilding, and whatever. But whiskey, you touched on earlier with Kieran. You know, whiskey was such an important part of the economy of both Derry and Belfast. Dunville's built football clubs. They built railway lines. They built warehousing, offices, shops. You know, Dunville's had a hand in building the city of Belfast as we currently know it, and we're going to tell that story. I suppose, you know, we're down the Ards Peninsula, and Dunville's was initially Napier and Dunville's. A guy called William Napier Dunville started to work as with William Napier as an employee. They were tea merchants. This tea to whiskey story is quite common, you know. But William Napier was a tea merchant. He actually was born in Killowen, which is about a mile and a half from the current home of Dunville, you know. So there's a nice nice connection there, you know. Anyway, fast 1808, these guys put an announcement in the paper to their friends that they're going to build a whiskey distillery. Fast forward 80 years later to the time when Alfred Bernard was railwaying through the UK and Ireland, writing his book, and he quotes Dunville as having the largest stocks of whiskey anywhere in the world, with an output of 6 million litres a year. I don't know whether that's LPAs or 40% proof, but it's a lot of whiskey either way, do you know what I mean? So Dunvilles were very much a massive player in whiskey for 140 years. In 1931, they had a death in the family. The guy that was currently running it, he died at 38 years old, quite young.
Yeah.
There was no heir to succeed the company.
Yeah.
And in the lack of a Dunville's heir, they decided to wind the company up in 1936. So it was one of the very few Irish whiskey distilleries that wasn't aggressively closed down by buyouts or by loss of markets. It was actually voluntarily wound up. And as I say, in 2012, we were delighted to bring the brand back. We made a promise that we would try and put Dunville's back at the top table of world whiskies. We wouldn't just take an old brand and try and, you know, live off its former glories. We were going to try and reposition Dunville's as one of the best brands in the world, you know, for both, you know, and that's what we've strived to do for the last 8 years now.
This is really, really a real core tenet of the company, you know, that Ecklenville, they do. I mean, you sponsor their now Lisburn distillery. Right? I mean, I've seen Shane, player of the bottles of whiskey.
Yeah, I guess that was important to us. You know, we were aware of the football team history, Belfast Distillery football team. They played in Dunville Park off Grosvenor Road. That park was closed down about 15 years ago. They relocated to Lisburn, about 5 miles outside Belfast. The guys approached us about 3 years ago to see if we were interested in rekindling that relationship. It started off, Marty, because the football team was actually the football team of the distillery. It was the distillery workers who formed this club. The distillery provided a ground for them to play on. So, I mean, we were absolutely delighted to become a shirt sponsor and to really reform those ties with the club. You know, it's an important thing to do, and they're absolutely brilliant guys down there. You know, they've got a hard job. You know, and Irish League football, second tier. You know, it's not always. But yeah, I mean, it's a great relationship.
Glamour of the Premiership, but I mean, it's still an important thing. You know, I mean, the guys play on it and the guys that support it.
Yeah, I mean, historically, you know, these guys have played in European Cups. And these guys have played against Eusebio. You know, Eusebio played in. Eusebio came across in the 60s and played in Dunville Park against them in a European. You know, I mean, so these guys have had Barcelona across, they've had Porto across, they've had, you know. Back in the day, you know, we're reminiscing here now. They're not going to be hitting those heights, you know, currently. But yeah, I mean, but hey, do you know what? I mean, it is. I mean, it's important for us. It's another tie to the history of the brand. You know, I mean, if we are going to be the custodians of the brand, and we consider ourselves to be custodians, you know, we take the brand from where it is. We'll take care of it. We'll try and leave it in a better place than we got it. You know, we all have a finite time in this earth. And if we can leave it in a better place than we got it, and we can reform some of those relationships and look after the club and et cetera, well, sure. I mean, it's a nice thing to do. It's lovely.
It is, and it shines through. I mean, all the branding and the labeling and everything. And you know, I've told you this umpteen times. You're the quality that goes into the likes of the label. I mean, the Three Crowns label. It's worth buying the bottle just for the label. If I'm totally honest. The beautiful attention to detail and stuff. It's a real mark of the company. The fact that there it is.
Yeah, it's a lovely bottle, lovely label. It's a modern take. It's a modern take on the old label, and we brought in the stills our stills into the crown design, and yeah, it's one that I'm very, very pleased with.
I think it's fabulous. But I mean, the attention to detail that you guys do, and probably, I know you've sort of pulled me on this. Well, not pulled me on it, but you've said about it, me saying that Shane's a bit eccentric. Well, he is. Let's be honest.
You've now just said it twice.
And I'll say it third time. Just
yeah, no, I think secretly he quite likes that.
The first time I was ever down there, you're walking down and you go through the distillery and blah blah blah, getting talked through the distillery and everything's real good. Then you go out into the warehouse and there's like an old Czechoslovakian people carrier from like 1963 sitting. It's like, what's this?
There's about 20 of those things. There's T-34s, there's T-55s, there's Centurions, there's bridge builders, there's just
it's just
the standard joke, Marty, was we were building a distillery and he would tell me he would need X amount of money for a tank, and would I go and pay for a tank? And I had to ask, was it a fermentation tank, an alcohol tank, or an army tank, And more often than not, it was an army tank, But yeah, hey, do you know what? We all have our eccentricities, It
would be a very strange world, a very poor place if there wasn't people like that, eccentrics. Now,
it would.
Now, we're going to touch on what's in this bottle. So what's in the bottle?
What's in the bottle is our new Three Crowns blend. I say new Three Crowns. We're constantly working on Three Crowns. Graham and myself and Shane are just, we never stand still. One of our ethoses, if I can say it, is just to not compromise in whiskey production, not compromising what we put in the bottle. And that's very easy for the single malts, and it's very easy for the 18-year-olds and the cask strength and the single barrels, not to compromise, because they're such big hitting, heavy, spicy flavors and drink. Blending's an art form, blending can be it's not about the art of compromise, I don't want to say that, but it is about the art of getting the best out of different casks and different flavour profiles, as opposed to highlighting one flavour profile. And it's something that we've worked...
Blending's the art of getting something greater than the sum of your parts.
It is, and it's something that we've been working on for a while, and we're never happy. We always try and get better with every incarnation of Three Crowns. So at the start, we were putting a 15-year-old Oloroso finished malt in there. Now we're bringing that back to 12 years old. We're marrying we're marrying the three expressions together. So a 12-year malt, 10-year malt, and a 7-year grain. And the 12-year malt has been in Oloroso, but then we're marrying those two together and we're putting those into an Oloroso cask for a further 6 or 9 months, just to marinate together. And so as all of the spirit gets to know that Oloroso cask. And what we find out, we've got a far better... It has, to me, it's very much lifted the blend again. It's given the blend a lot more assuredness.
Yeah. It's more confident than it used to be. It used to be, the first batches of it were, I always thought they were very tropical. They were very light, sort of.
Yeah, probably more bourbon influence coming through. Probably more bourbon influence in the first batches, because some of the whiskey hadn't seen sherry casks.
Yeah.
Whereas what we've done here is we've taken 7-year grain and 10-year bourbon out of 7-year grain and 10-year malt. We've taken them out of bourbon casks and put them into a sherry cask. So the bourbon characteristics are still there.
Yeah.
I think they probably come through more when the whiskey's first poured. So when the whiskey's first poured, you're going to get that florality, those citrus tones, lemons, oranges, those butterscotch tones, and the vanillins coming through. But the longer the whiskey stays in the glass and the more it gets to room temperature and the more you hold it in your hand and caress it, those deeper sherry notes, other notes, they start to come through. So all those dried fruits, the figs, maybe the spicier notes, the cloves and the cinnamon. Yeah. And certainly the wood starts to come through more. But I like the way it changes, but certainly for the first 5 minutes, you're going to get those lighter bourbon, floral, citrusy notes. Yeah. And then the sherry sort of comes into play. And yeah, to me, it's a whiskey now that I'm really, really proud of. I always think, what Accentful always tries to do is put out an expression that we can put on the table in any whiskey show in the world, in any company, and say that's our expression. Doesn't matter where it's Boann Pot Gin with the white spirit, going up against, native white spirits of different countries, or 12-year malt or 18-year-old malts, or in this case, the blend or the peated first, that's our blend, and I'm happy to put it on the table with anybody's blend, And I think, this current incarnation of Three Crowns I'm really pleased with. I think we've really found a lovely balance with it,
It's different. It's much more complex than the earlier version. It's really got that deeper fruit coming through and a lot more complexity.
Yeah, but I think we've managed to still maintain that lightness of the spirit. To me, it's a sort of, I don't want to say a breakfast whiskey. It's a 2 p.m. whiskey.
It's like super whiskey. This is a whiskey that really lends itself to, again, that sort of mid-afternoon when it's a bit warm, and it's refreshing. It's refreshing as opposed to some of it's not oily. It's not that. It's kind of light and drinkable, approachable, but it's got more complexity now than it ever had before.
Yeah, I think if we had the weather that Graham Cole has on Dingle and not the weather we have in the North Peninsula today, this whiskey would go down better. It's definitely it's on that lighter style compared to a lot of our expressions.
Yeah, you were touching there. You let slip that there might be another cask strength appearing. Possibly.
I don't think I did. No, I'm not too sure about that one. No.
There might be a cask strength appearing towards the end of the week.
Yeah, we wanted to mark Belfast Whiskey Week. Personally, I've been a Belfast Whiskey Club. I'm a member of the Whiskey Club. I'm just amazing. I'm just super proud of what the guys have pulled together. The amount of work the club members have put in for the last.
And they were. On their behalf, I'll thank you for. You helped them out. They were down in your premises doing what?
Yeah, they were coming down for 2 weekends and they stayed for 6 weeks. But you know what? It was great to have them. It was great to have them in Actonville. To show them about. They were able to get under the skin of Actonville a bit, and get to understand the distillery better. And sure, that's brilliant. Having your customer base down for 6 weeks was just super. We really enjoyed it, and it was great just to see all those expressions being filled. And some of the whiskies that have went through this plate, like 1915 Pogue, 30-year-old Powers, John's Lane cask strength. Like a cask strength version of Dingle Pot Still 5. There's 50 more that just amaze me when they come in. Belgrove from Tasmania, Peter. All these stuff. A lot of the Killowens. They've been amazing. So it has been a great experience, and even to see our younger distillery staff, bottling it and having a real interest in whiskey and getting those different expressions and comparing them. It was great.
Yeah, and the one thing I think a lot of people might not appreciate is how close everybody in the Irish whiskey industry is. It's amazing just how much support people have for each other.
Yeah, even the Belfast Whiskey Club, we have Jamie from Hinch and Michael from Hinch. We have Brendan from Killowen, and us guys would meet up. It used to be every 2 or 3 weeks in the Duke. And now it's nearly every week online. We moved online pretty early. Paul, in fairness to Paul, he'd done a brilliant job of keeping us together as a club. Keeping it together online once a week. We moved. I don't think we missed a week between shutting down and going online. And we kept that club together for the last 4 months, and maybe even more together than ever. But we were getting guys from Ballymena and Enniskillen and beyond, even Dublin, that couldn't attend the Belfast meetings, but were, and that's just been phenomenal. Yeah.
Again, that develops as you say, as it sets it developing. It's really, really, really good. I just want to touch on some of the other stuff, because this is the introductory, but I like to tell people about the other stuff that you do. I'll just say that the cask strength 12 that you brought out earlier on this year is just amazing, absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. We have another 2 cask strength 12-year-olds been bottled this week. Another 2 expressions. They're both single cask expressions, and they're really different. I'll do that later. they're really different expressions. You know, the one we tasted yesterday in the World Exclusive box is a massive hitter. It's a big whiskey. It's spicy. It's really full on, a bit like the original, and it was going after a John's Lane craft strength, so I was glad I put that one in. The one we have in our tasting box on Wednesday night is another PX12 craft strength, but this is a lot lighter. It's a lot more constrained, maybe even better constructed, but it's more constrained, so it gives a different breadth of flavors, and that might be the one that we might be releasing on Saturday. Yeah, just might be. And then we'll probably hold the bigger, spicier one back for the Christmas market. Yeah. It just seems more logical, you know. So yeah.
I'm going to ask you. I've asked you this question numerous times, but now we're in public and people are here. When are we going to see your own Meg Spirit?
Yeah, you know, I do you know, Marty? And I've said to you, I probably said to you in private. 2020 for us was all about Dunvilles. It was about those single craft expressions. It was about building the brand, getting the brand out there, using the single craft expressions to lift the perception of the brand, you know, and to really show exactly what we can do. That started with the 18-year-old rum finish release in the now infamous box. The red, it was gorgeous, you know, together with, we actually wrote our own book on the history of Dunvilles, do you know, I mean, you know, that, you know, you should read that book. It's, you know, it's a brilliant read. Mark Thompson, Anne Marie, my sister, and others, do you know. So 2020 is all about Dunvilles. Really, all we're doing with Actonville in 2020 is we're distilling away and a lot of wood management. I guess at some point in 2021, we're going to have to start talking about Actonville. I'm gearing up for an Actonville release. Our distillate's quite a complex distillate. It doesn't lend itself to 3 and 4 and 5 year releases. It probably lends itself to a 7, 8, 9, 10 year release. And by 2022, we'll be up around that 8, 9 year mark, and we'll have a lot of spirit at 7, you know. So I can sort of say, I can see us starting to talk about it in 2021 with an aiming for a late 21 or 22 release. Now that's just a plan today. That plan could change tomorrow. Or it could have changed since, or it could have changed since I came online. I don't know. Do you know? But at the minute, that's the plan.
No, but I can't wait. You know, I tell you all the time. I love everything you do. I think everything you do, the feel, the brand, and the 12-year-old, the 10 before that, Casper. I love everything you do. I think it's fabulous. And I'm going to have to wind that up, my friend.
Yeah, Marty, here, always a pleasure. You've been from Dingle to New York, Dublin, Irish Peninsula, always in 40 minutes, so you're doing well.
I haven't left this chair.
This online tasting's great crack. Yeah, here, enjoy the rest of the day, and I'm going to talk to you on Wednesday whenever you surface again.
Charlotte, before you go, there's been some questions here, and I just want to make sure we address some of the questions, because I know Martin can't see them.
Yeah.
So some questions for you here. How is one actually offered a Dunville's brand? So you said you were offered the brand. How did that come about?
Well, I guess that the Dunville's brand had passed through a few hands in the 70s and 80s, and different guys had tried expressions, but it was always a sort of entry-level 3 and 4 year blend. They hadn't really given the brand the credibility, the liquid that it deserved, you know. The guys in Russell's actually owned it, the Russell Cellars, the Russell's off licenses, and they actually approached us. They wanted some of our new liquids, some of the Actonville. They asked for a couple of barrels and a few quid, and we came to a deal that sort of, that we were both happy with, and you know, it probably, I don't want to say it fell on our laps, but it did. You know, we were aware of it, but we didn't think we would be offered it, and it was as simple as that. We got a phone call one day. I guess we were the obvious people to phone, being the only whiskey distillery in apart from Bushmills in Northern Ireland at that time, being the first distillery in 125 years. But yeah, I mean, it was, in a way, it fell into our laps.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, a good question from Whiskey Jason there. Thank you. Another question we have is, how can we tell what different batches of the Three Crowns there are? So there's a big difference between like maybe the first batch and this batch that we've just tasted. Is there changes on the label or different batch numbers?
I don't believe there is. I mean, certainly we changed our bottle last year, so the first two batches are very obviously from the old bottle. I believe that's the first batch from the new bottle. We tend to do one batch a year. I don't think our plan is to put batch numbers on it. I guess we're just going to live with those inconsistencies. We're not trying to make a consistent liquid. We're trying to make the best liquid every year. It will stay within the perimeters of what Three Crowns is, and it should come out pretty consistent because we're using the same liquid and the same cask and the same process, etc., etc. But we will play about with malt and grain levels and barrel combinations, to get the best possible liquid out of each yearly batch. But no, good question. But at the minute, I don't think there is.
No.
Yeah, Graham might answer that question differently on Wednesday when he's on. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good answer there. I'll keep an eye out for any changes in the label, changes in the taste every year. Yeah, it's definitely tastes a lot different than I first tried.
Hopefully different, better.
Oh yeah, definitely better.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was not a fan of the original whenever I tasted it. But there you are.
Yeah, but I think too, in fairness, you get better at what you're doing. And I'm talking here now about Graham and myself and Shane and the guys down there. Anybody that knows Graham, myself, and Shane knows we're passionate about this company and passionate about Actonville and Dunville and barley and whiskey and malting and everything else, And if you've got a passion for it, you're going to learn, and the more you learn, the more experience you're just going to get better at it. Touch wood, So yeah, I think that's a natural progression.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Jarlath, thank you.
All right, guys. Thanks very much. Morning. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Take care, sir.
All right, cheers, guys.
Take care, mate. Right, that was the mighty Dunville. And now, hopefully, this will be a smooth run again. And we are going to go with number 8, the Hinch. Now, if anyone's wondering or doesn't know, Hinch refers to Balnahinch, and just outside Belfast, and that's where this distillery is being built now. We are
that should
going
be
to be joined by, hopefully.
I can see yourself. Can you hear me? See me?
I can hear you.
You can't see me though.
Oh no, I can see. Yes, I can see you. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just coming up a little bit strange, but I can hear you perfectly well.
Perfect.
No problem. So, Hinch Distillery.
Yeah.
Give us a little bit of a rundown on the background of the whole place so
Hinch Distillery is a new £50 million distillery being built just outside Balnahinch, hence the name Hinch. We take it from it, and you just alluded to it there. Our name comes from Town of the Island for Balnahinch. So, we're not far away from it opening. £15 million investment. Quite a lot of that is in our inventory. Terry Cross is the owner of it, very famous for his previous company, Delta Packaging, and owns a chateau out in the south of France in Bordeaux. So, he has that integrity in the alcohol world. Yeah. So you know ourselves about it. You being the Belfast Whisky Club, you've seen it. So at the minute, 2 months away maybe from the stills being open, and all going in our head is still in iron. We'll have the fun of that, getting those up and going. So it will. So, we've been going about just over a year probably from when we launched our core range of whiskies, and people ask, well, how do you have a 10-year-old? We've sourced our whiskey, so we have three premium blends on the table, a pot still and a peated whiskey, which we will get into in due course here.
Yeah, is this the peated?
Yep. So we're going for the peated single malt today. So we are. So good afternoon cleanser for your palate.
Honestly, I'm a huge fan of this. Now, I didn't know what I was getting in the box. I didn't know what it was going to contain. The fact that you've brought out the peated, I think this is fabulous. It's a lot more peaty than people expect.
Well, it is a heavily peated whiskey, so it is. But it's just because it's young as well. But we'll touch on it what it is. But quickly, it is a heavily peated small whiskey. Well,
we'll pour it out, and that way we'll talk more about it. But we'll get a pour out, and people can just have a little nose.
It's not a bad Monday afternoon getting to. I was up at the offices there, and we had a wee bit of a power cut. So I've just raced home and stole my young stash here off it for the peated single malt. Camera's there if I could find it. So I raced home.
Branding, I like the branding you have. That lovely colour of blue. I mean, across the whole range, it's really quite nice. It sort of gives a luxurious look to it.
Yeah, we went for that premium. It's a bespoke bottle to us. So we have our motto down the bottom there, the time collection for this release. Has Hinch Company embossed on the top, and it's that big label. But for me, that lip on the bottle, it's really distinctive. The dark cork and that nice lip up there. So one of the things that we did get back from a lot of people was the bottle really stands out in a crowded market. We had to go for something bespoke. We couldn't just take a off the bottle or off the shelf bottle. So we went over to Allied Glass in Leeds, which is famous for making some of the best bottles out there. So they did do our gin bottle as well that some people might see, which there's a lot of detail on that bottle. So there is.
Oh yeah, I again, as you touched on there, the marketplace is crowded these days, and sort of thankfully it is. But to sort of stand out and be your own guys. I mean, the investment that Terry has put into it. I got a walk through the distillery there just before lockdown, and I mean, it's a hell of an investment. It's
even since lockdown. I've been lucky enough that I get to lift the camera every day and go down and play in that distillery, and you kind of think sometimes you don't notice the small details, but I escape the office for 10-15 minutes every day. And I was down there yesterday because I was presenting for our Amarone cast yesterday. I went and had a quick one down, and it's just the finishing details are coming along now, so we're not far away. We've kind of delayed the opening to the public until early next year just due to COVID, and we take a step back and just make sure everything that we were working towards is ready, is to go, and it's a smart time just to reevaluate. So still operational fairly soon.
Being productive at this time, it's unfortunate that it's happened, obviously, but at the same time, sometimes you can see people thinking of new ideas. I mean, this kind of thing, for example.
Yeah. So, for us, when we came to market, we went obviously our 3 blends that we have: our small batch bourbon cask, our 5-year double wood, our 10-year sherry. What we done, straight away, we had the first source pot still in Ireland for it, and then we had our peated single malt. And on the market at the time when we brought the peated single malt out was Connemara was the leaders in this. They've been going for years about it, but there's that conception that in Irish whiskey there is no peated single malt, basically. So when we came out with this, I believe that we were second on the market at the time with the peated single malt. Now there was whiskeys there that had a cask finish, shall we say, that touched on it. But since that, you've had now, I think it's two new releases from other distilleries which are peated single malt as well. So you had the guys in WD O'Connell, which will be on later as well. They're Bill Pill. So that peated single malt is now becoming an ever-growing category in Irish whiskey because it always was there. How else did you dry out your barley back in the days when there was no electricity, that sort of thing? So, Finnan O'Connor has went back recently and found archives in Trinity College, all that proves way back when that's what was used to dry the peat, or to dry the barley, sorry.
I'm a big fan of peat, and I know there's lots of other people are, and sometimes it's quite surprising that just you think these big heavy peated malts people that it's kind of, I don't know, that's sort of silly macho type stuff, But I mean, I know some very young girls who are big peat fans, and it is a very dominant smell. Now we'll give this a little nose.
Yeah, like straight away, those smoky flavors are there. You know, there's no doubt about it. And as I touched on, pre-distillation, you know, it was 55 ppm, which is the pheromone level that everybody would talk about. So in that category, it is heavily peated. But once you get past, you know, those smoky flavors, you know, you're into those lingering dark fruits once you get past the undertone of it.
Absolutely, and it's coming through. There's a heather note there too. I mean, it's very that sort of balance between the heavy smoke with the fruit and with the sort of more sort of vegetative note. You know what I mean? There's a real complexity to it. It's really, really good. I love it.
Yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong, when I first tried the peated single malt with a frog, that sort of thing, you know, I was taken back by, we're talking 10 years or so ago. But now that I understand what peated whiskey is, you know, once you get past that real strong smoky smell, you can find those tropical fruits, you can find that fresh grass. You know, for me, it's weird. I get like a fresh grass smell off this for some reason. The lingering undertones of fruits are there as well.
Yeah, it's as I say, I thoroughly enjoy the peated, and again that idea that you only get peated malts in Scotland and you get unpeated and triple distilled in Ireland. I mean, it's just totally not true. I mean, it's a sort of fallacy that was made up by. I'm not even sure where it all came from, because the vast majority of Scotch is unpeated, and over here, there's always sort of been peated malts.
Well, Conor Maher was the one that was driving that for years, and you know, everybody thinks of a peated malt as Islay, but you know what we want to do at Hinch Distillery, we want to be those bold, pushing it forward, and we are very lucky that our head distiller is years spent up at Bushmills, but then moved to Scotland and done a lot of stuff over there. So it'll be up to him to push over. But one thing we can agree on is we are going to be pushing single malts. That's what our main focus is going to be. We will touch on pot still, and some of it is we probably will touch on more peated malt. So at the minute that is, you know, we're open honest, it's G&D stock, it's 3.5 years of age, but that was in our portfolio to show what we can do. The reason why we didn't put single malts out at the start is because that's going to be our DNA. We wanted to put something out there that helps create the Hinch Distillery name. People are aware of it. And then once we release our own distillate, it will be impactful, it will be better, you know, it will show what we're doing. And some of the stuff that we touched on yesterday was the Amarone 12-year-old cask. You know, that's our new product development. You know, we have a couple other exciting things there as well. And as somebody asked yesterday, we're very lucky that our boss, Ted Cross, owns a chateau. So myself and Aaron, you know, had the 2 casks over recently and watched this space to see what we do with it. You know, when I got to go with the other boys that we're going to do this, it's exciting to show what we can do with somebody else's liquid and we put our own spin on it. But I'd say watch this space, what Aaron's going to do in the next couple of years.
Excellent. Put it like this, I think we'll have a taste because it's sort of salivating, you know.
Yeah, like listen, I remember sitting a year ago in the Duke of York, the Belfast Whisky Club, and Michael Morris, very well known in the whisky industry, came in to present these whiskies. Now, first time I tried this was a cask strength, and I've been lucky to try it a couple of times. It's 43 this time. But when he put them down the table, you know, I knew a couple of things about Hinch Distillery, just from speaking to Matt Haley, that sort of thing. And we went through the range. Now, personally, the 5-year-old double wood is just my favourite from it. But when you get to this peated single malt, it wasn't what I expected. It blew me away on the night. And, you know, the rest of the whiskey boys at Whisky Club Belfast turned around and went, yeah, thank you that there's another peated single malt on the market.
Honestly, and the thing about it is a real finish to it, because I think it's because the peat hits it with a real punch. The finish on it goes through all the smoky, all the wood, all the that sort of deep.
There is, it's a triple distilled peated single malt, so it packs that punch from the peat itself. Once you get past that, you're into the lovely, you know, lingering fruits. Like I'd say red fruits almost. For me personally, I don't know if anybody else gets it, but there's a hint of licorice there. You know, if you can find it, it is there for me personally. But you know, once you finish on the palate and you go bang, it's just a lingering jello mellowness. So it is.
It does, and it does have that finish, just carries on and on and on. and it carries the smoke. The smoke is what carries it, but there's other stuff there as well. And it's a total change from what we tried before. I mean, this is a triple distilled, quite heavily peated single malt. This is something totally different from what we tried before. As I say, I think this is fantastic. I've liked it from day one. And I mean, I'm still tasting it now, and now there's a sort of chocolatey note to it, which, yeah, I think it's fabulous. I really do.
Me personally, when you say chocolate, like a chocolate mocha almost.
Yeah, that's it. It's nearly like cocoa powder as much as I know. It's fabulous, and I have a couple of friends who are big fans of this too. So you've touched on all the wine cast finishes and some of the other stuff. I know that the distillery's it's massive. It's a very impressive building. When are you expecting to be open? When's the distillery going to be finished?
There's two key dates at the minute, and the two key dates are looking like the end of September, early October, when Aaron will get the fun of firing up those stills and start to work with them. Fingers crossed for that. That's the plan at the minute. But like almost things, if a second wave of COVID comes, hopefully it doesn't. We're not back again. X amount of months. So you've got that stage. We will have like a soft opening at that point, but just due to the current tourism, which I'm working on at the minute, it just doesn't make sense to open a visitor's attraction just yet. So we've knocked that back until early 2021. I'd say probably February, March time for that. All fingers crossed. So that'll be open. It's you've seen it, Martin, up there. It's a whiskey and a gin tour. With 1,000-litre gin still there as well to play with, as well as our massive stills which you've seen. So it's two hats almost, gin and whiskey.
It's a fabulous setting. I mean, as you said, the amount of investment that's gone into it, there's no expense has been spared in this place, and I think, and certainly in the quality of the likes of the peat, that shines through too. Jack, I do apologise. I seem to be cutting everybody sort of short, but it is just sort of short and sweet and trying to keep it on time.
And I know what it's like as part of Belfast Whisky Week, like a director of it, trying to keep Paul yesterday on time just doesn't work. So in the background here, I'm talking to the presenters going, give this guy a medal. He's kept everybody on time. Okay, we've had a couple of issues, but you've had some day off for Belfast Whisky Week anyway. 8 whiskies in now with another, how many? 10 is it to go probably? So
yes.
I'm shocked Paul didn't want to do this himself. And I put my hands up and said, I present this all day. But working with the Hinch cap on today, I can't be seen doing that. But I have been following along on day and we'll follow on the rest of the day here as well. So I don't think there was many questions that came in there. I know you can't see the questions, unfortunately, because you're on a mobile phone but like a couple of people there, Penny Single Malt is one of their favourites. So I'll give him the brown envelope for money later. Louise Van, part of Belfast Whisky Club, knows her stuff these days. She's getting a dickery, so fair play to her.
Yeah. Say it's fabulous, and keep up the good. Hopefully we'll talk soon and keep up the date. What's happening.
Yeah, listen, next time you're passing, pop in. You can't miss it. It's on the main road between Belfast and Hinch.
I've been past it many times. I stopped off and I was up at Andrew O'Neill and went in round it, and he was explaining it all to me. So I look forward to hearing from you, and keep up the good work.
Appreciate it, Martin. Keep safe and speak to you soon. Cheers, everyone.
Take care, Jack. Take care. Now, anyone who's going along with these, if you don't use the same glass after the peated to taste the next ones, because it will just it'll continue to dominate. It's fabulous. I really, really rate that. Do we have Brendan?
Yeah, I've seen Brendan comment in there.
Well, bring Brendan on. We'll try and keep everything running in time. It'll be a bit of a rum do if Jack was complimenting us keeping time in there. Directly after it, we start running behind. So if Brendan's there, we can bring him on. This will be number 9 from the wonderful Killowen distillery. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, Killowen is probably the smallest. I have to say, the smallest distillery in Ireland. I would imagine it's probably the smallest distillery in the UK. It's really, really small, and everything done in it is. It's really done. When they talk about artisanal stuff, the craft, you're always expecting things to be really sort of hands-on, people being really involved in it, and it being quite small. Well, Killowen is definitely that. They have this ethos of everything being upfront, as local as possible, just everything done by hand. So they have, when they're making the mash up, it's basically done with a big wooden paddle. It goes through the very small stills, and when it gets connected, Brendan will be able to tell you an awful lot more about it than myself. Killowen is in a very rural location, so I imagine their internet signal is probably not that particularly strong. It's a wonderful little place. The views from it are amazing. The stills are really, really something else, something different. And what he has been doing is releasing single cask, not even just unchill filtered, just unfiltered. I shared with him the last bottle I got. There's bits of the cask, the char still lingering about in the bottle. It's a wonderful little thing, and he's trying to do really quite obscure cask finishes. He brought out a Basque wine, which I had to look up to find out how to pronounce because I'd never heard of it before. Chicalina. Now all this stuff's brought out at cask strength, literally straight from the cask, straight into the bottle. It's up to you to do with what you want. They do pack a punch. They are really, really something to work with. They are, some of them in the state that they are not approachable as such. You need to work with them, figure out what it is you're dealing with, water it down, open it up. I mentioned the Chicalina one. To me, for one measure of that, I really needed about 5 teaspoons of water in it to really make it zip. And it's fabulous, but if you try and drink it neat, you're really not going to get it. It needs that care and attention. And a bunch of young guys really who are, well, they're doing really good things. They've had now 4 releases of their experimental cask series, and yeah, they're taking risks. They're doing stuff that really punches above its weight in some regard, you know. Now, I'll tell you what, while we're waiting on Brendan, we'll open this and we'll put a drop in a glass. Now remember, try and not use the glass that you used the Hinch one in, because all you'll get is that peat smoke. So while I took a little break, I managed to grab another glass, give it a swirl around. Now, knowing Brendan, this will be a heavy hitter. It'll be it'll be a little bit different. He tends to do things a little bit different. We've just started to run a little bit behind, which is unfortunate because I want to try to keep this all in order and then on time, because I think lots of these guys are quite busy people and they don't want to be holding them back, even though they're talking directly to their audience, to the people who will be buying their.
Yeah, there's Brendan there.
I can hear. Oh, I see your face. You've appeared up.
Good news.
No, your poaching. It was just poaching. That was totally. It was superb. If that's an indication of what your whiskey's going to be like, but using that Maillard effect, I mean, there's got something really special to look forward to.
Thanks a million, Marty. No, I hear what you're saying. It's all about the pot still space in there, then, because it just allows you to really capture that. And the other thing we use is worm tub condensers, which fell out of fashion. And worm tubs are brilliant for capturing that oiliness in the whiskey and holding on to that pot still space. A few of the guys were tasting that already, so I might throw mine in here.
Great,
that's all right. Then.
Go on ahead.
So this is the non-peated stuff.
Yeah.
So, and this is unlike the rest of our stuff. This is our GI compliant pot still. So we are passionate about making old school mash bills that are non-compliant. But we've had some people have bought casks. We sold 15 casks, and that was the end of it. And some people wanted, GI compliant, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
So we done a few for ourselves and a few for other people. And if you get a nose in this, you get a sense of what our pot still is like. And that's only a few months old, and it's absolutely full of spices at the minute. And on the palate, it's completely different than on the nose.
Absolutely.
And so you've got oats, rye, and wheat in here as well, but you've only got 5% oats, rye, and wheat. So we've maxed out that 5% that's allowed by the corruption of the GI. So the rest of it then is malted barley and unmalted barley.
Yeah, it's so peppery. It's got such spice in it. Really has.
But open it up with a tiny drop of water as well, and you'll get a lot of them cloves and stuff in there. It's great.
We'll put a tiny little drop of this in.
You can even smell sugar off it. It's like icing sugar, not really refined sugar.
But
vanilla.
Once the water hits it and you see the oiliness of it, you see just how that sort of viscous thing where it just goes through. It's fabulous.
Yeah, you're dead right.
And that's. I mean, again, it's like getting those that poaching that you released is just fabulous stuff. I've one girl that thinks it's the nicest thing she ever drank, and that was drinking it neat. And I mean, you guys punch. I mean, some of the stuff you bottle, it's punchy stuff,
It has to be, yeah. But it gives the consumer the opportunity then to do what they want with it, But yeah, the poaching, we were very proud of it, I must say. And we have the mash bill in the back of the bottle as well, So it's good to let the consumer know what they're drinking and let them be a part of the journey. What you're drinking now isn't 100 miles away from the poaching mash bill. It's a slightly different mash bill.
It's got that. Again, it's got that. It's a paper, but it's got that licorice fennel nearly. It's
licorice, definitely, yeah. There is indeed. I get pine needles and a bit of pine sap in there too, and that autumn forest floor stuff.
It's like that mentally thing to it.
Yeah, menthol, definitely.
I mean, it's really, really complex. And you're saying this is a couple of months old. I mean, that's off to you guys. I mean, honestly, I know anyone who ever gets a chance, go down to Brendan, go and see him, go and see the stuff that he does. It's just funny the way the whole thing is set up. I mean, you must be the smallest distillery in Ireland. You have to be.
I'd say so. We're desperate for space. Every inch is a prisoner. So we're 10 meters by 10 meters basically, and we've really crammed in. So we're on top of ourselves right now.
Well, I mean, the whole thing with it is, I mean, the whole story that you have, the whole craft that you do with it, it's something special. It's kind of unique what you've already done, and hopefully it stays that way. And I know everybody wants success, but there's something nice about having that small, compact, kind of do what you like, can do attitude, and we all need mavericks. We all need people to shake things up a bit.
Thanks. No, I fully appreciate that, and I agree. We do need to stay small. And if we were ever to expand, I think it would be maybe across the field or up the hill slightly, and we get another sister distillery of the same size or smaller.
Brendan smokes his own barley, and it's not a big smoker now, is it?
No, it's just we get turf and we put it in a shed at the side of the distillery, and we have wire mesh, and we put our malt on top of it. We spray the malt, let it grow for a couple of days, and then we start to smoke it. But we still spray it a little bit while it's smoking slowly, and it's the smokiest malt that you'll ever taste in your life. Absolutely crazy. But when you put that into your mash, with the shoots and stuff on it, it creates a whole load of other flavour. And it's something that we probably don't do enough of, and we really just need to find out a more efficient way of doing more of it, because it definitely stands out.
Yeah, but I think that sort of ethos of we'll try this, we'll do that, we'll push the boundaries and change that, and maybe that works better that way, or it doesn't work better that way. We'll try that, and I mean that's what things really, the likes of what you guys are doing is all about. More power to you. I love pretty much everything you've ever released. I think it's fabulous. The rum cast that you released is superb. The pot change, and I can't wait to taste your actual aged spirit. I think it's just something that will be really, really special in a few years' time.
Well, thanks a million, Marty. We always appreciate the feedback that you give us as well, and your write-ups as well in the paper. It's good to hear. It really is. And you always speak your mind. You're always very honest, which is brilliant, and that's what you need. We need more of that, and I think that's what we're getting out of the Ulster whiskey commentators as well, is that they tend to speak their mind and don't hold back.
I think the thing about it is there's lots of room. This whole whiskey journey that everybody is on these days. There's all distilleries opening up all over the world. The whiskey distillery, Ireland's got a real unique thing about it, and it's got a history that comes with it. But in some ways, it is a little bit artificial because it almost disappeared. So it's basically grassroots again. It was all there, and then it all disappeared, and now it's coming back. And it really needs to have that honesty and good relations among everybody, or good relations with people. But you can fall out with people at the same time and shake things up.
Yeah, I think we do have to. And we're small as well, so if we're able to do it, then we should do it. And the big guys need consistency, but consistency would almost damage us. So we don't mind if things are changing. In fact, it's going to feed into what we're doing. So we're in the perfect position, and if it means David versus Goliath, then fair enough. We all know how that ended.
But I do think the story that you're making and creating, basically every single bottling that you release, is something that no one else is doing, and it's to be congratulated. And I think everybody that knows anything about Irish whiskey kind of takes their hat off to you, even if they disagree with you at times. I think they all take it to you.
Because we don't mean any disrespect, we really genuinely don't. And I know my favourite Irish whiskies, that come from Ireland today. Yeah. I'd be lost without them. I really would. So I take my hat off to those as well. I just think there's a massive part of Irish history and of Irish whiskey history that needs to be told. And it needs to be. But we can sell ourselves abroad, and I think that's our next step.
Well, I think I said this in one of the podcasts or video vlogs or whatever you call them these days, 2 weeks ago. With all these new distilleries opening up in Germany and Austria and America and Tasmania and so on and so forth, Ireland has that Irish whiskey. It's a it's a PGA brand, and I know that's a bit of an issue for yourself, but
you're right.
It is that brand, and we do have to have differences and all the different consistencies and all the inconsistencies, across the brands, and I think it's a good thing. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut you off because I'm going to have to.
No problem. You've done very well. You're the best person so far at this. Yesterday's ran for about 10 hours, so that's great.
I don't want to be sitting here at 10 o'clock at night because I'm sipping whiskey at the minute. I'm trying to keep things on an even keel.
Yeah, so, I hear you. God help the last one.
It could be a bit messy by the time we get that far. But Brendan, a pleasure talking to you, and keep up the good work, mate. And I look forward to everything that you release.
Pleasure talking to you. Thanks again, Marty. Appreciate it, mate. Snatch
Take
it.
care. Snatch it. So that's you're tasting something there that hasn't been released. This is Brendan's PGA, which if anyone take the geographical index, this is their compliant. As you can probably guess, he doesn't do compliance very well. But this is something that they will be able to sell across the board, label it as Irish pot still whiskey, and it's very good. Everything that he does, I like. At the moment. Now I'm going to rinse this glass a little bit, and hopefully we can pull up the next guest, who is the Red Earl. Now,
yes, I'm hoping we can get someone for Red Earl as well, but I don't know who that is.
Now, it's ironic. I'm down here on the North Antrim coast. I'm down in Glenarm, and I have the Earl of Antrim's house just in front of my home. So I have the Red Earl. Now, this is really new on the market. It really only dropped. I'm not even sure. It's a couple of months. There's lots of new brands have come and lots of new expressions and stuff. So it's sometimes a little hard to keep trace of timing. But this is part of what's known as the Conceal series. And when we get a spokesperson on, we can talk a little bit more about it. It's kind of paying homage to Irish history. And in the absence of anyone actually being here, I'll talk a little bit about the Irish history and Irish whiskey history. Irish whiskey is, well, it's really where whiskey comes from. It comes from Ireland. The word comes from Gaelic Ushkaba or Ushkabeh, depending on where you are. That was then shortened to Ushki and then shortened to sort of hardened and became whiskey. But if you're ever up in this part of the world, up in the North Antrim coast, they'd still talk about a husky. And that's really where that comes from. That pronunciation is really the way it would have been pronounced a while ago, anyway, a fairly while ago. But all of that history and whiskey pops up so often in little bits of Irish history between the kings and queens and earls and all fighting. There's whiskey. There's always that little bit of alcohol appears in, and it's normally whiskey. Bushmills puts on its label 1608. Now, whiskey went from Ireland to Scotland, and when I'm sitting in my front yard, I can look across and I can see Islay, I can see Jura, and I can see just around the corner from Campbelltown. Bushmills, you can see, essentially you can see Scotland from just around the corner there too. Now, 1608 is when Bushmills was granted the charter to set up a whiskey license. 1609, King James passed what was known as the Statutes of Iona, because the Western Isles of Scotland up till that point had been part of the Owl Alliance, the old alliance with Scotland and France, and they were happily importing French wine. They were importing probably Bordeaux and Clarets and that kind of thing. Now, the Statutes of Iona prohibited that, stopped the importation of wine from France. Now, typical people, because you've banned the booze that they're most used to, they weren't going to stop drinking. So what they did was they essentially looked across the water. Now, there would have been some whiskey production anyway, but what they did was they looked across, seeing that guys up this part of the world were making something different, and that was really sort of became more of a thing, and that came across. Now, so I like to think that from my part of Ireland up here in Ulster, that's really where it all came from. But if you look through where distilling come from, it really came from Arabs, essentially. which is quite ironic now that considering the Muslims don't drink. But what they did was they distilled and used it for perfumes. And then it came across to Ireland, and someone discovered that the first bit of the distillation, the sort of head cuts, weren't particularly pleasant, and really, really, really don't be drinking those. And then the tail cuts, really, really don't drink those because, well, that's where the phenols and the fusel oils and really, really toxic chemicals are. But the bit in the middle, that ethanol, if you have that you can drink. And then taking it on, things would have been moved about in wooden casks and developing flavors and all this kind of stuff. So really, it was the church brought it over. It moved from Ireland over to Scotland with the monks, and then it was more of a thing again after 1608, 1609. But really, Ireland's where it all really sort of started in terms of drinking. And when the Scottish plantation in the north happened, they then went across to America and took this sort of distilling tradition with them, and they set up distilleries over there. Pretty much lots of these, they were called the Scots-Irish, setting up distilleries in the US. So Wild Turkey with the Rippey family, their origins are from Tyrone. Henry McKenna was born in Draperstown. There's lots of it. There's lots of history, and you can go and pick up all of this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's really interesting, and that's why Irish whiskey stands on its own 2 feet. Now, we are on bottle number 10, the Red Earl, and I don't think we're going to get anybody from the Red Earl. What we'll do is
I don't think so.
We'll have a little tasting.
Let's just start to drink it.
We'll just have a little drink, and then we'll move on, and we'll get to our next guest. So, Red Earl. Now this is, I have to just check my note on this because I'm becoming a little bit forgetful. It's finished. It's finished in Rioja casks with bourbon and sherry as well, which gives it a different fruit notes. There's different. It's a bit lighter fruit, maybe a bit more red apple than sort of red currants and stuff. Yeah, it was pulled it up a little bit. It's a blend, so it's a mixture of grain and triple distilled single malt. Now, it's unfortunate there's no one here. They were to open up a blending room, if memory serves. They were to open up a blending room to bring in people in. They could make up their own whiskey with the stock that was owned or in the blending room, and then people could take that away with them. But unfortunately, that was supposed to happen on St. Patrick's Day, the opening, and obviously that didn't occur. So that's unfortunate. But that's to look forward to, you know. Now, in colour terms, it's really quite clear. Now, on the nose. Again, I think I'm starting to get a little bit too much whiskey coming in, and certainly after the last 2, my taste buds aren't exactly fabulous. But again, you're getting that the sherry sweetness is dominating it. There's Rioja's kind of lifted it a little bit, so it's not as heavy on the fruit. It's kind of a bit lighter, so it's more red apple, a little bit more sweetness rather than that sort of, if you like, a bit more sucrose rather than fructose. You know, the sort of lighter. I don't want to use the word saccharin, but it's kind of that lighter sweetness rather than the deep, rich fruit sweetness. You know. Yeah. Again,
it's a nice light whiskey, isn't it?
It's light, but it's got a nice fruity tang to it. But it's a little bit different than the ordinary sort of sherry cask, if you like. Not that I like to use the word ordinary about anything, but I'll just show you a little branding. You can see it. This is Red Hugh O'Donnell, the Earl of the Red Earl.
The Red Earl. We should have a photo of the bottle on the screen there.
Yeah, so it certainly stands out as a bottle. The sort of portrait of the Earl. Now, if we haven't got anybody, we'll move on and we'll go through all the way down to Connacht.
Right. Well, let me pop the poll for this then.
I'll pop the poll. And so everybody can do it there.
Yeah, so we've got some while people are voting there on what they think about this. Most people are kind of like in and around kind of like the highest bar. Here's around 6. With 30% of people saying it's around 6. It's like, yeah, I would buy this at the right price.
Yeah, I think it's quite approachable. It's a little bit different than some of the other ones. It's got I know lots of people. You have the sort of the sherry bomb whiskies. There's a bit too much sherry appears on them, and that would be one that they might appreciate a bit more because it's lightened. It's diluted that sort of heavy, thick sweetness that you can get off sherry sometimes. So yeah, if you maybe don't particularly like that heavy sweetness in the sherry, that's a little bit of a step back from it, but certainly has its own place, you know.
Yeah. We had some comments here come in saying really enjoy the bits of history that Marty is talking about in the show.
Okay, good.
People are appreciating that.
Yeah, well, I do. I will just give a little plug to myself. I do a bit of a vlog on a live thing on a Saturday night at 10 o'clock on my Facebook page. I do Facebook Live. I get interviewed by Justin. Justin's a bit of a novice of the whole thing, so he kind of sits back, lets me prattle on for a little while, and he asks me some questions, and I take questions from anyone else. My background is I'm a total amateur. I'm a tourist guide. I'm a Blue Badge tourist guide. I guide people around Scotland and Ireland. But I also own UlsterWhiskey.com. I write for the Sunday Life. I'm the whiskey critic for them. And my Facebook page is UlsterWhiskey.com. So if anybody, we've been doing these for a few weeks. I got asked World Whiskey Day. Just rang me up and asked me, you know it's World Whiskey Day? And I said, well, it would be a bit remiss of me not to know that. And he said, do you fancy doing a show? Why not? I said. That was at 8:30, and we went live at 10 o'clock. A few thousand people watch it every week, and so it's coming along quite well. And it's a bit of fun. We don't take it too seriously, but hopefully we get someone coming in from Connacht.
Well, we actually have Ernest here. Ernest, I believe, is from Red Earl.
He's come in.
He's come in last minute.
Oh.
Yeah, so we had Ernest on yesterday as well. He was talking about kind of like the history part of it, and it was very interesting. You know, the Battle of Kinsale and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get him on and he can give us some details.
Yeah, it's a very important battle. It's really what led to the flight of the Earls. And I'm a great believer in all the little funny bits of history. Hugh O'Neill, he was the O'Neill and the Earl of Tyrone. His main adversary was Bagnall, and at one point, Hugh married his sister, which really mustn't have went down too well at the wedding cake must have been a bit of a ropey affair trying to eat it, but then he decided that he didn't particularly like her, so he did a moonlight flit and left her. So Bagnall mustn't have been overly impressed by this. So I kind of like all of that kind of stuff, The people who whenever you delve into a lot of these stories, they do. Lots of little funny facts appear, you know. Battle of the Yellow Ford, that was where Bagel got one. The Flight of the Earls, that was really the Gaelic lords in Ireland. Ernest, can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you hear me, Martin?
I can hear you loud and clear now, my friend. I can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry, I'm late. I very unfairly charged you with Paul's keeping brush. And I was very casual, thinking being 20 minutes late, I'd be an hour early. So I breezed in, and then when I saw the picture of Earl up on the screen, I said, "Oh Jesus!" So sorry for that. Apologies.
No problem. Paul this morning, he's got little hair. He's a dehydrated, frazzled wreck. But I have to race through quickly because obviously I want to try and keep this on time as much as possible. So tell me about Red Earl. We've been talking a little bit about it.
Sure.
What we came to is that the Rioja kind of lifts the sherry. It's not as heavy on the sherry and it lifts it a little bit. But tell us a bit about the brand and tell us how you come up with it and so on.
Sure. So it's our first punt at it. It's a couple of years in the making. Obviously, in every sense of it, we've been waiting down the maturation time clock by flogging gin around the place. A thing called Kinsale Gin. So the Kinsale team kind of has been running for a while. It's from my business partner and who would be into the technical side of the whiskey. Tom, and he's lived in Kinsale for donkey's years. So there's no shortage of Kinsale is nice in that you have the history side of it for branding, and then particularly for the gin you have the all the botanicals, all that kind of stuff. So it's good, and it's our first time out, and we thought that it would need to be a whiskey that was accessible. You know, I suppose it's like ourselves in that it's not overly complex. I don't think it will scare anyone off. It's far from perfect, but I guess we just didn't want to get too niche, you know, or too strong. So that's why it's 40%. It's not overly complicated. Look, hopefully it'll go well. We're only it's been a soft launch with this COVID crack, and I'll be honest, it probably would have been a soft launch anyway with our resources. So it's going well. We're picking up new listings every week. As pubs are reopening, they're ordering it. There's no plans to release a cask strength batch of it. The only cask strength that we had went to your guys yesterday, but the feedback on that was good, so we were delighted to hear that. That was a nice buzz. That was a good endorsement. So and there was good comments about the branding and some good questions and things to think about as well, which was nice. So that's where we are really, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, before you just come on there, I was talking about that lots of people find sherry a little bit sickening. You know, it can be that sort of sickeningly sweet. You know, get these sherry bombs, and some people that sort of deep. I made the comment that sort of the difference between sort of sucrose and fructose. You know, that kind of deep fruit sugars, but a lot of people like kind of the sort of traditional sweetness, and this lifts that from the deep sort of sherry sweetness up a bit. So if people maybe haven't had if they've had maybe a sherry whiskey and weren't overly struck on it, this is maybe something that it has its place, if you know what I mean. It's slightly different.
We had so where that was born in was in Great Northern, and in their lab or blending room, found a better word. And there was lots of different variations tried, and maybe more than was necessary. They've all, you know, it's a great chance to taste all sorts of weird and wonderful things there. And there was so if you replace we replaced the middle step, the sherry one, with the port finish, and then went to Rioja, and that wasn't quite as sweet. It was a different. It was a spectacular color. But that made, you know, there was certainly tweaks and bits and pieces going on. But I think the sherry casks are more widely available, and also it seems to be. I suppose we just wanted to be Rioja as I wouldn't say it's that innovative or niche, but it's not a very used finish. So I suppose we just didn't want to be going two lesser known ones in a row, just because I suppose I didn't think we had the credibility to back it up, to be honest. So we wanted to be different, but still not totally out on a limb.
No, I mean, I think I think that's fair enough, and I think that the likes of this is really got its place. And I know we're celebrating sort of an introduction to Irish whiskey. We couldn't have done this 5 years ago. I mean, it just would have been absolutely impossible. But all of these new brands have all appeared, and looking at it from a business aspect, you're going to have to find your own niche and find these channels you can come into. The big single cast releases and the big distillery releases is one thing, but there does need to be that little position for other people to slot in and say, right, this is where we're standing. We don't want to be the 52% very complex work with whiskey. This, I think, is really, really approachable for just the sort of everyday drinker, if you like, and it's got its own flavour, and there's nothing wrong with that.
It's funny. So my day job is I'm work in pubs and restaurants, and that, I suppose, that's the night job. I guess the whiskey's become the day job, but I don't know where my wife and kids fit in, but they're definitely going to be fitting in anywhere this week anyway. They're going to be abandoned to their own devices. But so I have a restaurant in Cork, and it's not in the best location, and it's not the biggest location or the newest one, whatever else. And there's this sweet spot where most people, when they go out, from what I can see anyway, with the exception of people who, obviously you have sushi and India, but mainstream places, most people have fish and chips or a burger or a steak. But yet you can't just have that in your menu. You need to have the kind of funky things as well. And somebody says, sushi, but they still end up having the fish and chips and the steak. And I suppose it was a good learning curve for this business in that people like weird and wonderful things, but most people like to drink just, I suppose, if it's introduction Irish whiskey, if that's the theme we're on, they seem to want a relatively straightforward thing to be tipping away. And I suppose we were wary of, we didn't want to be something that somebody tried once and said, oh, that's different, but, never bought it again. We're hoping to be in a somewhat accessible price point that people like it and enjoy a second bottle or third bottle, be it on trade or off trade,
Yeah, again, I think you're 100% right. I think there is people do like to try weird and wonderful things, and that's why the likes of you'll get people who are big fans of the likes of Lafroig, which lots of people just cannot have at all. And there's a purpose to having those kind of brands, but when it's all said and done, there's a reason 90% of whiskey drunk worldwide blended whiskey, because they enter in at a price point with flavour, things that they like, and they're approachable, and that's where the bulk of the market's always going to be.
There's I'd share the article if I could find it, but a Google of it, if you Google 10 most bizarre whiskey Finnish, something like that. No, they're not Irish whiskies, but there was a Finnish one where barreled pickled herrings, out of a cask, and then it was there's loads of them with hot sauce and all sorts of things, and you kind of some of them I don't think you'd even want to taste, but they're definitely bucket list whiskies. No, I suppose if 1 million people try it from a business point of view, maybe that does the job. But I think you want something that somebody likes and will recommend, and and again, if it we're hoping that it's a sipping whiskey, and because when you get into cocktails, things like that, it's really about price and volume, and that. Look, that's your business. At the end of the day, there has to be a bit of a fun element to it too, and keep it accessible to that kind of midway. So, look, that was the thing. It looks like our next release is going to be a single grain, which will be a bit more controversial, isn't the wrong word, but it'll be a bit more Marmite-y, certainly, and will probably lead to some interesting feedback and different questions. So that's the one that we're filling around with casks for it at the moment, and the wine casks are tricky because they go sour quite quickly. So you gotta they're a little bit to work with. But look, don't get me wrong, it's a good adventure and it's good fun. But this one is a bit more straightforward. So it's going on well so far. Thank God.
Good. I do apologise, my friend, but I am going to have to cut you off here.
I'm sorry I was late. Apologies. I was sauntering along and because I logged in this morning and I went away and I had to collect the kids, and I was very casual coming back. But I will, for next year, I will keep a naughty night list of timekeepers, and I will be on time, Martin. So sorry about that.
No problem. And let's take care, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yep. Right. In the interest of trying to keep things sort of half respectable time-wise, we are going to try and go to Connacht. Now, for anyone out there who doesn't know, and I know there'll be lots of people looking at me and going, of course we do this, but I don't know who all's here today, so if anyone wants to know Connacht, Ireland's divided into 4 provinces. Ulster up in the north, where I am, Ulster, Leinster, Dublin, Ulster, Leinster, Munster down in the south, and then Connacht's over in the west. So this would be over sort of Galway, Connemara direction. So that's where the name comes from. Again, it's an absolutely gorgeous part of the world. Well, to be fair, Ireland's just gorgeous from top to bottom. There's lots and lots of gorgeous things in it. But that's up what they call the Wild Atlantic Way, which goes up the west coast of Ireland. And if you ever get a chance, do a bit of a road trip up it. It's fabulous.
Welcome, guys. It's great to be here. Like, I done a lot of chatting over the last few days on it, but I was hiding my face until today. I didn't have another choice, so I had to come online and and show myself.
Yeah, come on. The thing about me, I've been on here now for 4 hours.
Only
4 hours. It's all right. We've only another sort of 2.5 to go, so I'll fly by. So I'm getting lovely whiskies. Now, tell us about the Connacht Distillery. Tell us the story. Tell us what's happening.
So the Connacht Whiskey Distillery is, as you mentioned, on the beautiful Wild Atlantic Way. We are based in Ballinagh, County Mayo. We're just right beside River Moy, and am I actually? I'm not sure. Can you see it behind me? It's probably hard to see, but I'm just on the bank of the River Moy, so I have beautiful views every day when I come up to work. Very famous river for salmon fishing, and we are now in production since 2016. So we have a very, very important year. 2020 is a year to remember for everyone for the different reasons.
Certainly.
However, for us, yes, we will be launching our flagship this year. So we are very, very busy over the course of the next few months.
Yeah. I know the other night, Paul got to taste your own neck.
Yeah.
I think he found this quite emotional. I think
he cried. He actually cried. I could see the tears. Great to see it.
Part of this sleeve,
We cried too, but we didn't show in front of the whole nation, So.
It's all right. It was being recorded and it'll go on YouTube, so it's not the nation. It'll go global. Right, we are on bottle number 11.
Yes.
Little logo.
So,
explain the logo a little bit, if you could.
Logo. Okay, so we start from. You probably guys can see and hear our logo. So it is a serpent, a sea serpent. It's a Celtic dragon, we call it. And the guys decided to take on that logo after researching a bit of history of it. So if you go into the very, very old maps of the sailors who travel through Atlantic, so going the journey from the old world into the new world, you could see the small serpents across the Atlantic as a marking on uncharted territory.
Yeah.
And it's unknown and it's new. So when the two of our owners, two cousins, decided to form Connacht Whiskey Company, they were going into the uncharted territory. They were going into the unknown. That there was no background of the making spirits behind them. Hence, the logo fit absolutely perfectly, and that continues throughout all our spirits because everything we make in here, there's a nice kind of combination of the experimental production and trying the new things, trying the entering the new kind of areas of making an Irish whiskey.
Yeah.
Main would be we use brewer's malt instead of distiller's malt and making our single malt. Hence, it's slightly different and gives you nice different profile flavor.
Yeah. What is in our bottle? What's in the little bottle you said?
So in your bottle is our Ballyhoo whiskey. So this is sourced whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
And 4-year-old grain. It's a single grain. When we sourced, we kind of researched throughout different suppliers for the best single grain we could get. We also wanted to slightly experiment with it. So when we eventually decided to secure some supply of the single grain, we put in a port cask. So our port cask comes from the Douro Valley, and the nice selected, different, quite unique casks. And what that actually gives you the marriage between the port and a single grain, and it nicely opens the flavor up. There are lovely kind of wooden notes also in it, but it's nice berry flavor finish, and it also it kind of mellows down the grain whiskey. Grains are quite known to give you that tiny bit of bite on it, but actually the port it allows a nice kind of finish with a tiny bit of spicy kick on the end. So I also have it in here. It's a nice color from the port. You can see a bit of pink hue coming through there from the port. And the nose is absolutely beautiful in it. What I actually really like about Ballyhoo, it's a very nice and light whiskey to drink. So whether you are a beginner or you really a connoisseur of the whiskey, you're going to enjoy it either way.
It's got that very floral from the single grain. And the grain whiskey, it's got that floral note to it. Has that sort of richness coming through, where you've got those berry notes.
But there's also citrus there on the back of it, so it's a nice combination of the floral and citrusy and fruity balance.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is it's kind of working a couple of different levels. You've got that floral, but you've got that, so it's not meeting in the middle as such, and which gives it sort of a double layer, if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll go for a taste. Again, it's coming through. Again, it is very light. It's very approachable, and it does have that little spice to it, but in a sort of controlled way.
It's just lingering at the back there, so it's a nice kind of finish on it.
It does. It's got a nice. It's quite light, but the finish is quite creamy. The finish is a fair bit different than on the palate. Yeah.
It is important, we search very carefully to get that good, proper single grain whiskey, because, it's 4-year-old, so it's still young whiskey also. So you need to find a nice balance between this and finish.
Yeah, I think on the palate it's a little bit fiery, but the finish goes a little well. Yeah, it does.
Well, I think it works really well. And it has that kick of the Irish whiskey, so you get that tiny bit of spice by the end. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, it's it's very approachable. Now I know you have your own range out at the minute, the Spade and Bushel.
Yes.
You want to run through maybe because I know that they're. It's a 12, a 10, and a 5-year-old. Do you want to just talk about them for a little bit for people who maybe want to try something else by the company? I think we're dropping off a little bit. We're losing a connection, I think, which is a bit of a shame because the 3 whiskies that I talked about there, the 12, the 10, and the 5-year-old, are again, they're a step up maybe from this. I say a step up. They're just a little bit different and a little bit more complex maybe. One's an Amarone cask finish, the 5-year-old. Again, the Connacht, it's well worth checking out. Again, another brand that's coming on. They're going to have their own spirit released by the end of this year. They released it. They didn't release it. They let Paul, who if anyone hasn't seen this, Paul, who's really the face of the Belfast Whisky Week, and the sort of manic background of it as well. He's the guy. He tasted it, and they told him that he was probably the first person outside the distillery to taste it, and not to embarrass him in any way, but he did cry like a big girl when this all happened. But no, I'm only joking. Not really. But yeah, he was quite emotional about the whole thing. And fair play to him. He's very passionate about what he does. Now, we are going to hopefully have Grace O'Malley. Have to do our rating. Which, come on, there we go. I have to take my rating off. Hopefully we have Paul from Grace O'Malley coming on to speak to us. Is he there? And he's going to speak to us for a bit.
He is there. Just need to get him to turn on his camera.
Right. Open up my library of whiskies. I opened this earlier on and everything fell out, and I was like, "Oh my god!" That would have been a bit of a rum do and such. Now we have three whiskies from Grace O'Malley. So 12, 13, and 16. And I also have, I actually have the bigger bottles. So we have a rum cask finish, then we have a limited edition dark char, and then we have the Irish blended. So we have the bigger ones. I have these sitting here. So these are the three that we are going to be trying from Grace O'Malley. If we can get Paul to come on, and we have a bit more time with Paul because we're doing three, and hopefully I don't run out of anything to say. It's never happened before, and I'm 45 years old, so I don't see it being much of a problem. But you never know. You never know. Is he there?
He has dropped off.
Oh, he's maybe just reloading back in again.
I'm on the list here. Let's see if we can get connected this time. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is with this software, but people find it very hard to connect first time.
I think it's just one of those things.
You were having problems earlier as well, weren't you?
Just before we started, I was having a few bits and pieces of problems, but I think it's just the nature of this software. You're trying to connect lots and lots of people into a central place, and unfortunately,
we might be able to get Ella back here.
Oh,
since she dropped off.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'll see if she comes on, and then I'll see if Paul comes back, and Paul from Grace O'Malley, and yeah. Oh,
sorry, guys.
We might have Ella back here.
Can you hear me now, Martin?
Hopefully. There we are.
Like,
Ella, can you hear us?
Ella?
Yeah, apologies for that lost connection. I'm not sure how that's come about. So.
Hello. Are you back again, Ella?
I'm back. You're not going to get rid of me that quickly.
It's almost like a renaissance in and of itself whenever someone reappears. I mean,
They're popping out right, left, and center. Yeah.
They be popping in and out of my life, but in your I was talking about the spade and bushel, and I was sort of filling people in that you've 3 expressions of that. I'm correct or not?
Fourth one now is coming on the market. So like altogether we can count nearly 5 because the first we released was the 10-year-old spade and bushel. So spade and bushel is only single malt, and the first 10-year-old was cask strength at 57.5. To be honest, my favorite. I love cask strength whiskies. They're really nice. You know, you can enjoy nicely by the fire in the evening, you know, when 1 or 2. So after that we double barreled. So we took the same 10-year-old and we transferred into new first fill bourbon from bourbon to bourbon. After that we add the Amarone, which was only released a few weeks back. 5-year-old, beautiful whiskey, lovely fruity finish. In the meantime, we took the 10-year-old and we brought down to 42.2, just to have at normal kind of level strength. And at the moment we release in Marsala, which is getting absolutely amazing reviews throughout your festival, guys, and we're absolutely delighted. So it's only will be coming in a 2,000 bottles release, just over 2,000. It will be available through Irish Malts for the first 3 weeks, exclusive distribution, and then we will have it on the market for the next few weeks. It looks like it's already flying. The orders are coming in since Friday, right, left and centre, to try to secure some amount of it. But it's beautiful whiskey. It's 14-year-old single malt. It spent over 2 years in Marsala, and just it gives that beautiful, beautiful plummy kind of nice finish. Very fruity, bit of coffee there, like a roasted coffee at the back. Somebody even mentioned like a nice tobacco, you know, smoky finish to it. So it's definitely a winner. So that's our Spain bushel range. I
think, Ian, with the way you're going with again a Marsala cask and a Amarone cask, and your own stuff's going to be appearing at the end of the year. That must be
November.
Yeah, there must be a bit of apprehension, or you must be excited, but just how everything's going to go, you know.
It is like, and you never know, like, you know, because the reaction you get, and like we brought in double and single, double and triple distilled new make into the tasting box just to see also how people react, and you know, double was amazing feedback on it. So it's nice to see it. It already gives you but even more confidence when you're going into your own release. And Paul's reaction, you know, with the tears on Friday on the first calc was just absolutely priceless. So we're going in the right direction. We're definitely going in the right direction. But we have amazing team in here, and even like with every single whiskey. And I just come back to Ballyhoo again. The aging process in the port, and that is followed through all our products. It's always very careful monitored. So we actually watch it. There's no probably cask which is aged in the same kind of time frame, because each batch is different. So you have to actually carefully watch to have that consistency and to have the good quality of the product. You have to be really careful, and every single one of them is watched on a weekly basis to reach that final. This is the point when we actually put it into the bottle, because that's the best point.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time blenders, people might just appreciate just how difficult a whiskey blender's job actually is, to monitor the casks, know when something's just where you need it to be, where you think it's at its optimum, and how to blend something up to have it at that consistency and keep doing that over and over and over again. I often talk about a distiller being the scientist, but the blender being the artist, and it's that sort of marriage between the two, and the ideas that and where it needs to be, and that means that's the whole story of whiskey, you know.
Absolutely. And if you look from the position, you're not experimenting with a one product when you kind of can build consistency and be kind of sure, okay, that's when it's going to go, or close where it's going to go with the next time. You're going from single malt from triple, from double to triple, you go in single grain, you're doing different casks, different countries, different batches. So yeah, it's definitely exciting, but it's a great job, and I think our team in here, we all work really, really hard. And doing a lot of tasting to make sure that the product is to the highest standard it can be.
Well, I think you're obviously going in the right direction, and more power to you.
Thank you.
Hope everything goes well in November, which I'm sure it will. And
it has to.
Well, the 2020 has been one of those it's been probably the worst year for everybody imaginable. But I wish you every success, and hopefully we'll talk again soon. And again, I look forward to November.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we look forward to that too, and hopefully you guys will be part of it and get more tasting from our range. And there's more to come, from us, and I'm hoping also to see you all guys up in the distillery. We have a beautiful place in here. We want to share with everyone, so definitely pop in on a tour and tasting. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Alan. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks so many, guys. It was lovely to be in there. Talk to you soon.
Take care.
Cheers.
Now, we were hoping that Paul from Grace O'Malley was going to be logged in again.
Yes, but he dropped off a while ago, and I haven't seen him come back on. He was almost in once, but yeah, pretty much in here.
Now, before we get on, we'll talk a little bit about Grace O'Malley. I'll bring up the actual bottle. We'll not do a taste. We'll just talk a little bit about Grace O'Malley because we have a bit more time, probably because we have the three. Grace O'Malley was the legendary pirate queen. She was a very big thorn in the side of Queen Elizabeth I of England. She was very much her own woman. She led this pirate army, if you like, but she was head of the family as well. She had her own castles and her own, well, basically her own navy, I suppose, if you like. And it was said that when they went, she actually was invited to go over to London to meet Queen Elizabeth. And it was said that the two women actually got on quite well. And you can imagine, this is way back in the early, sort of mid 16th century. And to have these women stand alone, strong, powerful women, would have been, it's very hard to think of when that ever happened before or in some regards since. Certainly up until very recently, that's just wouldn't have happened. Now, again, she was said to be very beautiful. She was said to be extremely strong-willed, strong, independent, but went actually on the boats herself. She went on the pirate raids herself and led from the front, led the charge. So this whiskey has been born of that, and that's where they've got the name from. Now, I'll just read you on the back of this bottle what it says. Grace O'Malley whiskey is dedicated to the legendary Irish pirate queen, Granule, born into Irish nobility in County Mayo in 1530. A warrior by heritage and charismatic by nature, Grace was a skillful negotiator and an active, fearless mariner throughout her long life. Her great rebellious heart must never be forgotten. So you can drink to her health when you open one of these bottles. Now this one I have is the blended Irish, which it says in the back is a special blend of triple and double distilled single malts and grain whiskies. Varying age statements deliver the perfect balance of fruitiness, age, character, complexity, smoothness. Each batch of whiskey is aged perfectly in different barrel types, including American bourbon casks, rum barrels, and French oak. Grace O'Malley Irish whiskey is cut with rock filtered water from County Mayo in the west of Ireland. Now, that is the one thing that Ireland should, if we could export water, we would be fine, and we'd be the richest country in the world. It's interesting that they talk about water.
Hi, Martin.
Water is sometimes a little bit underplayed in the importance of spirit making as well. When it comes in, you have to be located somewhere where you have a water supply. And I know some people get very uptight about people putting water in their whiskey. Don't be scared of water in your whiskey. This is not a bad thing. There's plenty of whiskies at 40% that need half a teaspoon of water to actually really make them zing. And we are now joined by Paul, who will elaborate on this for me.
Hello, how are you?
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
In case anyone is mistaken, Paul is a continental chap. He's from France.
Yes, I am. I'm from France, exactly.
Yeah. Now, tell us a little bit about your background personally, because I'm quite interested in your background.
Yes. So my background, I've been studying winemaking when I was a young lad. I hold a master degree in enology. So enology is the science of winemaking.
So I'm glad you cleared that up, because I was nodding my head as if I knew what you were talking about whenever I didn't really. But I will feign knowledge. But sorry, carry on.
So yeah, so I've been winemaker for let's say the 10 first years of my professional career.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been making wine all over the world, in France, Spain, Italy, Australia, and I've been consulting in Chile, Argentina. I went also in Brazil, and I went also in Lebanon and a few other countries.
Wow. So you've clocked up a lot of air miles. So in your wine, when did you decide to move from wine to spirits, and how did that transition happen?
Yeah, so the funny side of the story is it came very naturally and without really noticing, because I started to work for a cooperage company in the R&D department.
Yeah.
And I was in charge of implementing the R&D program in Cognac.
So you moved from wine to cognac.
Yeah, I moved from wine to cooperage oak, and then from the oak industry, I went to cognac.
So you've
after working.
No, sorry, carry on.
So yeah, I've been very blessed because I've been allowed to work with the biggest cognac house, most of all of them, I can say, because implementing the oak program. So and one of my customer was Maison Ferrand, which is a quite well known in the US cognac house, which is also making rum, which is also making other spirits, cognac, rum, Calvados, gin, with Citadel gin, which is quite known as well in the US.
Okay.
So, and I've done that for 4 years.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was master blender. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Yeah. Just it flashed up there. My mic wasn't working, but that's okay now. Sorry. So you were master blender then?
Yeah, I was master blender over there for 4 years.
Wow. So you've got a lot of experience in the drinks trade. So how did you get lured over to Ireland to come and make Irish whiskey?
Actually, it's the pirate team that is the board of Ray Somali.
I just have visions of you being on the Calais to Dover ferry and the boat pulling up with a with a swashbuckling sword, right you off.
Yeah, no, but yeah, exactly. With just one eye like this, with a sword. Yeah, and finally we arrived in Dunville. Because this is where everything's happened.
Yes, it's where it all happens. It all happens in Mayo. Now, so you've ended up involved in Irish whiskey. Now you must be excited by this. This must be exciting to you.
No, but first of all, I must confess that there is so much happening in the Irish whiskey scene that it was for me just an honor to be able to work in Ireland.
Yeah, but I suppose in some ways, the trades that you worked in, wine and cognac. Well, I suppose the new world wines, or maybe something similar to where Irish whiskey is now. In that, lots of these countries would have been making wine. They might not have been known for it, but they would have been making wine, and they have all these new sort of markets and new varieties, types of different expressions, and that's kind of where Irish whiskey maybe is now.
I don't know if we can make a parallel between the wine business and the spirit business, but from my experience, what I like the most is everywhere I go, I'm trying to make something that is a true product from the area where it is produced.
Yeah.
The most important is to have identity.
Identity. Well, I think
and
Grace
to stick to the.
I think Grace O'Malley has an identity of her own. She the legendary pirate queen. Will we go on? Yeah. Will we go on and try a taste of one of these? We'll do number 12.
Yes.
We'll do number 12. Okay. So what is
it's this one?
What is number 12? What's your number 12? What's in it?
What is number 12? Because I've got a bottle. So is this the blend?
I think so. We don't have them marked up, but I imagine it's the blend. Yeah. It's the blend.
It's the blend, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So, do you want me to talk a little bit about the product?
Yeah. Tell us about the product. Tell us what the blend is. What, if you want to tell us percentages, how it came about, what you're trying to do with it.
Yeah, I'm very happy to go in details. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask.
Okay.
So this blend is a blend of whiskey ranging from 3 years to 10 years old.
Okay.
And what is making this blend unique is that it is containing a quite high percentage, more than 40% of malt whiskey in it. The rest is grain whiskey. Mm-hmm. And so here we went a little bit not really in the tradition. We have our own interpretation of the tradition. We are using a large portion of double distill.
Yeah.
Which is quite unusual for Ireland.
Yeah.
From my understanding.
Yeah. It's on the nose. It's certainly a little. There's a bit more heaviness to it. A bit more just on the nose. You can kind of get a little bit more wood notes. Again, there's quite a light floral thing to it as well.
Yeah, here we are really trying to enhance the fruitiness of the whiskey. We want to make something that is easy drinking, but flavorful at the same time, which is sometimes not as easy as you would think.
No. Yeah, there's quite a lot of fruit there. It's got that. It's got that. Again, kind of heading towards the darker sort of Satanoy type fruits. It's got a little bit more body to it than most blends. Probably coming from the double distillation, it's a bit more heavy in the body than triple distilled.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's quite approachable. It's 40%, isn't it?
It's only 40%. Yeah, it's 40%. We really want to have something that is very approachable that you can sip or you can mix.
Yeah,
that is very important for us.
I think it works. It would work quite well as a sipping whiskey. At an entry level, it's really quite approachable, and it does have that sort of richer body that wouldn't necessarily be typical of some of the blends.
On the maybe I can give a little bit more details on the maturation side also.
Yeah, please do, please, yeah.
So yeah, we're working on 80% are once used bourbon barrel. So all in the overall of the blend, 80% goes in bourbon barrels, just once used. So like this, you have a bit of the nutty character. You have also the custard, the butterscotch, the coconut character somehow. Then we're using also 12% of rum barrels.
Okay, yeah.
And the barrels here are coming from Barbados.
Ah, right. Okay.
We will taste later on the rum cask finish. And the rum cask finish, we decided to go for something wider in terms of rum, which is Jamaican rum.
You're getting a bit more your Demerara sugar there. There's a little bit more of a little bit more of that sort of darker sugar. It's not overly sweet, but it's not very sweet. Which the rum casks are kind of in the background a little bit. They're not up front in the blend.
Yeah, we didn't want on this blend to be upfront. We just want to bring a bit of brightness to the blend, and a bit of complexity to the blend. So this is why we selected only the Barbados rum, because previously I was working in the rum industry, so I know a bit more about rum. So Barbados rum are very well known for, not being heavy rum. They are light on the light side of the rum.
Yeah.
So it gives a sugarness.
I'm just laughing because you say, I've worked in the rum industry as well. So you've worked in wine, cognac, rum. You've sort of done everything, cognac.
Yeah. And last week I was in Jerez and I was tasting wine, in the cask for Great Somali. So yeah, I'm very happy to do this job because I can use all my experiences in this job. So yeah, I'm a very happy man.
You look happy, and that's the main thing. As long as you're happy, that's the main. But no, I mean, I think it is a little bit different. It's. I like the body to it. If I'm honest, I like that body. I like the double distillation, and it's slightly different than a lot of the blends, but it does have that approachable quality that Irish whiskey really is known for. It's very approachable, and anybody really can have a little sip of Irish whiskey and shouldn't really be intimidated by it in any way,
Yeah, and this is exactly where we are with this blend. We don't want people to be intimidated by sipping this whiskey. We want something that is very easy to drink, but very enjoyable.
Yeah.
Approachable, enjoyable.
Approachable, enjoyable. That should be your new slogan. Approachable, enjoyable. The Pirate Queen. Believe.
Just to finish just to finish on the cask aspect of the blend,
Okay.
there is also a little bit of virgin French oak and virgin American oak. Just a few percentage, 5% of French oak and 3% of virgin American oak.
Yeah.
Just to give a little bit of a kick, you know, like this. You get something that is round, but it's not only round. You know, it's not flabby. He has a real kick, you know, at the same time.
Yeah.
You want something that is smooth, but that is having a bit of grit as well.
Yeah, you want something to zing it out. Could you tell us what you would consider the difference between American oak and French oak is? What, you know, I know that is it Crocus and Crocus Bar? Is it the two different? Is that the two different trees? What would you consider the difference between those two? What characteristics are they bringing to the party?
So they're French oak. Let's say that French oak is. We can consider that there is it's mostly European oak. So in all over Europe, from Atlantic Ocean, from Galicia in Spain to Ural Mountain, it's mostly the same species. So there is two species, which is Quercus pedunculata and Quercus robur. Those two are European oak.
Yeah.
So there is one which is the robur, which is most predominantly used by, for instance, McConnell in his 12 years old.
Yeah.
And for cognac as well. Cognac industry is the biggest consumer of Quercus robur. So it brings a lot of tannins to the spirit.
Yeah.
And it needs a little bit of time for aging, and in order that the spirit can digest the tannins of this oak.
Yeah.
Then you have Quercus pedunculata, which is in some part of central France, and you find it also in Croatia, Slovenia, Romania, so France and a bit of Eastern Europe. And it's something that is that has a broader flavor profile, flavor palette, and a lower tannin content.
Because this is an introduction, I'm kind of going slightly back to basics for a lot of the people who are watching here today. By tannin, you mean that sort of tart taste or that tart feeling in the mouth that you get from tea and from some French wines and stuff.
Coffee, you find it also in coffee, you find it also in some yogurt. So there is plenty of tannins in all our life. We are not maybe without noticing, but fruits are full of tannins also.
Yeah.
So it's polyphenolic compounds that are good for our health as well.
It's good for your health. They are. And
it's late. Drink whiskey.
It's one of those chemicals too that people enjoy, but they don't actually know what it is. It's a bit like when you're drinking a good strong black tea. The way tea should always be drunk. It gives that sort of in your mouth, and people really enjoy it, but they don't actually really know. They don't necessarily know what it is they're enjoying. So I'm a big fan of tannins. That's why I like certain French wines. Are very tannic.
Yeah, some French wines are very tannic, and there are also some other wine regions in the world where you get big wine. That's what makes wine big, or even a coffee strong or a tea strong. You know, it's when you're on your tongue, it's getting a little bit dry.
Yeah.
So this is the tan, and sometimes people are getting confused between tannical sensation and bitterness.
Yes, and
so bitterness is kinning, is the Schweppes. I don't know how you call that in English. Schweppes or Schweppes. You know, the tonic drink.
Oh, like
the tonic.
I thought you were speaking. I thought you were speaking French there for a second.
No.
Schweppes. The tonic water, yes. Yes.
Tonic water.
Yeah, tonic water. And that's it, again, it's that people like it, but they don't necessarily know what it is. And it's that. It is that. I mean, it's very good at drying out your mouth at times too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here we have no bitterness. We are really trying to be on the very. What is making Irish whiskey unique is the smoothness, and here we are really trying to be on this leitmotif, on this
the blend
slogan.
Yeah, and I think it works quite well. I think it works very well. Today, mostly what we're trying to do, I mean, we have 15 different whiskey producers on here today, and lots of them they're trying to get certain niches, certain styles, and certain products, but most of them are wanting this kind of approachable homage to Irish whiskey. They want to have it where things are slightly different from each other, so they don't taste pretty much all the same, but they are trying to make things approachable and possibly add in a little bit of complexity. And I think that's what you're trying to do with the blend. You're trying to make it approachable, but at the same time give it a complexity that lets it stand by itself.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly our point. But I think that it's something that we have in common. The whole Irish whiskey industry is, and this is what consumer like from us as well. That's a bit of their expectation at this price, this price point, and this kind of blend. People are trying to have not something that is too intellectual in terms of approach. They are trying to have something that's more easy to understand and to drink and to pick up the flavors easily. No.
Yeah. I think that's it's nice that Irish whiskey has that reputation, because people can always fall onto that and have it as almost like a safety blanket in some ways. They can say this is the style that we can make, and it'll fit in with the Irish whiskey branding or the Irish whiskey demographic, if you like, and it's something you can rely on. But then moving on, we're going to try bottle number 13, which is the rum cask, I believe. Yeah. Now the rum cask comes. Hang on. We have our little poll that keeps popping up. Hang on. Do it later. Yes. The main bottle comes in like a little corset. It's like a little. Is that the purpose of it?
Yeah.
It's like a one of these period dramas, where people are getting their build up. Now,
you're right.
The guys that have bought the book, guys that have purchased the pack, have it as bottle number 13. I hope. I'll pour out a little bit. I have to be very careful, Paul, because I've been here all day. I've been here since 12 o'clock, and I'm now on my 13th different whiskey. So my palate is a little bit.
I can imagine. This is hard work, Martin.
Yeah, this. It's been a strain.
Hard work. Sometimes, sometimes people think that we are just having a lot of fun. It's true that we are having a lot of fun, but sometimes as well, drinking whiskey or testing professionally whiskey the whole day.
Pretty much.
It's a work.
Okay. People have sympathy for people that work down mines, work down in the mines and all that kind of stuff. They don't think about people like us having to sit and drink whiskey all day. So this is the rum cask.
So yeah, just hold on 1 second. Sorry. So that's closing my door. Look at my t-shirt.
Oh yes. That's okay. So my logo.
Yeah, it's the logo.
The logo. What is the logo? Is that the?
I think that it has, of course, obviously, this has something to do with the O'Malley clan, I think.
Yes, you launched in conjunction with the clan gathering of the O'Malleys, didn't you?
Yes, it was Saturday.
Sunday.
Sunday? Was it? I thought that it was Saturday. Okay, this weekend.
Sorry, Saturday. I'm mistaken. Don't forget, I'm 13 whiskies in now.
No, but this is also for me as a foreigner. I love all this clan story. You know, I must say that this gathering of O'Malley clan for me is something that is very
unique.
Unique, yeah, because we don't have this. This is only in Ireland that is happening.
Ireland and Scotland, which a lot of the time are very, very closely related, a lot more than maybe people from France and America and all over the world realise that sort of Celtic fringe, Ireland and Scotland we're never too far apart, and that's why probably whiskey kind of sits well with both of us. Now the rum cask. I'll just have a look back at the bottle. Just talk us through it there, Paul, please.
So yeah, this rum cask for the two next samples, so whether it is the dark tar and the rum cask, we really reinvented a new blend, especially for handling the rum cask finish, because we thought that trying to put our blend, the Grace O'Malley blend, directly in those kind of casks would be not a very good idea.
Yeah.
Because as we just discussed, the previous blend is really smooth, is drinking, and to handle a finish in Jamaican rum cask, you need to have more power from the malt. So we put a little bit more double distill in this case, in order to be able to cope with the rum cask, the Jamaican rum cask.
Yeah, did it give it even more body?
Yeah, to give even more body, because if we put something like grain in the rum cask, then it will taste like rum.
Yeah, and that's if people wanted to drink rum, they just buy rum. The cask finish has to allow the whiskey to come on board, and that's we were talking about a previous one, the Red Earl, which was it's sherry cask finish, but it's also finished a little in Rioja, which kind of lifts that sweetness. So you're using the double distilled to give it more body and to allow it to take to fight against the rum in some ways. Is that fair enough?
No, but what I wanted to give with the rum, this Jamaican rum finish, was more to give a bit of I don't know if it's sounds correct for you, but it's a bit of a funky, like the funky music, a bit of funk, but not in the bad way, in the musical way, like we want it to be a bit more lively.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's got that.
And you have this tropical fruit that is definitely coming from the Jamaican rum cask.
Yeah,
you have this very undertones of tropical fruit, and this is really from the rum cask.
Yeah, it's a lot less. It's got more intense of a flavor than the blend, but it's kind of less sweet, if you know what I mean. It's got that.
It's a bit more. It's a bit more intense on the nose.
Yeah, but it's not. It's a bit more intense, but it's not. It's not sickly. You know the way sometimes things that are really sweet are a bit. They're a bit sort of sickly sweet, and it nearly borders onto being artificially sweet. And I think sometimes you get that, certainly with a sherry cask, that can happen quite easily, where it becomes very sickly sweet. But I like a rum cask finish, if I'm honest. I would be preferable to a rum cask finish.
And what I really like with this rum cask is the finish is very long. It's kind of bit of juicy. You have saliva in your mouth, and it keeps going and going and going. It lasts for 20 seconds.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It does. Again, it has that nice oily feel, that mouthfeel. I'm a great fan of mouthfeel.
Oily.
When you get that oily mouthfeel that goes and it coats your mouth, it kind of reminds you that something's quality. It's a bit like milk chocolate. When you get really good chocolate and you put it in and it coats your mouth, and it's got that.
And
when you get really cheap chocolate, it's got that gritty, horrible thing to it. But when something's got quality, it really has. But yeah, that's got that nice body that the double distillation brings out. Again, not overly sweet. The cask, the wood of the cask comes through quite a lot too. Tropical notes.
I mean, we're not at all against sweetness and against sweetness in the liquid, but it's good also to bring to consumer other dimension in terms of mouthfeel. Something that is quite a bit surprising, because only sweetness, sometimes it can be a little bit boring when you are only having something that is sweet, and so sweet that you need a bit of a insulin.
Exactly. That's got that sort of baked banana note that I find really nice in some.
Exactly.
That baked banana. When you say tropical fruits, it does sort of veer. It's kind of those plantain, banana, baked fruit. There's coconut in it as well. And the sweetness delivers in little stages. It's not very sweet, which I prefer. I don't have a sweet tooth, so when something's a bit too sweet, it becomes very sickly sweet. We would say something would be quite overly sweet. I don't particularly care for that, but this delivers the sweetness in little sort of bits the whole way through. Yeah,
exactly.
I like a rum cask finish. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you do.
No, but sometimes I must say that I'm not so happy. When you're blending, it's making error, a mistake, and it's all about making mistakes and redoing once you're not happy. You're always redoing, and at least unless you're very happy with what you're doing. But 99% of the time, I'm not happy of my work. There's only 1% of time that you're doing. Yeah, we can bottle this.
Yeah, but Paul, I've said this a few times today, and I'm saying it to a man who's an absolute expert in the field. Blending is this idea of bringing out more than the sum of its parts, and to get that balance can be really, really difficult. And I take my hat off to blenders, because I think you have an extremely difficult job trying to get lots of things that are varying. One cask of whiskey doesn't taste like the other cask, and to try and get a consistent product and to try and get something that's the same sort of over and over is really, really a challenge. It must, it takes a real skill.
Yeah, and I must say that I'm always the blenders that are working with big brands, I must say that I am always I'm always how could I say that? I'm always looking their work as very, very difficult, because they have to stay very consistent from day 1 to day 365, and with a big volume.
The big volume.
Their job is very complicated. It's same with wine. Making small batches, very good, very high quality.
Yeah,
it's much simple than making a big batch of whiskey or wine, whatever, and make it consistent through the years. And sometimes consumer and connoisseurs are not paying so much value to the work, the amount of work of those people.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I think the job that the big time blender has that are selling big volume is it's a massive undertaking to try and keep track of what it is that you have to put out when you have so many variables. I talk about the distiller being the scientist and the blender being the artist, and well, art can be a lot more fun, but it can also be extremely difficult, so I do take my hat off to blenders. I think in some ways they're slightly undervalued in some regards,
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
You would, to be fair, because it's what you do. But no, I think come on.
Can you see me?
I can see you, my friend. My poll appeared up. There's a rid joke there somewhere, but anyway, no. The rum cask. Now it says on it it's a special limited edition. Is it still available?
I think that it's still available. I really think that it's available at the moment. And also we are releasing. We don't have it for the tasting today, but we are releasing another amount of cognac cask release, which is a single malt, 18 years old. And we have all this single cask program that we are also doing with only 200 plus bottles, 211 bottles or 220 bottles, something like this. So
these are going to be just single cask editions.
Yes, we are also having single cask editions.
Yeah.
So we have those 3 blends, and then we have single malt in single cask.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, will they be released cask strength? Just, did you say 200 bottles?
Yeah, it's 200 bottles. So some of them are released cask strengths. Some of them are to slightly lower ABV.
Yeah.
Because this is something that I don't know what is your thought about it, Martin, but I'm tasting and testing spirits at cask strengths, and I'm also blending at lower ABV product.
Yeah.
And I know that there are fans of cask strengths release, but my point is sometimes you are missing some flavor when it's only cask strengths.
I agree 100%. I can drink quite strong drinks. I mean, it doesn't. I know a lot of people get that reaction where they tense up on it. I don't mind drinking cask strength, but the purpose of a cask strength whiskey is really for you to play with it and to bring it down. Some people just don't want to do that. I was talking to one of the previous guests that was on, and their ethos is release at full strength, straight from the cask, straight into the bottle. But that's their core thing. That's for people to experiment and play with. But if you don't have it down, really, lots of whiskies really don't open up, as we would talk about, until they're really about 35%. So they need a lot of them to really appreciate what they are. you do need to start putting in a little teaspoon or half teaspoon of water in a measure just to open it up.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But the problem is some drinkers, and I know because I am on a few Facebook groups, and they are drinking it, like sometimes 60% alcohol. At 60% alcohol, yeah. This is not my favorite.
It's not how the human body is not really designed to drink alcohol at that strength. And don't get me wrong, there are certain whiskies and certainly a Poaching that I could mention that they are drinkable at that ABV, but a lot of the time that little bit of water to bring it down, to open it up, really does make all the difference. And it doesn't need to be a huge amount for a lot of them. Half a teaspoon, a few drops even sometimes can make a huge difference. Because I know that this is the introduction to Irish whiskey, right? So I am sometimes the people who will be watching this, they know all of this, but hopefully there's lots of new people here that are just trying out Irish whiskey, and it is something that you can play about with. That's kind of the point,
Yeah.
Now,
shall we move, because it's almost 5 o'clock? Shall we move to? Because I don't want you. I don't want you to run late.
Don't worry, don't worry. Paul, who runs he's basically the face of the Belfast Whisky Festival, Whisky Week. He's been known to run over, so don't worry too much about me being a little bit late.
Okay. Because I don't want them to close the bar while we are talking.
No, they'll not close the bar
while we are talking.
They'll not close the bar while we're talking, my friend. So the deep char.
Yeah.
Dark char. Now,
dark char.
How deep is deep?
Oh, sorry?
How deep is deep in terms of the char?
So just funny enough, those barrels I've toasted and charred them myself.
Like, just for anyone who doesn't know the charring process, could you tell them how you charred the barrels? How did you burn the inside of these barrels? How did you do it?
Yes. So first of all, we do, in this case, what we have done is first we do toasting. So we bring the temperature inside the barrels with an open flame. Okay, with yeah. You understand me? Yeah. With open flame, we bring the temperature above 300 to 340 degrees. So, and it depends. It's a bit complex, the toasting, because it's really what is making the flavor of the wood. It's a very, very important parameter. Yeah, 16.
Number 16, yeah.
And so, yeah, so you have to be careful that the toasting is homogeneous all around the inner cape of the inner surface of the barrels. Yeah. And there is one thing that is not where you can judge that your barrel is ready. It's when it starts to have this nice toasted bread. For me, it's a Sunday toasted bread flavor.
Yeah.
So when you have this flavor that is coming from the wood.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize.
Did you hear me?
Yeah. I heard you.
That means that your barrel is ready.
Yeah. A lot of people don't maybe appreciate that oak. One of the chemicals that's in oak is a chemical called vanillin. And by toasting it, you bring out that vanillin, and it brings out that vanilla flavor a lot more.
Yeah, but you're bringing much more than vanillin and vanilla on itself. You bring there are studies that shows that there is more than 100 aromatic compounds from oak. So it's such a great diversity, and all the toasting and the charring. And when you're mastering toasting the barrels, it really helps you to develop certain characteristic of your cask.
Yeah. So to get it from the toast to the char, which is turning it black, do you?
Then to char it, you need to have a very powerful source of fire in order to burn inside the cask. So if we were about 200 to 240 degrees while toasting, then you are at above 300 to 400 degrees Celsius in the cask. It's a kind of a spectacular spectacular phenomenon to see. Just a kind of amazing to watch a cask charring a cask, because you think that it's going to burn, you are going to burn the entire cask.
I just have a vision of you with sort of like a flamethrower just burning the inside of this cask, you know.
Exactly. It was a bit, basically was like this, you know, with a you know, like how do you say that, you know, like during the war with a, you know, the blast, you know, when people are burning with a burner, you know, like
I just see you inside the cask burning away and sweat coming off you. It's hotter than Texas.
No, but you know, we have to do what needs to be done for the whiskey.
Yeah, right. We'll have
so
a taste.
It's just for trying to make good whiskey that it was on purpose.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Let's have a taste.
Let's have a taste, my friend. Let's have a taste. Again, but you are getting that very strong vanilla. That lovely.
Yeah.
You're getting there's almost a bourbon sweetness to this because of the charring. You know that. It's coming up.
Yeah. You have intense wood flavor that is coming.
Well, on the nose. Yeah, that's coming out.
So here it's much more compared to the two previous one. It is the mouthfeel is more intense. You have more tannins. You can feel the tannins. It's velvety on the mouthfeel. You know.
It is very tannic. I'm going to have a little drink of water because it's actually trying to
just a little bit dry.
Yeah, so it's quite dry. There's quite a lot of vanilla wood.
A bit of cinnamon also.
Yeah, definitely cinnamon.
Spiciness.
Some ginger. There's a bit of ginger there as well. Yeah. And then on the finish, there's a lot more ginger comes on the finish. It's funny. It's funny because it's almost like you maybe never heard this, like Jamaican ginger cake. It's like a ginger cake.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a ginger cake.
I quite like this. I quite like this description.
Good. I'm glad. Yeah. But it's coming through. It's got packs a lot of punch and finish on it. The finish isn't massively long, but it develops quite quickly and then finishes. It's not a long finish, but it finishes really well. It sort of hits you up front, and just gradually goes away.
You have the grip from the tannins. You know, you have on the mouth. You have.
Yeah.
So and I quite like to play with this sensation. You know.
Yeah, good.
This is what I just tell you previously. I like when, you know, it's a bit different, you know, when here it's a bit more muscular, I would say. I have big muscles. Yep.
Big muscles. Yeah. But it's good. I'm going to cut short, my friend, because I have another 4 distilleries to go through. it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you.
It was very good to be with you and to attend this presentation and this festival. And I hope that next year we will be able to meet live.
Hopefully, and we can stop worrying about technology and meet face to face and have a quick chat and so on and so forth. As I say, I like this. I like this sort of leather-clad bottle with it's a bit kinky if I'm honest, but I like this. More of this sort of thing. Well, it's great to have a Frenchman coming over here and sharing. I mean, you've got an absolute wealth of knowledge, and to bring that to Irish whiskey, I look forward to what you're going to do in the future, and hopefully we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for listening us. And I hope that people that have tasted the whiskey enjoyed the 3 samples that they had today from us. And I will keep on listening to the next distilleries, and all the best for all of you.
All the best, and stay safe and take care, my friend. Okay.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Bye. Oh, the bottle's out of the way. No, but the experience of a man like Paul coming to Irish whiskey, bringing together his experience in wine, cognac, rum, all coming into Irish whiskey, which, as we talked about earlier on, traditionally has this very approachable, easy, light flavour profile. That's stereotypically where we are with Irish whiskey, and being able to bring all of that wealth of experience to that. I mean, there could be exciting things coming out of this distillery or this brand over the next period of time, because all of these new ideas, new things, this is what we need. Long gone are the days of just having a few. I don't want to use the word tired brands. That's not the right word. You have these traditional brands that everybody was very familiar with, that are really, really class, but we do need to have much more range, much more flavors, much more experimentation, and bringing experience from all over the world. Now, where are we going next? We're heading over to Paddy's. And do we have Michael on the line?
What is the crack, Martin? Yeah, I just caught the end of that, and you're killing me. Like, you know what I mean? You're not talking about, I'm talking about one of the most storied, oldest brands that we have, and you're talking about all these new brands and all these blow-ins.
And what we're doing is we're talking about, and I'm going to tell you a little story before I ask you to start. I'm going to say, I knew a man called Paddy Flaherty, right? And he was may he rest in peace. He was one of life's absolute gentlemen. He used to like a whiskey, and he used to drink Paddy's, and I don't think it was because it was his namesake. It is a classic old brand, one of the ones that has lasted the distance, one of the ones that has a heritage all of its own, and that has done that. When I talked about these sort of old tired brands, I don't like using the word tired, but people just saw it as the old guys standing at the end of the bar having a drink. But there was a reason they drank them, because they were good quality. There's a reason that they're still here, because they're good quality. And with all the new experimentation coming through, that's all well and good. It's fantastic. But having that authenticity, guys, bottlings that have been about for centuries is really fabulous, and there's plenty of room for all of it. So tell us the story of Paddy's. Tell us where it is.
Yeah, I think I'm only playing around. I think there's space for everyone. So look, Paddy is, like we say, it's one of the most storied brands, and when it comes to Irish whiskey, I know certainly, like, I'm originally from Wexford. In my house, there would have always been a bottle of Paddy sitting on the shelf. It would have always been whipped out at Christmas, when there wasn't the same amount of choice. Like, so Paddy itself as a brand, I have the little mini here. Hopefully you can't see it. Camera's not great, but Paddy itself as a brand is around since 1779, or its forebears. It's the precursor to Paddy itself, are around since 1779. So Paddy is, to be honest, it is a true Cork whiskey, and it is one of the whiskies that has been produced and made in Cork since 1779. So if you look at the history of it, where it came from it was made in some of the old Watercourse Greens distillery, and there was a number of distilleries in Cork that came together to form Cork Distilleries Company in 1867. And so while Paddy had been made, or while a brand had been made at that point, it wasn't until then that we started to see this Cork Distilleries Company Old Irish Whiskey, which was what Paddy Flaherty, the man who became synonymous with the whiskey, was selling. So I think with the story of Paddy Flaherty is one of the most unique things in Irish whiskey. I think it's a really cool story, and I like to talk about Paddy as the first brand ambassador, the first Irish whiskey brand ambassador, so to speak.
The first guy really. Yeah, loads of people put their names on it, but the way he did it was totally. The fact that his name still lives on.
Yeah.
And he wasn't the distillery owner. He wasn't a magnate. He was just this charismatic guy,
Yeah, exactly. And I think for someone like me who is in, I work in sales for the brand, and someone like me, it's nice to be able to say you're kind of following in his footsteps to a certain extent.
Yeah. So
the distilleries came together. It was Greens, Watercourse Distillery, Daly's in the North Mall, and Middleton Distillery then later on as well, where of course Paddy continued to be made and continues to be made. They all came together to form Cork Distilleries Company. So Paddy Flaherty, the man himself, as we like to refer to him as, was born in 1850, started working for Cork Distilleries Company at the age of about 32. And became the most famous salesman in Ireland because he used to buy everybody a drink. So, if you are a salesman who goes out and buys everybody a drink every time you enter the bar, you're going to become pretty popular. If I was to do that, my boss would. I would not for very long. I can guarantee you that.
No, I don't think it will go down just as well these days.
But this is the thing, right? So Paddy used to spend more money in his expenses. Paddy used to spend more money in his expenses than he was getting paid, each month. So you can imagine how popular he was. He used to travel around. They'd send word that Paddy was coming, and where Paddy used to work, he did eventually used to ply his trade all over Ireland. But he was in a place called District 8, which was down the kind of just near Middleton, Mitchelstown, that kind of area of Cork that he used to ply his trade. And would send word ahead that Paddy was coming. And if we roll it back to the late 1800s in Ireland, whiskey was an absolute luxury. Like, it was a very expensive product, and if you heard someone was coming buying everybody around a whiskey, you were gone like a shot. Exactly, So he became synonymous with the brand, and to be honest, in the old days, it was a bit of a mouthful. It was Cork Distilleries Company Old Irish Whiskey. All right, so when the publicans started ordering, they were telegramming in their orders. They were doing however they could. They just used to say, "Yeah, give me a case of Paddy's whiskey," and that's how he became synonymous with the brand. So eventually, in 1913, Cork Distilleries Company. Sorry, I'm just getting a lot of abuse in the comments. Cork Distilleries Company eventually decided that they just give in and they just name it Paddy whiskey and just let it become synonymous with Mr. Paddy Flaherty. And so they went to Paddy, they trademarked the name. Paddy got got a few months' wages in return for his naming rights. But what he also got was he negotiated his pension. So he basically said, when I finish, I want to keep getting paid my wage until the day I die. And his wife wasn't initially very happy with the fact he'd sold his naming rights for so little, but I think they appreciated the ongoing payments in the end. But yeah, Paddy as a brand, until the 60s as well, it would have been primarily a pot still brand, and the age statement was only dropped in the 60s. So obviously Paddy was part of Irish Distillers for the vast majority of its history now. And just in the last few years, it's been taken over by Sazerac, which is an American company. So that's who I work for Hertz, which is a subsidiary of Sazerac, and it's a brand we're really trying to bring back, and we're back up to the number 3 Irish whiskey in Ireland again. And you're starting to see Paddy on shelves a lot more as well.
Yeah, and I'm led to believe that there is possibly a rebranding in the pipeline.
Yeah, so there's rebrandings in the pipeline. So hopefully that'll be completed before the end of the year. And look, there's other stuff coming down the line that obviously, you know, we can't talk about. I can't tell you. I'd be murdered. All that kind of good stuff. All that kind of good stuff is all happening. But the rebranding is certainly happening. There is a bit of a push on it in the States, and a lot of people. There was a rebranding in the States which changed the name to Paddy's with an apostrophe S.
Yeah.
That won't be happening in Ireland because, you know, it is such a traditional brand here that, and everyone's synonymous with it. But the one thing, Martin, that I realized when I started working for the company was that absolutely everybody calls it Paddy's. There was a lot of guys who went mad online, like, you know, when the name was changed from Paddy to Paddy's. But if you talk to anyone, they're like, "Oh yeah, Paddy's whiskey." Even you did it in the intro, you know what I mean? And it is, everybody calls it that.
I always call it Paddy's whiskey. I don't tend to take the irate social media mob all that seriously, let's be honest. But being rebranded, everybody calls it Paddy's. I'm just going to pour it into the glass here.
Yeah.
Now, what I would say is, in the modern sort of whiskey world, as you're as much more aware than I am, I'm sure, there's this sort of push for exclusive bottlings and bottlings that are going to be collectible and put on shelves and stuff. Paddy's, well, to say it's probably the budget whiskey is. It's probably in and around the cheapest Irish whiskey that you could probably buy, and that should not reflect in any way the quality of the spirit, because it's good. There's no two ways about it. It's one of those ones. I have a real fondness for Paddy's, primarily based on the fact that I knew a guy called Paddy Flaherty who drank it. So whiskey should always be about experience. So where you slot in, and we've been talking a bit about this, about different where we slot in different sales. You're pound for pound, I think Paddy's punches way above its weight. You know.
Absolutely. I think, look, we're all Irish whiskey people. We love Irish whiskey. We love whiskey, and everywhere has its segmentation. You know what I mean? So while we love talking about the €500 products and all this kind of stuff, what's people's first experience with Irish whiskey going to be? It's going to be a Paddy. It's going to be something along that price bracket, and we have to offer them something that is, you know, super, a really delicious whiskey at a great price point, with heritage and great history. And I think the brands don't survive. Brands wouldn't survive if they weren't good and they weren't well made, and sell hundreds of thousands of bottles. You know, so I think there is certainly in the last few years, which is great. We've seen the massive premiumization around Irish whiskey. But as well, it's important to remember you can still get a great value, a cracking drink for, you know, under 30 quid or 30 euros. And I'm not sure the pricing up north, but again, something fairly reasonable, like, you know.
Well, but like I've seen bottles of Paddy's going on sale in supermarkets for £22, 22, 20. Yeah. I'm from Ballymena, so we're well known for. It was said that copper wire was invented in Ballymena when someone tried to take a 2p piece out of a Ballymena man's hand. You know. There's the other joke that double glazing was invented in Ballymena to stop kids hearing the ice cream man. I don't think that's true either. But the thing about it is, I do have value for money is quite important to me, because I know lots of people who would drink a whiskey, but they're not going to spend big money on a bottle. For them, buying a bottle at £35-40 is a bit of a luxury.
Yeah.
And where Paddy's slides in there is it's very, very approachable. Again, typical Irish whiskey is very approachable, but it does have a complexity of flavour. It stands out by itself.
You see, the thing about Paddy is it is what we call the triple blend. So there is grain, there is malt, and there is pot still. All right, so it does give it that layer, a couple of layers of complexity there as well. With the Paddy, you're probably talking there is a good dose of malt in it, less on the pot still, and you know what I mean. So you're going to get those biscuity notes, but you're also going to get that kind of nice, kind of zesty, lemony notes as well. Everything going with that bit of citric fruit. But for me, there's always that kind of biscuity note, and that's why for something like an Irish coffee, I always kind of would, I think Paddy is a great one for an Irish coffee because that biscuitiness kind of lends itself well to coffee, the cream, and whether you drink, like, honestly, it's just a great whiskey. Look, there's no notions about it. We're not gonna stand on ceremony or anything, but it's just a great whiskey to reach into the back of the press and go, do you know what? Sometimes you just
it's one of those whiskies that if there's 8 people sitting in a room that drink whiskey, you bring out a bottle of Paddy's, pour them one each, nobody's going to complain. Nobody's going to say, no, I can't take Paddy's. No one's or Paddy. Sorry.
Listen, man, go for it.
Nobody's going to turn around and say, no, I can't drink that. If they drink whiskey, they can drink this easy, and that's what this is for. And in some ways, I keep harking back to this, that whiskey's about experience, and I would have lots and lots of very fond memories of drinking Paddy's. So every single time I have a bottle or open a bottle or whatever, I have fond memories beside what's in the glass. And that's, to me, it's the whole essence of, if you're a whiskey drinker, that should be what it's about. It should always be about an experience and sitting down, and whether it's a single cask, whatever, that's one thing. This is something else, and probably something a little bit more special,
Yeah, and look, I had a personal experience the weekend. I was away. I was down with the girlfriend away, and we were down at the beach. And I just pulled out a little one of these little bottles of Paddy, and I just handed it over to her, and she drank it. She's like, "Oh, that's actually lovely." And I think people have this perception around, if I'm buying a whiskey at that price point, they expect those kind of harsh notes. Whereas Paddy certainly is a really soft, really easy drinking whiskey, and it's a perfect introductory whiskey, or perfect, like, just if you're having a nightcap. It's it's not a 56%er. It's not a big cask strength monster. It's just nice, mellow, easy drinking. Exactly what Irish blended whiskey is meant to be,
I agree. I think it's one of those ones you could sit and turn around and say, "Oh, it's not distinctive. It doesn't have any real banging notes and any of that kind of stuff." Yeah. Maybe Earl has come up again. But that's kind of the joy of it. That's kind of what it's for. It's for that. It's not going to be offensive to anybody. People are going to find it very easy drinking. They're going to find it very. It's the sort of whiskey that you kind of think anybody can drink that and find that it's really, really nice. And it's good quality. There's absolutely no two ways about that. And that's why it lasts.
And look, I think there's a thing around perception as well. And it hadn't been given the attention probably that it deserved for the last number of years. So that's what we are trying to do. And I will challenge anyone to go blind taste it in a lineup with other blended whiskies and just interrogate your own kind of opinions about, just your own thoughts about it. And when you I think blind tasting is really the pinnacle when it comes to these things, because sometimes you'll go, oh, I actually really like that, or maybe I don't like something as much as I thought I did either, So I think trying to take the marketing kind of element out of it and just look at the liquid sometimes,
Exactly. And as I say, it's one of those ones, if you've a family gathering, a birthday or whatever, and such, always have a bottle of Paddy's floating about, because it's one of the ones that people will never ever find offensive, and anyone who drinks whiskey whole can drink a Paddy's and say it's good.
Look, I'm a big man for a pint and a half, a half one, and I just love pint of whatever the local stout is, and just a little Paddy, it's just a crack.
I agree 100%, and it's light enough that you can sort of work with it, and if you want to make it into cocktails, I'll take that on board easy enough. I like Paddy's for lots of reasons.
Can I just address a couple of the comments there in the forum there? The lads, I think Eamon there was asking to ask me about. He said I have a very tame shirt, and you're correct. I'm literally in the door, and asked him about Today FM trying to get on to me. Just a little segue because it was annoying me in the comments there. I went for a swim this morning, was driving back, was in the car, radio came on, competition, texted in my name. It was €1,000 and a chocolate voucher, right? So to the FM ring me. I answered the phone. I was like, oh, hello. And they were like, oh, so what's your name? Where are you from? What are you doing? And they're like, we'll ring you back if you win. That was grand. So I put down the phone, didn't think any more of it. Went back to the phone 5 minutes later, 2 missed calls. So they were ringing to give me €1,000. And I missed the call because I had my phone on silent, and I have had it on silent since about 2006. So I poured out that full measure of paddy. So this is a well-deserved, well-needed drink at this point of the day, I can tell you.
Yeah. Michael, I'm going to leave you alone to console yourself with your paddy, my friend.
No, listen, it's been a pleasure, Martin. Thanks very much. Best of luck with the rest of the festival. I'm on for a little tasting tomorrow and stuff. Anyway, I have a few of the packs at home myself, so looking forward to a few of the tastings.
Excellent, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Paddy. You've sort of intrigued me there with what Paddies are going to be doing, because I look forward to that.
Yeah, listen, keep your eyes peeled. Look, stuff will be coming. It's always coming. All right.
Keep us up to date, my friend. Thank you.
Cheers, pal. Go on. Chat soon.
Take care. Now, again, paddies, as I said during that, you really always have a bottle of paddies about. It's one of the ones that people will drink. You have people that drink paddies, but you'll also have the people who are, say they can have a whiskey and it's never going to be, it's not like pulling out something that's big sherry cask or big peat cask or any of that kind of stuff. So what you're going to get with paddies is very easy drinking. People that maybe have never taken whiskey before or think they don't like it, give them a paddies and they will go, that's actually quite nice, it's quite refreshing, it's that style of thing. And don't be put off by the fact that it's very, very reasonably priced. Now, our next one. This is, where are we? McConnell's. So, number 15. Now, do we have anybody from McConnell's? Hello?
I hope so, but I don't know where they are.
Please identify yourselves. Come and see it. I'm just finishing off with paddies there. And it does remind me of as I say, the guy, I used to know he was called Paddy Flaherty, and he was one of the funniest men ever. He was born in Connemara. Irish was his first language. He was a natural Irish speaker, but he went to London and found work over there. Then came back again, lived in Ballymena, the side where I live. We used to run in and out. I used to run in and out of his house, and his son was my best friend. Whenever we got up and got older and so on and so forth, they moved back over to London. I used to go over and see him, and it was funny because you're a sort of 16, 17-year-old kid going over to see your friends over in London, and you go down and you have a drink and you go to a bar. You go to a bar. Obviously, you're not supposed to be, but you go down to the bar, and Paddy would have bought you a drink. You just had a drink with him, and he was funny and charming and caring. A wonderful man, wonderful human being. So every time I think about Paddy's whiskey, Paddy whiskey, I suppose technically is what I'm supposed to say. I think of my old dear friend, and that's what whiskey should always be about. It should always be about experiences. It should always be about having a whiskey with someone you care about, or people that you respect, or opening a new bottle and thinking about that experience you have. I did a broadcast on Saturday about infinity bottles, where I talked about how lots of people use infinity bottles to try and blend this sort of perfect ideal blend that they have. I don't use it for that. I use it as a diary. What I put in it is whiskey that kind of means something. So something that's been bought to me, something that I, for whatever reason, and I know people will probably balk at me saying this, but I mean, I've put in Redbreast 21, that particular bottle, because it means something very, very special to me. I've put in Middleton. I've put in. I don't put in anything that's going to dominate and kill the bottle off. But when it goes in that, you have this infinity bottle, and you can keep adding to it all the time. And the diary that I keep a diary of what I put in and how much, and that to me is the most important thing of the infinity bottle, because no matter how, unless you drain the bottle, there's always going to be a tiny little bit of everything that you've put in there. And that to me is it's a very emotive thing. It's something that can be quite emotional, knowing that all of those liquids, and they can be very, very old, are in that bottle. Now, do we have anybody from McConnell?
I don't think we have. Oh wait, hang on. No, we don't.
We don't. Right. Well, tell you what we'll do. Well, if they're not,
I have a question on your infinity bottle.
Okay, fire away.
For you. Yeah, I'm in the mood to ask questions because I didn't get my Sazerac question answered by Michael. Okay, so your infinity bottle, like, do you just put everything that has some sort of meaning in it, or do you have like multiple infinity bottles for different styles of whiskey, or what way do you kind of like manage that?
I kind of, what I have is, I started with I would call it sort of base whiskey. I don't mean it in that way. It's kind of what the backup. The very first, I touched on it earlier on when I was talking to Graham. The very first sort of quality whiskey that I started with a number of years ago was Balvenie. And I was sort of loath to finish it, because every time I looked at it, I kind of thought, well, this opened up all of this whole whiskey stuff for me. So I was kind of loath to get rid of it. So I used that, and I said, right, this is my infinity bottle. What we're going to do with it. I then picked out a few other stuff that I had, and I went on the basis that I won't bore anybody with the science of all of this as such, but I went on the basis that no matter how much, unless you finish that bottle, there's always going to be a few molecules of what you've put in that forever. And as we know, whiskey keeps forever as long as it's kept in good conditions. So I put in a bit of this and a bit of that, and I wasn't aiming to have any particular flavour. It's more about the book rather than the bottle. And I won't put in anything that's peated. I wouldn't. So it's kind of a mixture of Scottish and Irish, but it has to be sort of more Highland style and that kind of thing, Speyside maybe, and Irish. Because I can't put in anything that just dominates the whole thing, because that would sort of destroy that blend. I mean, once you've Lefroy in something, you're never really getting rid of it.
Yeah,
so
it's always gonna be like tasting of peat, right?
Yeah, so there's that I wouldn't really put in that. If I wanted to start a peated infinity bottle, I could, but I don't. Well, I have one bottle of Lefroy that probably means something to me. That that's a slightly different thing. If you're going to do multiple infinity bottles, possibly have an Irish one, a couple of different Scotch ones, a bourbon one, and maybe I don't know, maybe a rye one or something like that. Personally, I don't think there's much point in trying to create the perfect blend, because you don't have enough backup, if you know what I mean. I have about 140 bottles of whiskey here, and I still don't think that would be enough for me to sit and try and create a blend. As we were talking earlier on about just how difficult it is to be a blender. I think that they have the hardest job in whiskey, because if you're small, you probably don't have that much stuff to play with. Whereas if you are massive, it's even harder because you have so much stuff to play with. So I don't see how you could do that in a bottle. And for me, call me a sort of old-fashioned romantic, if you like. I kind of like the romance of the whole thing, if I'm totally honest. You know, so that's my infinity bottle.
All right, that's cool. Thank you. So with no one from McConnell's, I think we should just go ahead and
we'll just go ahead and have a tasting. The background is McConnell's were in 1776. They opened a distillery in Belfast, and it closed in the 1930s, much like pretty much all of the Irish whiskey market did, or Irish whiskey distilleries did. Now, it's been relaunched. I think it's only a couple of months ago it was relaunched. A big, really sort of jumped onto the scene. A big investment went into this to try and bring out this bottling. I quite like the style of the bottle. It's got a real distinctive look to it. It does hark back to
we've got the bottle on the screen here. It's a great looking bottle.
A great looking bottle, and these things shouldn't be overlooked. Just how important the branding is, because they do have to stand out. There's lots of very similar bottles and sometimes very similar labels. So for people buying them, it becomes very much of what's the difference with these. But I really think that the bottling stands out. Now, because there's no one here, we'll go over this quite quickly. The whiskey itself, very light, very bourbon cask, very much that vanilla light sweetness. Possibly harks back a little bit to the likes of the Quiet Man. Again, that sort of light Irish style whiskey. I'll be honest, after tasting so many of these different whiskies, it's really kind of hard to get any sort of grip on anything by itself. But again, it's very approachable, very light. Quite sharp. Has it's that bourbon cask. Not a huge amount of age to it. It's quite light. Again, it's hard for me to get finished after tasting sort of so many of these things today. It becomes obviously maybe a bit hard to get this distinctive tastes coming through, but it's very light. Stereotypical maybe Irish whiskey. The finish, I need to drink some more water to see about it, but it's nice. It's going to be approachable and easy to drink. But again, very vanilla, very bourbon cask. That toasted wood. Again, some of that sort of biscuity flavour coming through. Yeah, it's okay. Quite good. Right.
Okay, let's get the poll up for it then.
Get the poll up for it, and we'll move on to hopefully over to the west coast, over to Donegal. Do we have anyone from the Sliabh League?
Yes, we should do. Yeah. Trying to get in contact with them.
Get in contact.
Here we are.
Very refreshing.
Hey Marty, how you doing?
James popped in and popped out there again.
Oh.
I've got James fine on my screen there.
He's loading. James is loading. He's coming online here with me.
There's a lot of him to load, I'm afraid, Marty.
Can you hear me?
Can you not hear him yet, Martin?
No, I can't. I can see him. James, can you see and hear me?
I can see and hear you clearly, Marty.
Excellent, my friend. I can now see you combing your hair.
Absolutely. Well, I was just going to say, there's a lot of me to load, so it's going to take a while.
How are you, my friend?
Well, you can see I'm recovering from my COVID haircut and a little bit of suntan from the golf course, but otherwise I'm enjoying the love for dark silky at the moment.
Excellent, excellent. You and I were talking 2 weeks ago, last week, 2 weeks.
A couple of weeks ago.
And you have the dark silky out, which is I think works really well.
Thanks.
It kind of does this. It's got all these different parts to it that marry up quite well. But tell us a bit about the background of yourself, a bit about Sliabh League Distillery, and a bit about your whiskey.
Sure thing. Well, I'm James Doherty, and I'm obviously not from Donegal with this accent, but my mum and dad are, and I was born in the UK. So I spent a bit of time in Africa and married to my wife, Moira, who's a Zimbabwean out there. She actually gets to distill the gin now. But we came back sort of 5 years ago to set up this distillery. And I suppose we have this thing about trying to reclaim the distilling heritage of Donegal, you know, a county that had more illicit distillers than the rest of the country maybe put together, and it didn't have a legal distillery, and that just seemed wrong. So we thought we'd come out and right that wrong.
Yeah. It has there's a book. I have a book called Donegal Poaching.
Yes.
So the whiskey sort of was forgotten about, if you like, but you've decided to come and rectify this and bring on the Sliabh League Distillery. So where are we with it, and what are we doing? And
yeah, so right now, well, it's exciting at the moment. We've got the gin distillery built in the village of Carrick, which is literally at the foot of the mountain of Sliabh League. So, and Sliabh is mountain and Liag is flagstone, so the mountain of flagstones. So we make Andulaman gin here currently, which is a savoury gin in a kind of very sweet gin world at the moment, and that's going really well, and it's gone out to about 20 countries. And then we blend a whiskey called Silky, which we'll taste in a minute. We have the original Silky, which has 2% of it is peated, and I suppose our idea is that the Ulster whiskey style would have had peat in it originally because it would have been trying to compete with the illicit distillers and the poaching that was being made. And we've just released the Dark Silky, which is 15% of that blend is actually Great Northern's peated whiskey. And I'm actually, if you look, the bags under the eyes are real because we've just pulled 21 days straight working, but we've just filled the first cask of our own whiskey that we made here over the last couple of weeks. So we've just laid down our first barrel of peated triple distilled single malt in Donegal, probably the first for 200 odd years. So
yeah, it's a remarkable story in many ways. That, I mean, you're harking back. We were talking about it earlier on with the Hinch. I'm a big fan of peated whiskies. I think they're really, really good, certainly in the place. But up here, we would have had a tradition in Ulster, certainly, of having peated whiskies, much more prevalent. And peat does give a complex flavour.
I agree, and I suppose that having come from I did sort of 14-year stint with Glenfiddich and Balvenie. In fact, Graham, who was on from Dingle earlier, he and I kind of ran into each other during my stint at Grants years ago. But I suppose my thinking was that an Irish style of peated whiskey wouldn't be the sort of heavy oily flavours that you associate with Islay, and probably not the specific kind of smoke flavors, you know, like Talisker has a very specific sort of pepperiness. Lafroig has that kind of carbolic-y kind of aroma. And for me, it was trying to use that smoke, and I refer to smoke generally rather than peat, is to use smoke as a flavor component. And in Silky particularly, we use it as a sort of an overlay, a sort of gentle blanket to lay across the Silky blend. That's the kind of thinking behind how we've come at it.
Yeah. So where does the name Silky come from, for anyone that doesn't know?
Well, so the Silky or Selkie is the mermaid legend of the west coast of Ireland. You know, Donegal, if you look at the origin of the name Donegal, is actually the land of the strangers, or the fort of the strangers. And the legend actually comes down with the Vikings. So the Vikings brought it down the west coast of Scotland, where it's Kelpies, into sort of the west coast of Ireland, where it's Silkies or Selkies, and it actually goes all the way across to Nova Scotia. So if you go to Canada, I was explaining to a distributor what a Silky was, and he stopped me and just went, no, it's good. We have the same legend here. Don't worry. So I suppose it's part of our challenge, I think, is trying to tell a confident story from the Donegal Gaeltacht and bring the Gaeltacht back to life. So we use the Irish language a lot, and we try and use that folklore as a sort of not just a justification, but a kind of underpinning of why we're here.
Excellent. Now, what's in the bottle? You say it's the ordinary silky?
No, so it's dark silky.
Dark silky. All right. Now,
so dark silky. Go on, Martin. Sorry.
I did say to you before, when I first tasted the original silky, I wasn't that keen on it when I first opened it.
Yep.
And I told you, after about 2-3 months, I went back to it and I thought, this is actually better than it was. And as I went down the bottle, it seemed to improve until I got to the end, and I was like, this is actually really, really good. But
thank you.
It's a bit of a strange one because it sort of developed on and on and on. And I genuinely think it's really good, but it's one of the ones that transformed maybe the most for me over a period of time, and I'm not really sure why that was. But I thought
it's gone through a couple of incarnations. The original silky went through a couple of incarnations. When we first came back and started it, we couldn't get a peated single malt to create that smoky aroma that we wanted on the blend, and so I was using aged sort of old sherry casks that give you that kind of, sometimes you get a rubbery note off that, which gave you the effect of smoke. But actually, sort of with Great Northern kind of bringing out their peated triple distilled single malt, it gave us the ability to change that flavour and get back to the kind of a more true representation of what we wanted to do. And it is one that grows on you, and I think and with dark silk, I suppose it's the safe approach to Donegal, if you like. We want to create a Donegal style, and then with dark silky, we're kind of bringing you into a much more smoky area, somewhere richer and darker to play.
Rich and darker to play. That's not where everybody really wants to play.
Well, I heard your comment on the leather labels earlier, and maybe I've missed the trick on that one.
Yeah, it's a bit spicy, the Grace O'Malley, you know. No, again, it's coming in. It's got the smoke coming through. Again, it's probably a better description of it whenever you say smoke rather than peat, because it's quite light.
Yeah,
and it's got that sort of floral note as well. I mean, I talked about this where it's got a couple of different things going on. I compared it in the review to like a jazz band. Lots of different bits going on, and sometimes whenever that happens, it doesn't really work because jazz sort of goes all right, and then some boy starts playing something completely different, and people just have to catch up with them. But
yeah, I think it's interesting. I think some young Irish malts, you get that kind of slightly herbaceous note off them as well, and I think that sometimes it's a challenging one to kind of blend with. I kind of refer to blending as a bit like single malt is like meeting a virtuoso on the violin or on the piano or whatever, whereas I get to play with the whole orchestra here and try and create a sound that isn't discordant and hopefully is kind of coherent. But you're dealing with all of these different instruments creating different kind of sounds in different areas.
We talked earlier on that a number of different people who have come from other industry, mainly drinks industries, to come and come to Ireland. Coming to Ireland must, because of the very nature of it, you're going to have a bit more freedom in Ireland than you would in Scotland, because you have pot still as well and that kind of thing.
I think that's true. I think, interestingly, I would be of the opinion that you want the rules to be pretty tight. You want them to be accurate. So I have a particular issue with the pot still GI, which wouldn't be, and I do lobby hard from inside the IWA for that, for a review of that at an appropriate point. But I think, to me, it's important that the rules are quite tight so that you drive genuine innovation rather than just interesting experiments, because otherwise you can end up with this kind of weird world where the world is full of these kind of people would say they're interesting experiments. I would just say they're experiments, and they're kind of, they'll commercial, they'll sell, but actually, do they move the debate on? Do they move the category on? I'm not sure about that so much. But hopefully that, with Dark Silky, what you've got is a kind of return to what we think is the flavour that Ulster whiskey would have had, this dry smokiness,
Yeah.
It's we bottle it 46% because I can't afford a chill filtration unit, and
level of honesty.
and the reality is that it's not coloured as well. So you've got this this kind of real mahogany colour that comes off it, and I think part of that is the virgin oak casks that we use on the grain. So you've got a maize-based grain, so you've got that kind of real butteriness, lots of vanilla, you've got a bit of spice, but it kind of somehow it works really well with the smoke for me anyway.
I think whenever people use that sort of virgin oak and stuff, that virgin oak comes through. It kind of comes through a lot of the time as a kind of green, but you get that almost an astringent taste, which is not bad. It's got that sort of tannin texture to it as well. But
tea tasters, because I used to work in the tea industry years ago, they have a phrase they call things brisk, and it's kind of that fresh kind of. It's more a texture than a taste, really. But I think for me, dark silky, we enjoy it. We drink it lots ourselves. It mixes well. So if you want to, for instance, this isn't about kind of trying to achieve sort of some highbrow conversation on it. It's really about trying to enjoy a whiskey moment, and maybe this one is for a little bit later in the evening, whereas you've got that fresh taste of silky, the original silky, which is for earlier in the day. It's been really, the response from the guys on Twitter and stuff has been amazing, and kind of really kind of makes you realise that sometimes you get these things right, because these are tough times when you look at the way the bars are, when the world is kind of shut down like this. You live in a little bubble that's kind of strange.
Yeah, I think it works. I really like it. I told you that. It's got a lot of things going with it. Malt whiskey in it. It's got peated in it as well, and grain as well.
Mm-hmm.
What's it finished in?
So the recipe. In fact, we share it on the website so you can see the actual cask mix. So it's 15% of it is a double distilled Irish single malt, unpeated, matured in bourbon barrels. 15% of the recipe is triple distilled, Great Northern heavily peated, matured in sherry casks, and then 70% of it is grain matured in virgin oak casks.
Yeah.
All the whiskies are sort of 3 to 4 years old, so it's about sort of drinkability. It is about mixing and about enjoying it, and kind of just it's that everyday drink that you can kind of keep coming back to.
Yeah, I agree with you. Probably say that the ordinary silky an afternoon drink. I sometimes talk about summer whiskies where if the weather's quite warm and hot, it's nice to have. It's nice to have something quite light and refreshing. Peated whiskies are never going to be that. They're much more suited to after your dinner. Decide right. That's
I guess I would class myself as a mood drinker, and kind of you don't want to be around me when I'm in a bad mood, but actually when I'm in most of the time it kind of depends on the time of day and how you're feeling at that moment, whether you're kind of going for something lighter and refreshing, something darker, something more contemplative, whether you want something, I don't know, if you're going to sit and sip it, you're going to mix it. I'm afraid I'm a terror for a tall glass and lots of ice with a dark silky in it at the end of a summer evening. So,
well, I guess each their own. I lots of times I get very, I don't say upset because I'm not really all that bothered. But when people get very uptight about, you can't change a whiskey and you can't do that. If I bought a whiskey, I can do what I like with it. I've only put 40 ice cubes in it and a wee straw at the top of it, like Del Boy Trotter. I can do that for once,
Yeah, I think if you're writing tasting notes and stuff, you need a drop of water just to open it up, and that's a way. That's it. But actually, outside of that, however you're feeling and whoever you're with, just enjoy it. That's all that matters.
Exactly. The whole day we've got a whole sort of plethora of different flavors and tastes and so on and so forth. But I think the thing that really comes through on pretty much all of them is just how easy drinking Irish whiskey is. It's all fairly approachable and nice. There's that complexity, and more
it's not
subtle.
superficial. I think that's right. It's approachable but not superficial, and I think that's a great place. And that's kind of a bit like, I think, the island. People of the island of Ireland are kind of that's how they're seen around the world, and that's why the spirit should reflect that. And for us being living, working in Donegal, having Donegal in our blood, these drinks need to reflect Donegal first and Ireland second, not the other way around.
Yeah, Donegal is a little bit out on its own. It's a bit of it's
different. It's different up here, that's for sure.
That is for sure, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
No.
James, I'm going to go and let you get on with the rest of your day, and I am going to get finished up, and hopefully in the not too distant future. I've been here 6 hours.
Well, you've done well. Your timekeeping is immaculate, so fair play to you, Marty. All the best.
Listen, all the best, my friend. Take care of yourself.
All right. Okay, take care now.
Take care.
Bye.
Now, again, the dark silky, I do think it has nice complexity, very approachable, very light. It's very light, but it's got that smoky, peaty thing going as well, which really lets you play about with it. Gives you a nice juxtaposition, if you like, which kind of works. When I opened the original silky, as I said when I was talking to James, when I opened the original silky, I thought, I don't like this. But honestly, as I went down the bottle, it just seemed to get better and better and better. And when I finished that, I thought I was really, really fond of it. I thought it was really, really good. So that's the silky, or the dark silky.
Yeah, I wasn't really a fan of the first silky I tried. I liked this. This was great. Niall is saying there in the chat that he is a fan of the updated silky. So, presumably there's like some second batch that maybe I might prefer a bit more.
I honestly, if you give it a chance, give it a bit more of a time, it really does. It really does come out. I like it. I think it's well worth having. This I think this works really well. I sometimes get a little bit of put whenever someone says there's a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of this and a bit of that and it's taken this and it's done that, and then try and mix it together, because it's kind of hard to know what it is. And when you're trying to taste it, it jumps about, and it's very. I get a bit OTT sometimes whenever people are saying something tastes of this and this and this and this and this and this, and it's like, well, it shouldn't. Really sort of 2-3 flavors is pretty much. There might be variations on a theme. You might define something as being sort of like pears and meat like green apples. They're pretty much in the same ballpark. They're not that far apart. So when someone is putting down something that is actually a mixture of about 8 different things, it does become quite hard to sort of figure out what it is. I think that the dark silky, the way it works is it's kind of got 2 things going on at once, but they kind of complement each other quite well, and that I like that. It's kind of got a complexity for something that's quite young. Being at 46% helps it.
Yeah.
Now.
So I don't know if we have anyone for the last dram here.
No, I'm just looking to see if I have a laugh drum, because I don't think I have the O'Connell. No, I don't. I don't have one.
Okay, number 18.
Number 18. I don't have a number 18. Okay. I've left out everything, and there's no 18. No 18. And I don't have a bottle of it of my own, which is a bit remiss of me. I don't. So I'm going to have to rely on the goodness of other people to inform me of what they think of it.
I'm not the person to do that.
Well,
we're going to have to rely heavily on the chat.
And I can't see the chat now.
Oh, right, we have someone here. Hang on. Is it Tathy? I'm not good at pronouncing names. Maybe it's Tathy. But yeah, he's just piped up in the chat saying he's here, so let's see if we can get him on.
Marty, how are you doing?
Dahi.
How are you? Can't believe you don't have a sample, Marty. This is a conspiracy. Can you not hear me?
Are we coming through?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
I've got you fine, Dahi.
I must apologise because I don't have a sample. If I say anything else, I don't have a sample. I do apologise for this, but I didn't make up the box, so I'm going to blame. I think we'll blame Paul because he's not here primarily.
We'll have to. Is there anyone there? Is Causeway Coast fill around or something as well? Maybe not to give you my completely biased opinion on my own whiskey.
Tell me about the brand. Tell me about the whiskey. Tell me what it is. Tell me the story.
Yeah, so it's the brand is WD O'Connell Whiskey Merchants, and I started it officially last April, and then we launched the whiskey live in end of November last year.
Yeah,
we started off. We released. We're independent bottlers, so we've no plans at all for distillery. Independent bottling and bonding is where we're going to be going and where we're at. And we started off with them with two releases initially. We had the Bill Fill, a single cask offering, and that was a triple distilled peated single malt.
Yeah,
from Great Northern. And then we had a PX17, which was a 17-year-old single malt that spent 17 years in first fill bar bourbon from Cooley. It was a double distilled one. And then we got a small batch of that together, and we vatted it, and then we recast them into several PX casks that we sourced. The PX cask were using American oak, and then after 6 months we chose one of those casks to bottle as the first PX17 release. And then since then we launched the first batch of Bill Fill, which was 2 casks that we vatted together, and taking people on that journey. So it was, when it was a bit younger, it was the same distillate week that it was done. So brought it on a little further, really showed good progression 5 months later. And now tonight we're launching 2 more whiskies on Past Present, Belfast Whiskey exclusives there.
Excellent. Now, you said about Bill one.
Yeah, this is it here.
It's very peated, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's very peated. Yeah, that's a single cask bottle you have up there, but it's pretty similar. It starts off at, you like your peated, Martin, so it starts off at 50 ppms, but by the time it gets to the third distillation, rule of thumb is down to about 1/3 of that, of its original ppm. So it's somewhere around 18 to 20 ppms.
It's not.
No, very approachable. Very approachable. Yeah. And it's single malt as well. Yeah. I must say though, to James, I actually bottle killed this Saturday night. It didn't last long, and it is actually. I tried it a few different ways, and in a big glass with a big block of ice, big sphere of ice, goes down great.
Excellent.
So, well done, James.
We've been touching on this all day about just how pretty much everybody within the Irish whiskey industry basically tries to lift everybody else up, and must be one of the very few industries that happens. Even the big players come in and help out the little guys, guys starting off, and it's a fabulous industry.
Yeah, it's really great. The support from the community is good, whether it's the people from within the profession or the enthusiasts from outside and the bloggers and the consumers. So it's a really welcoming community. Listen, rising tide, lifts all boats, and it's good for the industry.
I couldn't agree more. Then you have the bottlings you have out now. You've got 2 more launching tonight.
I have, yeah, but I can't talk about them. Is Jamie there? Jamie's tried Bill Fill. Is he around? I'm gonna pour a drop because I've been waiting all day for it. So, and I don't get to drink it that often.
Just you give us your totally biased opinion. I'll go along with you because I'd like to think the guys out there have a bottle, don't have one for some reason. I don't. But so what would be sort of the company?
Yeah, if somebody wants to join in, that's a presenter, maybe they might do so to give it some sort of balance. But look, this is it's a Chardonnay color. It's a very light because it's first fill bourbon, and here just shy of 4 years at 3 years and 10 months and a few odd days, right? So, you're getting a really light color on that, and on the nose, then we're getting that fresh charcoal, really smoky fresh charcoal. I know that might sound obvious, but there is a difference to some of the nose and peated whiskies, as you know, Martin. You might get a TCP or a that kind of medicinal note on some of the some of the more heavily matured ones in Scotland as well, the heavily peated. You don't get that here, so you're getting there's a little bit of solvent in there, I'd say, but it wouldn't be hugely strong. It wouldn't be at the front, at the back of it.
Okay.
And then it's 47.5%, so it's a nice high ABV.
Yeah.
And with that, then I don't know if you'll see that you're getting nice viscosity, nice legs on it. So you can imagine the mouthfeel then is nice and creamy. So yeah, it's pretty good. So it's like you're getting on the palate there, like rich malt, like all the citrus flavors and tangerine, that kind of notes coming through.
Yeah.
A bit of grapefruit zest, poached pears.
Basically,
banana notes because of the first fill bourbon. You're getting those sweet. And again, because of the style of cask it is from, the distillery that it's from, I can't say, but it's that it went into, but that definitely gives a difference to it. That's different from some of the other bourbon barrels that are out there. And I guess I get a bit of toasted marshmallow on it as well on that. So, and another few lunatics do. Like the original bottling was a single cask, and it was the same ABV. So the whole idea is that people can come on that journey and as it progresses and matures, you get to see it, and eventually, we'll see some other, VDN varieties added to the bill fill and the peated series. And look, ultimately, it's a much more balanced. For me, it's a much more balanced whiskey now than it was at single cask, and it was very good at single cask. Like you can ask around, people are.
So what you're trying to do is trying to create this journey along with
we're not doing it just for the sake of it though. Like the whiskey has to be of good quality, or else it's not being released, and that's just I've come Whiskey Live. I actually had no plans to release the bill fill, and I was tasting the casks, I don't know, a month before it, and I turned around to the designers who were doing PX17 and I said, you got to do one for bill fill now as well. And then we got the ball rolling on that. And it's it's good to be able to get things done in a month, be a bit agile, and that's what we want to try and do. We're looking at our own headquarters and stuff at the moment. So for a maturation house and blending and bottling facility, so that we can kind of do everything in-house and be ready to just, if we see something that we want to do, we can off we can go and get it done,
To sort of be a bit more nimble.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all about agility now. It has to be, and with our business model, we have to be able to do small releases and do them regularly as well, where possible.
I think this year with the whole coronavirus and COVID, I think everybody's having to be certainly think of a different way of doing things and realize that things can change very, very quickly. So having that nimble, that agility is not going to be a bad thing at all.
Yeah, it's absolutely necessary. It's well, from our point of view anyway, it has to be. We're a small business, and family business, and we have to have constant cash flow where we can, and kind of having to outsource everything is a little difficult. It does slow it down a bit and makes things a little more cumbersome for us. So we have a lot of good plans for early 21. So hopefully they'll all come to fruition over the next few months.
Can you tell us some of these big plans?
Yeah, well, we have a location identified for a maturation house in a historic site in County Waterford.
Oh, cool.
And the plan is to put a little maturation centre, a little maturation room in there, maybe about 150 casks or so. And off that, then we'll have a small blending and bottling operation for our own means, and we'll have a cask intake area. And we'll do we can start. The whole plan is to start filling new make spirit into our own casks that we source ourselves from our own relationships. And I've built up good relationships in Cognac and Burgundy and Bordeaux and Jerez, and hopefully we continue to grow those and work with vineyards directly and bodegas directly, and and do it like really hands on. That's the fun part, It's grand. It's grand, kind of launching a brand from your home office, but the fun part is getting to mess around and get stuck into the casks really. And
well, see earlier on, whenever people were talking about some of the casks that they have sitting and the big smiles on people's faces and stuff, and they're talking about this, being able to touch their own stuff, I think is it's having that level of control, that agility, that being reflective of what people are looking for and bringing it out. I think is really what everybody's striving for,
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's sure like it's a dream job. So
it's funny because all day we've been talking to everybody, and everybody's talking about how exciting the industry is, and it really is. It's probably unique in that it's got this real heritage, but it's really a new industry, and everybody is still, even the big players are kind of trying to find out where things are going and what's happening and how do we do new things and where do we slow it in, and and it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is, and like there is a lot of heritage out there, obviously, historically in Irish whiskey, but we kind of chose to stay away from that and build a new, rather than try to revisit something that was there before. Build something new.
Yeah.
A bit more contemporary Irish, but still kind of focusing on the historical side of Irish whiskey. So if you look back at pre-1950s when bourbon casks arrived into the country first, for before that they were only being used by Guinness up in Dublin, and so that's the focus for a lot of our stock is going to be on French oak and Spanish oak,
cool.
With the VDN casks. But obviously bourbon has a huge part to play nowadays with the modern palate and that, so it's not going anywhere, but we're just going to balance it up a bit better,
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when you're like yourself, you're not going to build your distillery. You're going to keep it doing what you're doing, picking and choosing new things, new exciting, build up a new relationship, and hopefully it all comes to fruition and works well for you.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah. It's pretty. It's going to be pretty cool. I think once we get up and running with our own centre, we might even bottle some rums and some wines and that as well as we empty them out. So
you see, I think that's another aspect that people will be getting a taste for as well. Is a lot of these new rum cask whiskies will give people a hint that maybe rums are something to look at as well.
Yeah, well, once we have the facility, we can import and hold under bond whatever we want. So could be interesting. Could be a little different. Is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and being small allows you to do this. Having that control, that sort of micro rather than macro.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's good fun, and it's been great to see all the different players at the festival this week. And there's some great characters out there.
Oh, there is. There's some.
There's some bold pups. That Carty's a bold pup. But you know.
Put like this, everybody needs needs a Brendan about the place, you know.
Absolutely. No, they're doing great stuff in Killowen. There's so many good things happening now. It's fantastic, you know.
And it's great. And you've got some sort of replaying of old classics. You've got the new guys coming in. You've got new ideas, new cask finishes, new blends, new distillations, etc., etc., etc. It's been fabulous. I'm going to leave it here. I think thank you very much. You're the last one on the show.
Did you do a poll? Did you do a poll? Don't forget.
We haven't done the poll. I'm not in charge of the poll. It's the
you're dropping the ball. I know I'm the last one, but it was supposed to be save the best to last. Come on.
Save the best. So you always have to finish on a high. So we'll get,
Absolutely. Dropping the ball now. They're dropping the ball. They're near the end of their shift.
See, they haven't been having to do the presenting. They're sitting there watching this, eating bags of crisps and having, you know, they're probably drink all the whiskies all day. And I mean,
they're not watching that, and I'd say.
What time's the chase on? They're maybe getting the chase.
I won't vote myself.
But as I say, that it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, cheers, appreciate it, and you know, keep an eye out for anyone who's watching. Probably not too many this time of the day, but keep an eye out for what we're launching later. Some pretty exciting launches. So
yeah, well, thankfully all of it being recorded and it'll be available to people who can rewatch and they can zoom forward and zip back and do whatever they need to do with it. And it's kept for posterity as much as anything else.
Yeah, and Martin, I look forward to meeting you. Hopefully, up sometime at one of the events up north.
No problem.
I hope we don't have to wait till next summer for Belfast Whisky Week to catch up. You know.
Oh, I know, mate. But like I said, the way things are, it's not that long ago that you weren't allowed to even go and see your granny. You know, so it's it is just the way the world is at the minute. But I think it's been a pleasure, my friend, and we're closing with yourself. So take care.
Sláinte,
mate. Sláinte. Take care. So, folks, that is us. Almost 6.5 hours we have been on the go.
Shift.
Yeah, it's a long old shift, but let's be honest, I'm not down a mine. You know, as was when we were talking earlier on, it's not the hardest job in the world to do to present the taste of a lot of whiskey. I do hope there was a nice balance there between being an introduction, and I know I was going over some probably. Most of the people watching this will know everything about the terms that I was going over and talking about. But if there's people there now who are new to Irish whiskey, I hope this has been a real introduction, a real eye opener as to what the whole I want to say brand. That's not really the right word. The whole sort of industry is about and where it's going, what it's doing, how nice everybody in the industry is. They are kind of in competition with each other, but they do support each other really, really well. There's always going to be lots of variations on what people think, but your opinions are never wrong. I can't emphasize that enough. There's lots of stuff that people really, really rave about that I don't think's that good. There's other things that I really like that people just don't get. But whiskey's always about experience. It's always about where it came from, who you had it with, why it was bought for you. Did you buy it yourself? Did you buy it for someone else to take round to their house? Was it a gift at a wedding or a birthday or something? Any of that kind of stuff. And that's what it should always really be about. And you should have good memories for good bottles and really take it on forward. So without further ado,
there was one comment from the chat there. Graham McDowell says, really enjoyed the session, learned a lot about Irish whiskey. I will no longer dismiss some brands out of hand.
Good. Hopefully that's what today has been all about. I get very agitated sometimes about people who are disparaging of things because they're cheap. They don't have to be cheap. that's all relative. The fact that you can go and buy a bottle of Black Bush for 20-something £, or you can buy a bottle of Paddy's for 20-something £, there's nothing wrong with any of these. They're perfectly drinkable, perfectly good whiskies with lots of care and quality put into them. People who become very snobbish about, they want to drink sort of all these limited edition stuff that, you know, that they've applied for with 40 different accounts so that they can get into a ballot to get a bottle of, and then come on and talk about it amongst their friends. There's a place for that too, absolutely. But don't be looking down on some of the cheaper brands, because that's not really what they're for. They're not trying to say that they're £200 exclusive bottling, but they are the mainstay and will be what Irish whiskey bases itself on. The everyday stuff that people will actually buy, that people will actually drink, not the stuff that people buy to put in a cabinet and let it sit and hopefully they can sell it on an auction site in about 6 months' time. That's not going to sustain the industry. What's going to sustain the industry is bottles that people can actually drink, sit down, have with their friends, have with their girlfriend, sit and have one with their dad, or go into the pub and order. That's what the industry should be about. And hopefully these introduction bottles, maybe bottles that you've tasted before and haven't visited for a long time, hopefully people can go on them and take it away and maybe have a better appreciation for the whole industry as a whole. You know?
I agree. Well, Martin, thanks very much. You put in a good shift. You've got a lot of shout outs in the chat on how good a job you've done.
Well,
people enjoying like your knowledge, your kind of stories, your kind of like inputs on history and stuff. It's been great.
We do a broadcast live every Saturday night now on Facebook Live, on my ulsterwhiskey.com Facebook page. Come on there. Feel free to come on and ask questions every Saturday night, and I rabbit away, talk away for an hour, and I always have a theme. Now, we've done probably about 10 of these now, so they're still there. So if anybody wants to go and check those out, feel free to do so.
All right, I'm actually going to look you up, look up your page, and put a link into the chat for everyone. But this has been great. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm going to grab a whiskey here before I go, and you know something? I think I'll finish off the Hinch Peated, because I've fond memories of Hinch Peated.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's very good stuff. So, guys, sláinte.